Large says we're ready. Hello. Calling to order the Plains Sustainability Commission meeting of April 7th, 2015. Today on our agenda is call to order, items of interest from commissioners, director's report, consent agenda, consideration of minutes from 3/17/15 and 3/24/15 PSC meetings. And then at 3:10, we will have start the hearing at, well, not 3:10, that's been passed. We will have the hearing on the Terminal 6 Environmental Overlay Boundary and Code Amendment. Just a process of how this is going to work. We will have staff come up first. Tom will come up, give us a brief presentation of what we're considering today as a proposal. And we'll have a few questions, but keep it at a minimum from commissioners. And then we will have 3 hours of testimony. It will be 2 minutes for each individual. We will hold it strictly to the 2 minutes. There's a clock up here, or actually a little board with a green, yellow, red. When the red light turns on, your time is done. And we will move on to the next one. At the end of 3 hours, we're going to cut off the testimony. I am sure we will not get through all the testimony, but we will try to move through as many as we can. And then we will call staff back up to answer questions. And after the questions are done, we will go into our deliberations, and hopefully we'll get to a vote tonight. I'm sure we'll get to a vote tonight on the zoning code. And we will close the hearing tonight also, so there will be no more testimony accepted after tonight. So items of interest from the commissioners? Nope. I would just like to say, just to start and to be clear, that kind of make sure everybody understands, I have met with community members, members of the Harbor Association individually, PIMNA individually, and I have met with each of the commissioners individually. So I've met a lot with staff. So I've met with a lot of people around this issue. So I just wanted to make sure people understood who I've met with, so that it was not, you know, we weren't meeting in secret. Every commissioner, I drank a lot of coffee, so. Susan? Oh, Don?
Under items of interest from commissioners, can you hear me? My light's on.
Oh, okay.
Could you hear Andre? So it's just me.
It's just you.
That's okay. I just wanted to say that our Southeast Quadrant Plan was approved by our advisory committee. I just wanted to announce that our Southeast Quadrant Plan that I've been, okay, I'll come back there with you. Our Southeast Quadrant Plan was approved by our advisory committee and will come to this commission in May.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Don. Other items? No. Director's report.
Mr. Chair, I think we ought to solve the sound problem before we get into too much issue. Is there a way to do that?
Well, they can hear you.
Well,
They
you
can
heard
hear
me,
you.
so something's going on.
I would
right?
just ask that everybody speak loudly into their mic, the mic, as close as you can. Consent agenda.
I would like to move the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nope. It passes. Terminal 6 Environmental Overlay Zone Boundary and Code Amendment. Again, this is a hearing. If you wish to testify, please fill out a testimony card and present it to Julie up here in the front. The cards are Are the cards back there, Julie? So the cards are back and out the door on a table out there. Please fill them out and bring them forward to Julie, and we will call you. You have 2 minutes. Tom.
All right. Thank you. So just starting out today, we have sort of three pieces for your consideration. One is the actual amendment of the zoning code, the environmental overlay zone, to allow for the transporting of propane in a pipe. The second is to amend the boundary of the environmental conservation overlay zone on the Terminal 6 site. And the third is recommendations on a city port IGA with various other terms that aren't included in the code or the map elements. And that's our sort of bucket for putting all those other issues into. Just to review where we're at tonight, there are 10 members present, and to pass a recommendation requires 6 votes. We need a majority of members present to pass that motion. 5-5 does not pass a motion. It constitutes no action. If at the end of the evening there is no action on a motion, then the matter is terminated here at the PSC. There is no recommendation to forward to City Council on this matter. So just to be clear, and if there are any questions about procedures or rules or motions or amendments, we have Catherine Beaumont from the City Attorney's Office here this evening to help clarify those issues. In your packet for tonight, there was the proposed code amendment. There was one revision to it to tighten up the code to make it clear that the propane can be transported across an environmental zone when it's part of the river-dependent industrial use. That is, it's not just a pipeline going across the site, but it's related to the activity on the site. And so it was in response to public testimony received, and we just worked with the City Attorney's Office to come up with that revision to tighten up that code amendment. And there's a separate memo in your packet that shows that revised language. Also coming forward in response to some of your questions has been what is the relationship between the code amendment and the City Port IGA? And again, we've worked with the City Attorney's Office to come up with some effective date language that will be part of the code amendment ordinance that will say that the code amendment will not be effective until the intergovernmental agreement with the city and the port is executed. So it's a way, given the timing of everything, it's a way to allow the code amendment to go forward while the city and port are negotiating and the attorneys are working out the final language details of the IGA. And so what we'll do with this is if there's a recommendation tonight on the memo, what we call the IGA framework, that will go with the recommendation to City Council. It'll be part of the code amendment ordinance, but the actual IGA document and agreement that is executed by the port and the city will follow on in a separate ordinance that the code amendment and map amendments will be contingent upon the execution of that IGA agreement. So it's a sequence of things. They're not going at the same time, but they're linked.
Tom, a question about that.
Yeah.
What would happen if the IGA were indeed executed, but were then later litigated by a third party?
I don't know. Catherine?
So your question is, what if everything happened as planned? The code became effective and then the IGA was litigated by a third party?
Right.
That can be addressed in the remedies section of the IGA. I think the council would have some options as well. So I think that's a contingency that we could address.
Okay, but I mean, what I'd like to happen is the zoning also goes away if, in that event, if the IGA is found not to be valid for some reason.
That,
Can you say that a little louder?
Well, so if the IGA were overturned by some reason other than the port and the city not agreeing, I'd like the zoning to also go away, you know, in that case. I mean, I want to link the IGA and the zoning as closely together as possible.
Okay. Just for everybody's reminder, we have a proposed map amendment. The areas in green are the ones where we're extending the conservation overlay zone on the Terminal 6 site. And then we have the city port intergovernmental agreement. It has a number of different elements that we can get into depending on where you want to go. These haven't changed since the last time in terms of setting up a community advisory committee, adding in language about the implementing the risk assessment recommendations and other safety recommendations that come forward through the development review process. Habitat mitigation for some of the special grassland habitat areas that aren't covered by the conservation overlay zone at this point. Offsetting the carbon from the on-site energy use from the facility itself, provisions around carbon mitigation for the propane itself, and then a promise about no coal, city port agreement about no future coal facilities. So there's a separate memo about the outcome of the PSC subcommittee about carbon emissions and what the recommendation is right now, which is looking at the life cycle emissions from the propane and the transportation of the propane and the end use of the propane in Asia. And the recommendation out of that subcommittee was to get to a point that was 0.9 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent as being the impact. And then they looked at a range of different carbon tax rates per tons and came up with a recommendation of $6.77 per ton, which would be about $6 million a year for the life of the facility or the intergovernmental agreement, which I believe is in there at 25 years. So that's sort of what is in what's on the table in terms of the proposal and where we landed with the carbon mitigation.
I just have a quick question about that. In terms of, so there's constitutional limits, Oregon constitutional limits. I think it's Article 9, Section 3 on use of fuel taxes. This would be separate. This wouldn't interact. These funds would not be restricted to highway, roads, etc.
My understanding that this is an intergovernmental agreement,
Okay.
right? So it's not a tax, so it doesn't fall under those provisions. Concurrent with that, the city would set up an environmental investment fund and use the carbon mitigation contribution to fund a number of different projects in Portland that are related to reducing energy use, generating renewable energy, or sequestering carbon. And that there would be a separate process that the city would go through to set up this fund and how it's managed and the project selection criteria and all of that, and a board and all of that. To manage those projects. In terms of safety, you have a number of different reports and documents in the record. We have 2 quantitative risk assessments from Pembina and their consultant, DNVGL. One of them came out last week, and you have a hard copy today available to you. In addition, the city hired a consultant, Akana, an engineering company, and after the testimony, as part of the question and answers, we have our consultant, Tim Oliver, here to answer any questions you have about sifting through the QRA information. And as well, we have a number of different reports from the Northwest Citizen Science Initiative, which is a citizen group based out of West Hayden Island that has done their own modeling work and presented that information to you. Very quickly, in just looking at the differences between the 2 QRAs that Pembina and DNV had prepared, in the intervening 2 weeks, I think the biggest difference that DNV has done is that they've gone back and looked at the population distribution around the facility, and that their March 16th draft was assuming a uniform distribution of the population within the zip code. For the April 2nd draft and run of their models, they took the results that we use for traffic modeling in terms of population and employment distribution that is at a finer grain, and so shows that the residential areas are 1 mile to 2 miles away from the facility, and we're able to factor that in to their analysis, which is why you saw for one of the key measures, the potential lives lost, went from 1 statistical fatality every 38 years to, I believe it was 1 every 160 years, and that they, when they also looked at, with that same traffic modeling data, looked at 2035 data that showed the population growth, and that when that is factored in, the risk went up, but not on the same order. It was like, I believe it was every... If I can find it here. Every... every 160 years. So it went from 180 to 160 when you factor in the 20 years of growth that'll occur in these surrounding neighborhoods. That difference also moved what they call the FN curve. And these were the results from the March 16th version, and using the UK criterion line. And on March 16th, the total cumulative curve was this, and you know, coming close to, and even touching the top of the UK curve there. And then when they factored in the population distribution and the revised QRA report, it drops below that line, and clearly drops below that line. I think the other thing that they began to add in was some consideration of not just fatalities, but injuries, and looking at the injury risks and how far that risk extends. And this is primarily to outdoor exposures and factoring all of that in. But they begin to address some of those injury risks again. I think, as we said in our staff report, our consultant Akana looked at the March 16th version of the report, and made a number of points about where they could clarify their assumptions, further explain their conclusions, but and many of those were appeared without even looking at his work in the April 2nd version of the QRA. But his general conclusion was that the QRA was done correctly and reasonable, and even if all of those other factors were accounted for, it's not likely to change that outcome. And you see that in the April 2nd version. You begin to see some of the sensitivity tests that show that, you know, if you are changing the assumptions one way or the other, you begin to, you're not going to wind up with a radically different result. I think the biggest question has been around off-site rail safety. We don't have a lot of information available to us. The one thing that we did as staff is take the results of the worst case rail car scenario for an on-site rail car explosion and look at the flame vapor dispersion of that, and also the +1 PSI hazard zone. The +1 PSI level is the level at which windows break, so the shock wave that comes from that explosion. And we mapped those. This map was in your packet, but we mapped those along the two most likely rail routes in. If it comes in on the Union Pacific route, it's most likely to come in along Sandy Boulevard and along Columbia Boulevard and into Terminal 6. If it comes on BNSF, it is likely to come on the Washington side of the gorge and through Vancouver and across the rail bridge into Terminal 6. And so this gives you a sense of the impact area of one of those rail car explosions with those two sort of buffer zones around, you know, the flammable vapor dispersion and the shock wave, if you will, around that. And you get a sense of what is there. I'm going to pause for just a minute right here. We are fortunate enough to have with us today two people from the ODOT rail section, and they're here to give just a little bit more information about rail safety in Oregon and the Portland region, and to ask any specific questions you have about rail safety and what ODOT is doing to address not only around propane as a hazardous materials, but also oil trains. So if I could get, yeah.
If you can introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm John Johnson. I'm Manager of Rail Safety for the state of Oregon, and this is Chris Kinsey. He is our hazmat inspector.
Okay.
I just want to say that we're from the state of Oregon. We're responsible for the safety of the rail traffic on Oregon's railroads. We enforce federal regulations as we act as a state partner with the Federal Railroad Administration. We enforce in 5 discipline areas, there being hazmat as one of them, and in that we do inspections on hazardous materials cars and any other transport, and as well as looking at industries. We have inspectors that inspect the equipment after the railroad to ensure that the railroads are doing their job of making their inspections prior to placing a car in a train. And then we have track inspectors that go along the railroads and look after the track inspectors and make sure that they're finding the defects that are required by federal law. We have a signal inspectors that will go and look at crossing signals, as well as we're now going to have wayside signal inspectors as well, per the governor's order when he required us to hire 4 additional inspectors. And then we have operational practice inspectors who look at the train crews and everything that they do and any of their operations and ensure that they're being compliant with the federal regulations. Again, our main duty is to ensure that the railroads are being compliant with federal law.
Okay, thank you. Questions for them? Chris?
So in your capacity, do you have awareness of all the fossil fuel trains that are coming through Oregon or through the metropolitan area?
Yes, we do.
And do you share that with the Portland Bureau of Emergency Management or any other part of city government?
Currently, we are working on hazardous materials regulations for the reporting of hazardous material transported in the state. That's currently, we will have some outreach programs coming up next month, and we will be visiting cities such as Kaiser. We're going to visit Portland, Bend, and Klamath Falls.
So currently the answer is no.
Currently, we have regulations on the books, but we are in the process of revising those regulations to be more inclusive for the state fire marshals and emergency responders.
Howard?
Well, I'm glad you're here because I want to talk more about the state of Oregon than just Portland in terms of the transport of this stuff. Are you concerned at all, or are we looking into any way in which these rails are being overused or in any way being compromised by these long trains?
Well, what we do is enforce the federal regulations that are currently on the books, and there is no requirement for a length of train at this particular time, if I take your question correctly.
Yeah. Would you make such a recommendation?
Howard, speaking to the mic. And if you can speak into that mic too, or just turn it toward you, great. Thank you.
Yes, we enforce the federal regulations about train size, and so we don't have the luxury of determining what the length of a train would be for a state. That would be a federal regulation, and I would encourage you to talk to your congressman.
Would you make such a recommendation?
Again, I don't make recommendations as far as train length.
Other questions? Don?
Quick question. Does your organization, are you in charge of inspecting the condition of rail lines and rail beds relevant to safety?
Yes, we are. We inspect them, and we make sure that the railroads are doing their inspections as well. And if we were to find defective conditions, we will deal with them in the appropriate manner, whether that be a defect to the railroad or a violation, which is a civil penalty against them, or we also have the authority to pull something out of service if we need to.
Great, thank you.
Karen?
I have a question. Would ODOT be willing to do extra special inspection of railways and lines in the case of the project we're doing if somebody were to ask for more consideration of a certain area?
Currently, we do spend extra time on any hazardous materials route. We're aware of the transport of crude oil in the state, and we do concentrate on those areas as well, giving them additional inspections.
Gary?
Can you say a bit about the mechanisms that are usually behind rail crashes, and particularly crashes involving fossil fuels, and whether they're mostly related to track and signaling issues, which you seem to have a good surveillance system on, or whether they're related to other causes?
You want that one?
I'll try to answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think your question is related to derailments in general. I mean, when a train derails, it doesn't necessarily know if there's hazmat in the train or not, right? So that's not such, hazmat doesn't cause a derailment. So the factors that we're looking at primarily are a track, mechanical issues, or human factor issues. And so it's generally assigned to one of those three causes for the derailment. And I believe the latest numbers was track cause was the leading cause of derailments. We can follow up on that and make sure that we get you good information on what the leading cause of derailments currently was in the state.
Yeah, thank you. 'Cause what I'm trying to get a sense of is whether the inspection system is tuned at the most likely hazards. And
I will tell you that track and human factor are key hazards at this time, and so we actually hire more track inspectors than we do other inspectors because we feel that making sure the track's in good shape ensures that the rail cars will stay on the rail. And I want to state that Oregon isn't, like I said, in partnership. We're above and beyond what's required. Oregon chooses to have this program. We're not mandated by anybody as the FRA or anything like that. So we choose to have the additional inspections in here to make sure that Oregon has safe railroads operating in it.
thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much for coming and testifying today, and appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
All right, that's what I had to start things off for you all, unless there's any other questions at this point.
Just a quick question on timing, in terms of what we do or don't do. If this, you enumerated how the votes may or may not go, and in the case of a tie, which I don't see happening because there's 9 people here, nothing
10.
happens. So, oh, there are 10. Okay, okay. So a tie means that this issue dies completely and goes away?
It may not go away, but for tonight,
But it will die.
tonight, it's done.
Done? Done means to me,
Well, it doesn't mean it goes away.
I know. I
No.
understand. I just want to understand the rules of the road here.
Yes.
Okay, so if there is no decision tonight because there is a tie, or because you vote it down, the issue dies in terms of your recommendation going on to City Council. City Council, however, has the prerogative to pass a resolution asking you to give either a yes or a no recommendation. So at that point, it would come back. You'd have to have another hearing and then pass on a recommendation. But since this came directly to the commission without a resolution from City Council, it dies if there's a no vote.
Or tie.
The motion dies, right? Just want to be clear, the motion dies.
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
Tom, last week you had very helpfully provided the information packet, FN curves from a number of jurisdictions, and I had requested that you plot those on one chart with the Pembina curves. Do we have that available?
We do not have that available.
That's disappointing.
Yes.
I also requested that we find out why other ports of inquiry are turning away these kinds of things.
There was a little bit in the back of the question and answer memo about that. Okay. If I recall, the Longview, the Port of Longview, it appears from the newspaper reports that they turned it down because of the location of the facility being right in the middle of the port, and that they were looking for something better, something with more jobs at that location, and that they had an alternative location that required more infrastructure development to make it accessible, and they were trying to push the propane company towards that one. For the Vancouver oil terminal, the city of Vancouver has passed a letter or a resolution in opposition to it, but that decision currently sits with the State of Washington Energy Facility Siting Council, and then it goes to the governor. And it's not clear from the timelines. Sometime either soon or in the next 6 months, the Facility Siting Council would make their recommendation to the governor.
And do we know any other ports, Seattle included, or up and down the Columbia, that are considering this or have tried it?
Not in terms of a propane facility.
Oh, Gary?
A process question. I have a technical question on the derivation of the credits, the 15% credits. Is now the time to ask that?
Yeah, you can ask
Okay.
about the credits.
So, Thomas, I went through the memo that came out around noon today. Looking at the estimates included in the Environmental Investment Fund, I get the 50% and I get the 20% on the new induced demand for propane, but I don't get the 15% displacement figures. And so can somebody walk me through that?
Yep. Mike.
Okay. Hi, Michael.
So I'm Michael Armstrong, no relation other than in spirit with Tom with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. So as you pointed out, we took the total emissions from the life cycle of the propane.
Actually, Michael, can you speak up a little? I'm really deaf.
Certainly.
Thank you.
We took the total emissions from the life cycle of the propane production through end use, assumed that 50% would be used for feedstocks, and therefore not combusted. Of the balance, we assumed that 15% would displace coal and 15% would displace fuel oil or diesel. And so those assumptions are based on the understanding that most of the propane, the increase in demand for propane in Asia is coming out of the residential and commercial sectors. And so we don't have good data to work with. So these are assumptions, which is why we wanted to be really transparent about them. But the rationale is that propane is considerably cheaper than fuel oil, and it's considerably cleaner than coal. And so on the one hand, you have an economic incentive. Coal has significant local air quality impacts, and so the guess is that it would displace some coal, and then the balance is the result of adding inexpensive fossil fuels will increase demand for them. So we believe there will be more fossil fuels consumed as a result.
So that analysis is really restricted to the residential commercial sector?
That's right.
What's puzzling me is that in the Bentech report, I didn't see any mention of oil use in the residential commercial sector. And coal use over that 13-year period went up about, 15%, something like that. So I'm having trouble reconciling that.
Yeah, so we looked at some additional information on the Asian market for propane, and there is not good data on what propane will be displacing. So I think you're accurately identifying a real question. In the residential and commercial sectors, for the most part, that's going to be used for heating, and so and in some cases some sort of commercial processes. And so we believe that it will be displacing fuel oil in particular, because propane is relatively it's relatively easy to transport, similar to fuel oil. It can get to remote locations, not the case, for example, for natural gas. And so that's the basis for the estimate, but it is an estimate.
Okay, so it's based more on the theoretic operation of those markets?
Correct.
Okay.
We don't have good empirical data to work with on that.
Thanks.
Other questions?
I have one question.
Karen?
Hang on just one sec. Is it okay to ask a question about the IGA?
Yes.
Okay, so I had a question, and maybe I'm missing it, or perhaps it just didn't end up here. On number 4 of the IGA, it talks about environmental impact mitigation, Part B, and there's a blank. How is the blank going to get filled in?
It's going to get filled in by you guys tonight doing this calculation and this number. And if you confirm that subcommittee of, going with 0.9 million metric tons and using 677, then we'll fill that number in with, $6.2 million.
Okay, because I'm seeing the connection between the memo on the carbon emissions and the IGA.
Right.
So they have two different names for the fund being set up, so are these two different funds? One is the Portland Environmental Health Fund, and one is the Environmental Investment Fund. So may I ask, are they synonymous?
Yes.
Okay, I thought they were two different funds.
So Just a typo.
Okay, that's all right. And then, so with the 6.77 per metric ton, and there'll be some adjustments for these 50%, 15% subtractions, at some point, we'll get to a point where we know what that number might be.
It's
We know it now.
6.2 million.
So
When
you
you make
said
all of
6.2.
those adjustments, you come
That's my
out to
question was-
6.2.
Okay. Thank you.
The number is actually $6,237,553 per year.
Okay.
And over the 25 years, it's $155,938,826 for 25 years.
Thank you.
Catherine?
Thank you.
Michael, are there other models that put a fee on carbon that instead of having to estimate what may or may not actually be, have a little bit more accurate way of tying the actual carbon emitted to a real number versus just we're approximating, we're guessing, we're assuming?
So the challenge in this case is that because we don't know the actual end use, we don't have a way to establish conclusively how that propane is going to be used. And so you either do need to make some assumptions about it, or you could, either way, you're going to make assumptions. And that's because there is no carbon price at the end use, to the best of our knowledge, because we don't know exactly where it's ending up.
So are there other jurisdictions who have taken a different approach than just making assumptions, or are we just kind of blazing a trail here?
We are blazing a bit of a trail here. And the distinction is in many places where you have carbon taxes, they're levied at the point of consumption, or at least distribution. And so you have a clean piece. In here, we're talking about kind of the middle of the chain, from production in Canada to consumption somewhere for some use in Asia. And so it is a different situation than you would typically see this kind of discussion.
Looks like Chris is taking my mic.
Well, I was just going to ask Michael, I think relevant to Kat's question, if this were going through Washington State, there would be a hazardous materials fee that would be levied just for passing into the state on 100% of the product, right? You can have the
Correct.
mic back.
So Washington State has a hazardous materials fee on first possession in the state of the product. So different construct there. It's not about how.
Considered a first possession kind of a 100% approach.
So that could happen if they use the Washington rail line route.
No, because it's never taken into possession by.
Has to be handled,
Correct.
okay.
Okay. Mike?
Well, yeah, a follow-up question. Are there any examples where, and this may be a good case argument for the precautionary principle, are there any jurisdictions that have just gone with the presumption that it would all be burned and base their analysis on that?
Not to my knowledge.
Any final questions before we head to the hearing and public testimony? I think that's it. We're going to get started with public testimony. I will call up 3 at a time. You have 2 minutes. The little clock in front of you will go from red, yellow, or green, yellow, red. When it turns red, you're done talking, and I will interrupt you, and we'll move on to the next one. So we'll talk with Kathy Kearse, start with Kathy Kearse, Paul Limley, and Dave Lovey. We'll just roll. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Paul Lumley. Oh, you're there. Dave Levy. Lively. Go ahead and get started, Paul. Paul? Can she go first? Yes. go ahead and get started. Kathy, speak into the mic.
Sheikh Pachwe. My Indian name is Wayasucks. My name is Kathy Sampson Cruzy. I'm a member of the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. Our true Indian name is Walulapum. I give you a small blessing. I stand here before you to give thanks. Thanks to the Creator and thanks to you for taking the time to hear my words. I stand here as a Walulapum woman, a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and great-grandmother. My homeland of Nichyawe is located in eastern Oregon at the beautiful Blue Mountains near the city of Pendleton, Oregon. I stand here before you to ask you to stop the bullies of Pembina Corporation, the national conglomerates who continue to desecrate and pillage our homelands of indigenous people, of the people who live in the rural areas of the nation and now here in the urban areas. Stop the destruction, the onslaught of resource extraction of dirty oil, fracking, coal, LNG, LPG, and nuclear. Oregon and Washington and the Pacific Northwest have a moral obligation to our children. The yet unborn, stand up against the corporate greed and colonialism. The manifest destiny that continues to take and take and take. We have seen them before in the name of progress. They killed the Buffalo Bar Railway. They panned for gold and brought disease. They took our ceded boundaries and sacred sites at Hanford. At Celilo, they brought the dams. I have 11 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. I ask you to deny Pembina, deny them. Stand for the people of the First Nations whose culture is being destroyed. It is a cultural genocide that is happening among us. You have the power. The commandment, the unwritten law, is the law of the land, the air, and the water. Please do what's right, not for my children and grandchildren, but for yours as well. Katsiaya, Kwale Sinma, we will be here forever.
Thank you. Paul, please, no clapping. We're going to try to get through this, so please, no clapping. Paul?
Thank you. My name is Paul Lumley. I'm the Executive Director of the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, and I work for 4 tribes, Yakima, Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Nez Perce. All 4 tribes have treaties with the United States that guaranteed their fishing rights at all usual and custom fishing places, and that includes the area where this site is proposed. I had heard from one of our tribes this afternoon about this proposal, and that there was a rumor that the tribes were not objecting or even supporting the proposal, and I was asked to come down here and make sure that the record is clear that we have at least one tribe that is expressing very strong concerns about this proposal. The concerns are related to safety, not only at the site, but also for the transportation. If there was an accident of any kind, it would affect the fishery resources that are protected under the treaties of 1855. Also, with the transportation, I realize you're looking only at the transportation at the site, but I strongly encourage you to look at all of the transportation, because the proposal includes about 180 trains per year that would all go through the Columbia River Gorge. And as a fisherman, I used to fish down there right in the area where these trains will come by. In our fishing communities, we live right next to the railroad tracks. It would present a very strong danger to the fishing community as well as the fishery. So I encourage you to look at all the transportation, not just at the site, because the proposal is absolutely nothing without the transportation that goes along with it. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to ask a question? Just a second.
I'm sorry. Can you state again that the tribes that are represented with your organization, as well as the tribe that came to you today?
Sure. I work for 4 tribes: Yakima, Umatilla, Warm Springs, and Nez Perce, and I'm a citizen of the Yakima Nation. The tribe that contacted me was Umatilla, and it was an elected official.
It was official?
An elected official that asked me to come down.
Okay. So it's their official view?
Their official view is they have significant concerns, and there's been, to date, no consultation with that tribe, and I don't think there's been any real consultation with any of the 4 tribes on our concerns with this proposal.
Okay, thank you.
May I add, you have a government-to-government responsibility. The state of Oregon and the city of Portland in 2012 passed a resolution that you must come to our tribal representatives for consultation, and this has not been done, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll take that up with staff afterwards.
Bye.
Thank you. Linda George Meows, I believe. Dave Louie, is it Lowy? And Fisher Williams. Yes.
Yes,
Get
good
started.
afternoon. My name is Linda George Mianis. I'm the great-granddaughter of Chief Tommy Thompson and Flora from Celilo. And I've always, salmon is part of our life and it's who we are. And we want to make sure that if this passes, that you're going to kill our salmon and also our life. And I'm a great-grandmother and a grandmother. And I feel that, salmon is our life and it's who we are. And if you pass this, you're going to kill what we live for and probably also for your people too. So we feel that, even with the coal and everything going through, and if you build it, you're going to destroy a way of life. Plus, you've already destroyed when you flooded Celilo Falls back in 1957. So I feel like this should not be passed, and I hope that you will consider that. And I feel my generation should live for our future generations, and I think they have that right to have a future. So
Thank you.
I think that our salmon is important to my people and the 4 tribes, plus also it's a healthy way of life. So.
Thank you.
Inga Fisher Williams. I live in Northeast Portland, very close to the proposed Sandy corridor route. And I want to call your attention to the sinkholes that are a matter of record on that track stretch, and also that it's parallel to the red line, the green line, and the blue line. And so if there's any hazards, it's the transportation that the city has so touted. I also want to thank you, which I've neglected to do, for your service to the community. We appreciate citizen volunteers and your diligence in asking important questions. The irony is that at the very same time that the Sustainable Commission report for the update of the Portland Climate Plan has been holding neighborhood hearings, and now this proposal is on the table and on track. And while we are urged to drink, sustainably grown coffee and drive Prius and grow our own food, the carbon impact from this proposal will erase all of those savings that staff has proposed. I urge you to make economic decisions for the 7th generation because, as Tom McCall said, Oregon is not a hussy that has to fling itself at every corporate suitor in exchange for jobs, and neither should Portland be. So, go home, look in the mirror. You have children, you have grandchildren. Think of the 7th generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Oding, Thurman Cohen, Lucinda Drake, Okay, well, we'll start with you and just go across. You have 2 minutes. Go.
My name is Sam Oding. I'm 13 years old, and we all attend Sunnyside Environmental School. Our climate action plan says to encourage refineries to provide products that aren't sourced from tar sands. I know Pembina has stated that this isn't going to be from the Alberta tar sands, but fracking still does the same thing to environment. Letting this terminal go in will be supporting the process of extracting these fossil fuels, which leads to unstable climate. Climate Action Plan 2030 Objective 3G states, establish a local fossil fuel export policy at the state level, oppose exports of coal and oil through Oregon. It's illogical to say yes to propane before we have a policy about these fuels. I understand that this policy is going to be for coal and oil only, but it's bizarre that propane is considered clean. It's a byproduct of the filthy process that it takes to extract these dangerous sources of unclean energy. I'm sure you've looked at images of the Alberta tar sands and places similar to it. I'm sure this terminal shouldn't even be discussed until our city has a fossil fuel export policy. I wouldn't want to be living in an area or a city involved in supporting that. I'm a middle schooler that is growing up into this mess that has been created by past decisions similar to this. It's your responsibility to make a decision that will have a huge impact on many people, especially young people like me, that will be faced with an unstable climate if we don't end up doing something about problems like this.
Hi, my name is Truman Cowan. I'm 14 years old. Getting clean energy should leave the land clean when producing it and should leave the air clean afterwards. If we let the propane terminal come into Portland, it means we are supporting fracking. Fracking is very dirty and leaves the land ruined. Just like if you try to take the chocolate chips out of a chocolate chip cookie. The cookie will never be the same. It's a nice forest that holds thousands of plants and animals, and once you take the natural gas out of the land, it is ruined. Pembina is wanting to ship 37,000 barrels of propane to Portland every day. That's a lot of propane that will soon be shipped off to Asia. Just because it is being burned across the world doesn't mean we should let it happen. It is still our world. I don't know about you guys, but I want to live in a clean world. I want my kids and grandkids to grow up in a clean world. If we keep saying yes to these kind of things, we will never live in a clean world. You can make a difference by saying no to this terminal.
Good afternoon. My name is Noah Brown, and I am 13 years old. The Pembina facility would be one of Portland's largest energy users, requiring an estimated 8,000 megawatt hour of electricity per month, which would result in 20,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year, approximately 0.7% of Portland's annual CO2 emissions. This is a huge use of electricity and is a really big waste when we could be using it for things that are better for our environment. I try to be responsible at home to conserve hard-earned energy, like keeping the lights off. I don't take super long showers, and most of our appliances are energy efficient. Using all this energy for the terminal makes me feel that even though I try so hard to make our world a better place, Pembina comes in and everyone forgets what is important because all the people who make decisions start seeing dollar signs and forget what really matters in the world. A future for young people with a clean environment. On top of this, 552 to 828 million gallons of propane that will be transported through the facility annually would result in the release of 36 to 60 million metric tons of CO2 per year, approximately 0.01% of total global CO2 emissions. Also, the Pembina site is located in an earthquake zone, and the Pembina company has not detailed seismic protections and has declined answering questions about this issue. I learned all about earthquakes during this year at school, and the earthquake is going to happen. If the earthquake hits, there could be big explosions and leaking, which could go into our waterways and damage our river, wildlife, and people surrounding it. This is not what I want in my future, and a lot of other youths don't want this either. For the greater good of our future and life, I would personally appreciate it if you would keep the environmental conservation zoning as it is and prohibit the terminal from being built. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lucinda Drake. I'm 14 years old. Every year, the winters get a little shorter, the summers get a little hotter, and glaciers shrink a little more because of global warming. When I'm an adult and I have kids of my own and they have kids of their own, I want them to be able to know what snow is. I want them to be able to see polar bears, not just remember them as something that once was. I want there to be clean, accessible water everywhere that people need it. I want there to be public parks and trees and renewable energy that will not pollute the only planet we have. But but on the path that we are going, I don't know if that is possible. By putting in a propane terminal on our protected land is not the way to a better future. It will only cause harm to the animals, land, and air nearby and all over. We don't have a choice in what world we live in, but we do have a choice in how we treat it.
Good afternoon. My name's Jan Zuckerman, and I've been a teacher for more than 30 years, and I've been their teacher. 20 years ago, I co-founded the Environmental Middle School, which is now Sunnyside Environmental School in Southeast Portland, and have been dedicated to connecting children to the natural world for as long as I can remember. As you can imagine, it's not easy to look middle school students in the eyes and teach them the hard facts about what we've done to our planet in the name of progress, and at the same time instill hope in them about the future with an unstable climate. For years, my colleagues and I skirted around the issue because it was just too hard to face. Although we aren't losing our island culture to the sea or dying of starvation, our actions here in Portland impact those that are suffering. It is clear that we no longer have the luxury of ignoring the facts, nor is it ethical to leave our children to solve the problems that we've created. 3 years ago, we held a climate change teach-in at Sunnyside, and our keynote speaker, Ricky Ott, a marine toxicologist and activist, shared startling facts about climate change with our students. Yet instead of dwelling on the negative, she told the children that they were fortunate to live in the most important time in history, where the very future of life on this planet as we know it was in their hands. She passionately invited them to seize the opportunity to make real change by educating themselves, making their voices heard, and taking action to set us on a path of life, not destruction. Her words were inspiring and hopeful, yet urgent. Now is the time, not tomorrow or next year. Right now, we must become change agents. There is no time to lose. Unfortunately, our children cannot do this alone. They need us to stand with them. 25 years ago, city planners had the foresight to protect a tiny area of green space in Portland, and now it's up to you to decide whether to change the zoning or leave it in place. Thoughtfully choosing to reject an amendment sends a very clear message to our children.
Thank you.
The state,
Thank you.
the nation, and the world that
Thank
we
you.
value life
Thank
and
you.
alternative means of energy. I'm almost done.
Thank you. We're 2 minutes.
Okay, you mean just 2 minutes? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Feldman, Marion Hayes, Guy Bellinger, Behringer. Laura, you want to get started?
Okay. The members of Occupy St. John's ask you to stand with the St. John's
Your name?
Oh, sorry. I always do that. Laura Feldman.
Thank you.
The members of Occupy St. John's ask you to stand with the St. John's Neighborhood Association in opposing Pembina. Residents of St. John's and the surrounding neighborhoods have already borne the burden of storing and transporting hazardous materials and industrial waste. Host to the most concentrated levels of contamination along the 11-mile stretch of the Willamette River designated as a Superfund site, the peninsula is crisscrossed by major trucking routes and rail lines, carrying oil trains and receiving the toxic emissions from nearby manufacturers such as Daimler, Vigor, and ESCO corporations. Levels of benzene and arsenic in North Portland's air already exceed the state benchmarks for these toxins by 5 times. Air quality at local schools has been ranked in the bottom 1% of the nation. In the event of an accident, these levels would increase exponentially. The New Star Energy Terminal Port Facility just south of the St. John's Bridge in Linton receives and ships potentially combustible petroleum products such as gasoline, jet fuel, kerosene, distillate, as well as residual and other fuel oils and greases, fertilizers, and other chemical products. Also south of the bridge, the LNG tank, which the oil trains pass. It has a blast area of 1/4 mile, meaning everything incinerated in that distance. Very close to the LNG tank is Siltronic stored liquid hydrogen, which will probably go if the LNG tank goes. If the LNG tank explodes, it will most likely take out the St. John's Bridge. These fuels, particularly the gasoline, are vulnerable to fire, potentially creating a catastrophic domino effect. This is my neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Baugh, members of the Commission. My name is Marion Haynes. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for the Portland Business Alliance. We represent more than 1,800 member companies around the Portland metro region, and I'm here to testify in support of the text amendment that you have before you today. The proposed Pembina project would be located on an infill site that is already zoned industrial. What's before you today is just a minor adjustment to make the code consistent with permitted rail and truck commodities across environmental zones in the harbor every day. If Pembina were asking to rail or truck this material, we wouldn't be before you today. It's simply extending what can already be done by those modes to pipe. The project has a lot of community benefits. It's an unprecedented private sector economic investment in the city and would create a significant number of jobs and tax revenues for not only the city of Portland, but other taxing jurisdictions. We believe that the safety issues have been largely addressed in the reports and that there are adequate assurances there. Propane is a clean alternative fuel source. It's looked at as a bridge fuel and it's part of Obama's climate action plan. And so we would urge you to support this resolution before you today. Thanks.
Thank you. Guy?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Guy Berliner. I gave you all something that I'm hoping you'll be able to see. This is a picture of a derailment that just happened in Seattle just this past year in July. Folks, there's a real problem here of informed consent today. It's apparent these rail cargoes of fossil fuels pose new, unusual, and extraordinary risks. Our rail infrastructure is not prepared to handle them. Railroad engineers are terrified of hauling them. I know because I just heard from a bunch of them in Olympia 2 weeks ago at a conference. Yet it never occurred to most people who live in a house near the tracks that they were signing up to live in a blast zone. What assurances are you folks prepared to offer thousands of people who live along the routes the trains may take? It certainly won't be, we thoroughly looked into the matter and concluded with full confidence in the safety provisions that have been made for these shipments. More importantly, I would ask each of you to weigh your decision in this matter in the light of how you would feel having to explain it to the relatives of someone who gets killed or whose home is destroyed in some god-awful inferno when one of these tanker cars ruptures. Will it be, well, we decided this stuff's going to get sent somewhere, so Portland might as well get the tax revenue out of it. Or maybe, hey, all we were called upon was to decide about a short little length of pipe next to a dock. Oh, sure. We heard about the safety hazards of petrochemicals by rail. How could we not have? The derailments, fires, and explosions were all over the news the entire month preceding our last hearing. But, you know, we just decided that's a problem for federal regulators. The same federal regulators who have told us that they're predicting 10 to 20 derailments per year. We decided that's their problem. We'll pass the buck to them. Is that the answer you want to give those folks? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Theodore Tongas, Erwin Bergenon, and Rose Christopherson. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Theodora Songas. I'm an environmental health scientist and a member of the Environmental Health Work Group of Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility. and the Multnomah County Local Emergency Planning Committee, and a member of the Climate Change and Health Topic Committee of the American Public Health Association. I have 39 years' experience evaluating the health effects of exposure to hazardous and toxic materials. I've worked as a health scientist epidemiologist for a variety of federal and state agencies, including the Oregon Health Authority. I'm speaking today on behalf of Oregon Physicians for Social Responsibility. We've submitted comments, but I felt it was important to speak to you directly today. Today is World Health Day. Today you have the opportunity to take action to enhance the health of the people and environment of Portland and to do the same for the people and environment of planet Earth. You can do so by rejecting the proposal to change the environmental conservation zone at Terminal 6 and rejecting the proposal to build a propane export terminal in Portland. We need prevention, not mitigation. As you have heard from many commenters today and at previous hearings and in submitted comments, this proposed zone change and terminal is a bad idea. It flies in the face of good science, local and global equity, and the values and needs of the people of this city. Do the right thing. Protect the health and well-being of the people of this city and this planet. We need prevention, not mitigation. We simply cannot afford the risks associated with this project. Please help us celebrate World Health Day by rejecting the proposal to change the zoning and rejecting the proposal for a propane terminal in Portland. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
You want me next? Okay. Hi. I am Dr. Rose Christofferson. I'm a retired physician, and also I have a PhD in philosophy. A long time ago, I used to teach logic. And logic is a lovely thing because it's actually sort of hollow. There's really nothing except the structure of thought. I'm very grateful because what I was going to say in my talk has mostly been said much better by other people. So I will just go back to a few things. First of all, I'm very grateful to the Physicians for Social Responsibility and the statements they made 2 meetings ago about how putting in a nuclear power plant in a tsunami zone is somewhat similar to putting in a propane tank in an earthquake zone. Then Pembina presented some plans for making a propane tank foundation that would probably survive an earthquake, a large 9.0 earthquake. And they presented a formula for risk. And so I just want to go back to that formula for risk. It was basically risk equals the probability of an event times the damage it would cause. Then what they did is they discussed the risk of a quake-caused explosion. And we've seen on all these explosion zones on the media here. And they seem to drop the question of the train wrecks, which have been beautifully covered with maps and where the propane explosions would occur. And so that's great. Thank you for doing that. I could not have done that nearly so well. So those are the risk of a train wreck is much larger than the risk of a 9.0 earthquake. And the risk of air pollution and all those dangers that come just from having trains coming through is horrible and is continuous, as has been described quite recently. So there are...
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
My name is Irvin Bergman. I live in the Cully neighborhood. I lived there for 45 years. And my home and all the other homes in Cully and Concordia are within 200 feet of the railroad tracks that will be used to haul propane one. And so we are very concerned about safety. We had a derailment about 10 years ago, only about a quarter mile from my house. There was no deaths, fatalities, anything like that, but we are concerned. And because, amongst other things, we have grade crossings, and the news on grade crossing problems have been quite publicized. Also, vandalism. You are not aware of how many people use .50 caliber ammunition for practicing. With the armor-piercing shell, it will go right through a tank and puncture it, and basically you have a problem. So I'm opposing this on the totality of both the trains, the tanks, and the shipping. And folks that supported this said, well, don't worry about it. It's your barbecue and all this. You should be familiar with that. Well, that's not the case. Scale is important. When is the last time you saw a gas truck or gasoline truck going through the tunnel on Highway 26? You've probably never seen any other tunnels. They are aware of the problem. And the Coast Guard, based on the information that they put out on the Oregon LLG, their recommendation was, in the absence of the risk mitigation measures proposed by the applicant as modified and clarified by the measures described in this analysis and the resources necessary to implement them, or in the absence...
Thank you.
Okay, one of the things is a 500-meter blast zone for the entire river length and a 1,800-meter blast zone.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Excuse me, just one quick question for you, Bergen. Are you with the Collie Neighborhood Association?
I am with the Collie Neighborhood Association.
So
I'm
you
the quality
represent
of life
them?
person.
Do you represent them in that comment?
I think so. Well, I mean, I have not been delegated officially blessed by the neighborhood.
Okay, that's good. That's good enough.
Thank you.
Marilyn Sewell, Ellen Latham, and Ryan Rittenhouse. You want to get started?
Oh, sure. Thank you for letting us speak today. My name is Ryan Rittenhouse. I represent Friends of the Columbia Gorge. We are the only nonprofit environmental organization committed to preserving and protecting the Columbia River Gorge National Scenic Area, and we are largely the reason for its existence. We've been working on preserving and protecting it and fostering economic, sustainable development within the entire length of the scenic area since it was passed in 1986. Our vision for the scenic area is one of responsible development, one that takes into account the safety of the environment and the well-being of all the beings living in it. Our vision for it is not to turn it into a giant fossil fuel corridor for the fossil fuel industry to transport its product to the Pacific Northwest coastline. That was never our intention, and it stands to challenge and threaten everything we've been working so hard to protect in that region. I know it's very easy to look at a project like this and only consider its own specific, very focused merits, but I encourage you not to do that. I encourage you to look at the cumulative impacts of this project. This is just one piece of a barrage of fossil fuel projects proposed in the Pacific Northwest, which includes coal, oil, liquefied natural gas, propane, and possibly even others. We are very, very concerned about the cumulative impacts from all these projects. You don't have the authority to make a decision or to even impact the other projects we're talking about, the oil terminal in Vancouver or the coal terminals in Bellingham or in Longview. But you do have a responsibility and the authority to affect this project and this piece of the pie, so to speak. There were also a few things I wanted to address. One is in relation to the cumulative impacts. The presentation earlier, the gentleman said that the commodity being transported doesn't have an impact on the actual safety of the rail line. But when coal dust gets off the railroad trains, it can contaminate the ballast and deteriorate it and lead to an increase in derailments. So please, please consider the cumulative impacts of all these projects. Thank you.
My name is Marilyn Sewell, and I am the Minister Emerita of the First Unitarian Church, a congregation of some 1,600 members here in Portland. Many of the members of my church are activists and will support my message this afternoon. In short, climate change is the most significant moral issue of our day. Pembina is seeking to use our port facilities to export propane, selling it as a, quote, clean and safe alternative, unquote. It is, in fact, neither clean nor safe, for it is created by fracking, a damaging extraction process. So Portland, recently given the title of climate champion by the White House, is being asked to provide infrastructure that would massively increase our carbon footprint. Is this in keeping with our history and our image, with our witness to the rest of the country? I want to address the members of the Planning and Sustainability Commission directly and personally. I would ask you to note who is testifying for the code change and who is testifying against the code change. Virtually everyone testifying in favor will in some way profit from Pembina's presence. It's all about money. On the other hand, those testifying against are citizens who have no personal interest or profit motive. They simply care about the planet. So I ask the Commission members, who is speaking for justice and the moral good today? And who is speaking for short-term profit? Your choice is clear. You can become global warming enablers, or you can do the right thing and say no to the proposed code changes. Most of you on this commission are not as old as I am, I think. I think a lot about my mortality and what I will leave behind. What will we say, you and I, when the younger generation asks us a few years down the pipe?
Thank you.
Where did you stand when the world started burning?
Thank you.
How did you use your power to make a difference?
Thank you.
We are the Raging Grannies, and we would like to sing for you.
And I'm Ellen Latham, and I signed up. My friends are going to help give our testimony, my testimony and theirs.
So is it going to be in 2 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Perfect.
Propane can be bad as oil, do-da, do-da. Frack it and the earth does boil, oh, do-da day. A bridge fuel it is not, it costs the earth a lot. To pipe and ship this gas around, the earth's in a very bad spot. Pembina wants to bring propane, do-do, do-do, to a place where creatures thrive, oh, do-do day. Nasty chemicals, refinery pollution, mile-long trains every other day, methane and CO2. We don't need propane if we use our brains. No need to drill or pipe in gas. Clean energy's more sane. And no explosions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Unless you want to, thank you.
Arlene Dixon, John Tepela, and Luke Griffin. Yes, have a seat. Luke Griffin, John. What?
Who's first?
Talberth. John Talberth. Is he here? Go ahead and get started.
I'm Adrienne Dickinson. I'm here with Eco Faith Recovery, an inclusive group, an ecumenical group that shares a love of our earth and a sense that we have a sacred responsibility to be stewards. I invite you to think of the majesty and beauty of creation, where plants and animals live in balance amidst the rocks and soil, rivers, glaciers, oceans, forests, deserts, and plains. How marvelous to be part of a creation where plants and animals can change and adapt to changing environments. Such a marvelous and perfect gift. But our human species learned how to use technology to find energy hidden in the earth. And we have relatively quickly come to this place where the blessing is becoming a curse. Mining, drilling, paving, fracking, shaving off mountains and forests, polluting oceans and waterways has become a frantic frenzy. We realize fossil fuels will end. Environments have changed too quickly, and species are becoming extinct at an accelerating and alarming rate. We now see the risk for our own species as well. Being a person of faith, we see all that is happening with grief, but not with despair. We are part of the problem, but we are also part of the solution, all of us, individually and together. We make choices as individuals, but none of us be free of fossil fuels, which will end without the combined efforts of the whole community. Governments have the power to choose what to support and what to reject. You are part of the fabric. Each decision lined up moves us together away from fossil fuels and toward healing of the planet Earth. Your decision today will help get us there together. Thank you.
John, you want to go?
Chairman Bao, members of the commission, my name is John Talberth of Center for Sustainable Economy. Good to see you again, and I hope you've had a chance to review our supplemental testimony. I want to address just one of our points, which is this. The code amendment is not just about a small segment of pipe on one site. This has been grossly misreported and misrepresented. While all the attention thus far has been on Pembina and Terminal 6, the reality is that this code amendment opens the door to propane export and distribution facilities on 21 other lots zoned IH that have navigation access and which currently are protected with environmental overlays. This is because the vast majority of global trade in LPG is conducted using what are known as small and handy-sized gas carriers capable of navigating in shallow waters at depths at or above those that exist at the 21 additional sites, inappropriately excluded from the EESE analysis. The memo by Tom Bullion attached to the port submission misses this point entirely. He only addressed very large gas carriers, which represent a small and declining share of global LPG transport. He's also dead wrong in the contention that small gas carriers are unsuitable for the LPG trade. In fact, 78% of global trade is conducted using these smaller vessels, and their economic advantages have been extolled by shippers such as Navigator, whose fleet increasingly relies on them. The reason why this is a big issue is because once the door to LPG exports is open to Pembina, the industry clustering effect will make it more likely that additional LPG exporters will be attracted here to utilize those other sites. The planning and permitting you do for Pembina helps that clustering effect along by lowering costs for subsequent applications. For example, no future applicant seeking LPG exports from any of those additional sites will have to go through this process, which is good for them, bad for the public. So this fact, coupled with other economic advantages Portland already has for LPG exports, and Pembina has made this case to you many times, will greatly increase the likelihood of additional LPG export facilities. Please take this into consideration and vote no. We don't want to be a magnet attracting a lot more of this industry. Thank you.
My name is Luke Griffin. I'm with the Concordia Neighborhood Association, and we strongly urge the city to reject the proposed zoning amendment. The development of the Port of Portland Terminal 6 propane facility directly contradicts the intentions of the landmark draft climate action plan and poses a real and significant danger to the health and safety of residents of Concordia neighborhood, much of North and Northeast Portland, and Vancouver, Washington. Studies for this facility's safety impacts need to account for the hazardous propane that will be transported by rail through our communities, something of grave concern to us, as the propane will be likely transported along the Kenton rail line, which travels through our neighborhood. Though Pembina insists that they do not have control of the propane while it's in transit to their facility, they will be the ones driving the increased traffic of this hazardous fuel through our neighborhoods, and thus should be held accountable for its possible impact. In addition to the obvious and unacceptable safety issues to the Portland community, the high carbon dioxide and methane emissions from processing, shipping, and burning great quantities of propane would add to the growing problem of global warming. Pembina has portrayed propane as a transition fuel, even though it is a hydrocarbon byproduct of gas and oil processing. Some of Pembina's propane will be obtained by fracking, a practice that destroys groundwater quality and poses significant health risks to both human and non-human life. Fracking also causes the release of large amounts of methane gas, which is even more damaging to the atmosphere than carbon dioxide. This proposal clearly expands fossil fuel use and is in obvious conflict with our own city's climate action plan. Again, we strongly urge the city to reject the proposed environmental overlay zone boundary and code amendment that would enable placement and construction of the Pembina facility in the name of the safety of Portland residents and in the name of saying no to the practices that contribute negatively to global warming and environmental degradation. The decision to accept or reject this proposal is where climate change rhetoric means on-the-ground action and where the choice is made between fossil fuels and renewable energy. Any short-term financial gains from doing business are both negligible and ethically reprehensible in the face of clear levels of risk to our community and the global community at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Daphne Weisham, April Smith, William Brake. You want to get started?
Good afternoon. My name is Daphne Weisham, and I'm speaking today as a mother and as a climate policy fellow with the Center for Sustainable Economy. The Pembina propane terminal proposed for Portland will undermine Portland's and the planet's sustainability in numerous ways. I live within the blast zone of train tracks carrying crude and other petroleum products. I fear for my community's safety. Physicists compare the blast from a propane train explosion to a Hiroshima-sized nuclear blast. At a recent train safety conference in Olympia, Washington, locomotive engineers expressed grave concern for the communities their trains travel through. They told us they were too often sleep-deprived and forced to work around the clock. Engineers that report safety hazards are routinely fired. In addition to the serious climate concerns which my group has already submitted and others have mentioned, both the process of fracking to produce propane and the end product, plastic, is completely unsustainable. The state of Oregon is considering a 10-year moratorium on fracking. In addition, the city of Portland has banned plastic bags, recognizing their harm to the environment. And Oregon's legislature is currently considering a ban on microbeads made from plastics, including propylene. Should Pembina's facility get built, we will be exporting a material that will make products Portland and Oregon have banned or are considering banning because they are harmful to the environment. Please live up to your city's green reputation and help us move away from an unsustainable economy such as that based on fossil fuels and reject the Pembina propane export terminal. Thank you.
These are my pictures over here. Hi, I'm April Smith, and I live at Class Harbor. That's 1.3 miles east of Terminal 6. This is my dream home. There are many beautiful floating homes along the communities along the river, and these are dream homes for others as well. My husband is a retired educator, and I'm a nurse. We've lived here since 2000. We experience the Portland seasons here with our children and 4 grandchildren. The little ones can't wait to come over to swim, look for blue herons and eagles, fish from our dock, and go for a boat ride with Papa. The Oregon Slough Railroad Bridge is 100 yards east of my home. Oil trains are currently crossing this 109-year-old bridge at least twice a day. If propane begins to be transported over these same rails, my home will be surrounded with danger. I don't want my loved ones to face this risk. The Habitat Conservation Zone has protected my home from these dangers for 26 years. Please do not change these protections. I don't want to leave my dream home, but I can't expose my family to the risk a propane terminal would bring. The excessive noise and diesel fumes brought about by rail transportation will have a very negative impact on the quality of life at my home. We purchased our home trusting that the City of Environmental Overlay Zone restriction would endure, protecting our property values. This project will devastate the value of Class Harbor homes. We have hosted weddings, vacations, and even a memorial service from our deck. The river, our witness. I'm saddened and disappointed that the City of Portland is not taking into account the loss of value to our community. Please keep the environmental overlay zone restrictions in place. The quiet beauty of the river is my joy and the place I want to live out my retirement years. I want to leave this beautiful place to my children and their children so that Sadie, Lucy, Mason, and Dylan can continue to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I am William Brake, a retired engineer with 35 years experience in the natural gas business. In January 1980, I was working the night shift as a plant operator at a natural gas plant some 50 miles away from Phillips, Texas, and heard and felt an explosion. That's 50 miles away. I was notified an hour later that a large hydrocarbon explosion had rocked the Borger, Texas refinery and NGL processing center, obliterated part of the industrial area, and blew out the windows in every house in the town of Phillips. Some 2,500 people in that town were permanently evacuated, and the town was shut down as a result of $78 million worth of damage. The community of Phillips, Texas, from 1938 through 1980, a 42-year history, exists only as a memory. The Port of Portland is a middleman operation in the energy chain from the wellhead to the final burner tip. As a middleman operation, the Port of Portland will receive less than 2 cents per gallon, non-escalating, for the 25-year life of this project. Is this the right thing for Portland? As an engineer, 2 things concern me. The propane storage tank has a total weight of over 103 million pounds. This is 10% of the weight of a World Trade Center tower that collapsed on 9/11. Is the soil strong enough? Is it earthquake resistant? Thermal stress, ground freezing, water tables. Is it really the right process for Portland? And lastly, the propane storage tank will fill and empty twice a month and will grow and shrink 4 inches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicole Mescal, Joe Miller, Piper Nash. Go ahead and get started.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Northeast Coalition of Neighbors. My name is Micah Mescal, and I'm a board member for NECN. We are here today because we are very concerned. NECN is comprised of 12 neighborhoods in North and Northeast Portland, representing over 60,000 Portland residents. NECN staff and volunteer board members are dedicated to improving the safety, livability, and sustainability of our service area. NECN has taken keen interest in this amendment decision, as our member neighborhoods are located within just a few miles of the proposed facility it would enable, and the propane that will likely be transported via the Kenton rail line that passes through 2 of our neighborhoods. Plain and simple, our neighborhoods and communities say no to Pembina. Alone, the multitude of safety and pending safety analyses for the facility warrants a meticulous and thorough review of all sides of the project before a decision that would allow a facility such as Pembina's is made. But when coupled with the global climate implications associated with such a facility, the decision becomes much clearer from the perspective of NECN. Local and global emissions would be a huge source of CO2 emissions to our community. Local and global emissions pose a real and significant danger to the health and safety of our community, our residents, and this facility would be a huge source. Approval of the amendment and development of this facility not only increases the risk to our community, but it directly contradicts the intentions of the Landmark Climate Action Plan that the city and PSC helped to draft earlier this year. In closing, the PSC should not make a decision to approve the amendment with the current information available. I want to refer back to a quote in the Oregonian from September of Pembina's CEO, Mick Digler, and I quote, "If it turns out the people of Portland don't want this, we don't have a deal," end quote. Respectfully, Mick Digler, Portland doesn't want Pembina. Lastly, I'd like to draw attention to the City of Portland neighborhood map that is becoming redder and redder as we see the different neighborhoods that are opposing.
Thank you. Joe?
Joe Miller, Portland, Oregon. The world in Portland urgently needs to transition away from fossil fuels and toward clean energy, energy efficiency, resource conservation, etc. Portland's official policies and climate action plan endorse just such a transition. Pembina's proposal takes us in exactly the opposite direction. Propane is a fossil fuel and a byproduct of fracking other fossil fuels. Its production perpetuates and cannot be disentangled from the many massive and well-documented problems created by fracking. Problems such as massive pollution of our air, land, and water, a variety of health problems, high methane leakage rates. Methane is 86 times more potent than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period in trapping heat. Fracked natural gas is not a bridge to the future. An additional major source of problems is the fact that the so-called fracking boom is really a bubble and can't possibly be sustained for a number of reasons. I urge the commissioners to act on its charge to provide stewardship, development, and maintenance of Portland's Climate Action Plan, and to reject Pembina's proposal and the zoning change necessary for it to move forward.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Piper Nash, a medical student at Oregon Health and Science University. This is National Public Health Week. I'm here today to speak with you about the local and global impact of Pembina's propane proposal on human and environmental health. I'm here to urge you to reject the proposal to change zoning in order to build a propane terminal in Portland. We do not want to change the environmental conservation zone at Terminal 6, nor do we want a propane export terminal in Portland. By refusing this proposal, you will be doing great work to protect the health and safety of humans, animals, and this beautiful environment that we call home. There are too many risks associated with Pembina's proposal in terms of public health. Diesel will constantly pollute our air, our land, and water, harming the most vulnerable. There will also be negative impacts on the local economy, fishing, and recreation around the shipping facility, and detraction from Portland's goals for resource conservation by allowing our city to be a thoroughfare for polluting fossil fuels. As a bottom line, transporting propane is dangerous and we don't want it in our city. Since 1993, Portland has been on the forefront of conservation, environmental health, and reducing carbon emissions. Citizens are currently considering the most recent version of the Climate Action Plan for the city. We hope to reduce carbon emissions by 80% by 2050. Accepting this proposal directly contradicts Portland's goals and sends the wrong message to citizens of this city who deserve to live in a safe and healthy environment. Propane is a 3-carbon fuel source that, when burned, contributes to carbon emissions, the greenhouse gas effect, and climate change. When propane leaks, it can accumulate and cause fires or explode. Moreover, propane has been shown to be detrimental to the central nervous system and humans' ability to breathe. Honor public health this week. Please make the right choice and refuse Pembina's proposal and the zoning change.
Thank you. Bob Salinger, Ron Ebersole, Mary Lyons. Bob, you want to get started?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Salinger. I'm the Conservation Director for the Audubon Society of Portland. It's already been said, but I think it bears repeating. When this project was first announced, Pembina CEO Mick Dilger announced, if the people of Portland don't want this, we don't have a deal. It's hard to imagine the people of Portland could have spoken any louder and clearer than they already have, and they've said no, they do not want Pembina. Moving forward with this project will make a mockery of the city's commitment to addressing climate change. Purchase of green energy and carbon offsets does not mitigate for the fact that Portland will be building infrastructure that will promote and sustain this dirty industry for decades to come. Portland should build its future on clean and sustainable industries, not hitch its economic wagon to industries that we need to drive into obsolescence. From our perspective, this hearing really shouldn't even be happening today. It's amazing how much of the information is still incomplete, and how much of it's only emerged in the last 7 days. Some of it is this morning. There's been no effort to address the risk of transport by rail and by boat. Pembina has argued that that's out of their jurisdiction, and the city, I've heard, say we don't have any control over much of what passes on the rails. But the fact is, you do have control over this, and the city ought to be exercising a greater degree of influence on ensuring that the rails are safe for our communities, and it ought to start now with Pembina. The IGA that the city points to as evidence that we can work with Pembina is nothing more than a 2-page framework. None of those deals have been sealed, and there's no reason this community should have any confidence that the city will be able to negotiate through the long list of items that it says will happen. We all know how easy it is to negotiate an IGA from the West Hayden Island experience, right? There are many other issues that haven't been addressed as well. But the bottom line is this is incomplete, and the ESEE analysis that was done by the city hasn't been updated since December. Finally, I want to say a word about Pembina.
Thank you.
And
Bob, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'm Ron Ebersol, and with the Northwest Citizen Science Group, and we've produced a couple of white papers that give you a lot of information. And as we look at it now, Pembina has produced a QRA analysis that is remarkable for what it doesn't include. Rail transport to the propane terminal, true earthquake risk, domino effects, and terrorism. None of that's covered very well. It is focused entirely on normal operation and basically assumes that everything is well controlled. There's a long history with the fossil fuel industry, and the size and number of disasters illustrate the very real danger, no matter what the industry claims. The statistical risk curves produced by Pembina are very misleading. The actual physics of a blast or rupture, which they are still subject to when including all the potential hazards, covers a much broader area and will potentially impact many neighborhoods. Despite Pembina's assertion that it will never happen due to their great safety record and all their precautions, there are incidents outside of their control. The physics of a vapor cloud explosion or a levee do not look at the statistical risk curves. Pembina has spent a lot of money on public relations to try and build up goodwill, but still downplays and avoids the issues of rail transport, potential blast zones in their meetings with neighborhood associations. The neighborhoods have to deal with all the issues, just not the few encapsulated in the QRA. A few $1 million offered to neighborhood projects does not reduce the number of propane unit trains or buy a smaller blast radius. Propane terminals do not belong in neighborhoods. They need to be located away from cities where the results of an explosion impact only those who are willing to risk their lives working at the facility. Pembina continually plays up that they're investing.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Lyons. I'm a citizen of Longview, Washington, and I'm representing landowners and citizens for a safe community. I lived in Seattle for 25 years before moving to Longview 10 years ago. My perspective of Portland is that of an outsider, a competitor at times when I lived in Seattle, and now as someone who's learning about Portland firsthand through media and personal experience. Pembina's withholding of information regarding safety concerns of this proposal and their deliberate opposition to transparency is a blazing red flag in light of the disastrous and tragic history of this industry. I'm truly shocked that the same city which adopted a climate action plan would even consider this company as a shipmate. I see a city and state which are very proud of the leadership they've exhibited in very challenging environmental dilemmas of the past, like water conservation and recycling. A commission decision to set aside the action portion of the climate action plan for this one company is a screaming message that the emperor has no clothes, the scam is on, zones are window dressing, and rather than leading, Portland and Oregon are following other notorious cities and states that have sold themselves short to an unpredictable and unreliable source of income. Now is not the time to flinch from the courageous goals which past leaders of this city and state adopted. The rest of the country and world are beginning to hear your prophetic voice with regard to climate change, and it's time for Port leaders to practice courage and faith. Courage to turn away from the shiny object of self-destructive, unsustainable energy sources like dangerous propane, and faith in an electorate that has told you loud and clear of their determined commitment to create a better world, one port, one river, one vote at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Spout, Tim Hilzer, and Jeff Geisler. Go ahead and get started.
Hi, my name is Alan Sprott, and I live in a floating home neighborhood on Marine Drive next to the proposed terminal. I'm fully in support of the code change necessary to make this project go forward. I think the environmental impacts from the pipeline crossing the overlay are negligible. The proximity of the project to residential areas is the direct result of land use planning that goes back decades, which pushes residential areas next to industrial areas. From the safety side, I'm attentive to the issues, but I'm comfortable with the safety risks. I think that the risk analysis done by Pembina demonstrates that the risks are manageable. I think that the company has an excellent safety record. I think the regulatory infrastructure is in place to oversee this properly, both at the terminal side and on the transportation side. And frankly, we've had 100 years of history of flammable fuel storage in Portland Harbor without incident. Finally, Portland imports 100% of its carbon-based fuels. All of these are extracted, processed, and transported through many other communities before they get to us. I just cannot see the logic, how we square that fact with that we're not going to allow this fuel to pass through our community to go to other communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim?
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Helzer. I speak in opposition to the rolling back of environmental regulations for
Your mic.
Let me start this time over. Thank you. My name is Tim Helzer. I speak in opposition to rolling back environmental regulations for overground piping of propane at Terminal 6. I'm a founding member of the Northwest Citizen Science Initiative and a professor of research methodologies. The following 3 points support our opposition based on published and juried research. First, this project is antithetical to the environment-based values of this city, this state, and this nation. It's a fracking Canadian oil fields byproduct, and the electricity required to serve this facility here in Portland would account for 0.7% of Portland's total CO2 emissions across the city. Also, the propane shipped to China from this terminal for plastics manufacture will account for 0.01% of all global CO2 emissions from everywhere. Portland should join other Northwest cities that are saying no to becoming part of the fossil fuel export industry. Second, Pembina's terminal 1 million gallon reservoir of propane will create a 13-mile wide hazard zone. We have the proof to back up that statement, threatening the health and safety of Portland and Vancouver. An earthquake, tank car spill, and/or terrorist attack at this facility will cause a catastrophic explosion 3 miles across and a flammable, toxic propane vapor cloud to drift approximately 6 miles downwind. Seminal research from the University of Southern California's Carl Southwell concludes tens of thousands of deaths from an incident like this. Billions of dollars in lost facilities.
Thank you.
You can connect the dots.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jeff Geisler. I'm the chairperson for Hayden Island Neighborhood Association, and I've got the authority from the North Portland Neighborhood Services and Chairs Network to read this. We have a coalition of neighborhoods that are in agreement to be against the Pembina project. Pembina Propane Storage Facility in North Portland, position of the North Portland Neighborhood Chairs Network, April 6, 2015. Due to community concerns regarding the safety of the proposed propane storage terminal at Marine Terminal 6, along with safety concerns of the transportation of propane to and from this facility by rail and by ship, the North Portland Neighborhood Chairs Network is opposed to the City of Portland granting a land use exception for this propane storage facility. I gave you 4 sheets. I had more, but I'm sorry. The other thing is that the one, I've heard so many well-positioned arguments Blazing a trail is one of the things that really sticks out in my mind today. It's blazing a trail along the entire length of the Columbia River Gorge, and that's 1,200 miles. I really think that this commission is as wonderful as you are, and with as much as you have to do, you should not have to try to make a decision with only 97% of the information. Pembina has control of the propane only 3% of the time it's in that journey. So we would like to ask Pembina to just withdraw their application. Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet Cook, David Red Thunder, Anna Fritz. You want to get started?
Sure. Hi, friends. I'm grateful.
Your name?
My name is Anna Fritz. I'm grateful for your ears.
Okay.
I am led to offer you a song. Coal, oil, gas, none of these shall pass. Leave it in the ground and turn the trains around. Coal, oil, gas, none of these shall pass. Leave it in the ground and turn the trains around. Cascadia is a place of great power. We stand at the mouth of the river, rooted to the land and its people. We turn the trains around. Cascadia is a place of great power. We stand at the mouth of the river, rooted to the land and its people. We turn the trains around. We are a people awakening. We are a people reclaiming. We are a people demanding. Turn the trains around. We are a people awakening. We are a people reclaiming. We are a people demanding. Turn the trains around. Coal, oil, gas, none of these shall pass. Leave it in the ground and turn the trains around.
Perfect. Thank you. David?
I'm David Douglas Red Thunder. For many years, I have worked carefully to research and accurately report the facts to Portland decision makers about the wildlife conditions and the overall value of West Hayden Island to the livability of Portland, Vancouver. Personally, it is my Indian sanctuary, a place of worship where the spirits teach their righteous ways for my journey through this life. During the last 6 months, it has become abundantly clear to me from reports of local and national scientists that this Pembina propane terminal will pose a great threat to West Hayden Island from leaked propane. What's more, it'll be an explosion threat to all of Terminal 6, 5, 4, Rivergate, downtown Vancouver, and most of North Portland, as well as my beloved West Hayden Island. This is not a unique or understudied set of conditions and likely consequences. Not only are there dozens of reports of devastating explosions from poorly designed rail tank cars and compromised gas facilities that are on the increase, but also numerous other communities similar to Portland have already rejected local gas terminal proposals because of serious unaddressed safety concerns. This Pembina proposal in Portland is no different. My city of Portland and its invaluable wildlife heritage and its green reputation must not now become known for its huge propane processing and transfer terminal, exporting gas overseas for plastic manufacture and further degrading the world's climate, sustainability, and quality of life. Nor should Portland be remembered around the world as a site with one of the most devastating explosions ever known to be caused by a government approving the siting of this incredibly dangerous facility so near such a highly valued environmental, economic, infrastructural, and residential assets. The question will certainly be, what were they thinking? Thank you.
Thank you. Harriet Cookie. Harriet Cook. Well, I said Cook, and she never showed up. So, William Myers, Gary Dolanley. I'm just destroying this name. Yes. Go ahead and get started. Gary? Yeah.
Hi, my name is William Myers. I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Columbia Pacific Building and Construction Trades Council, and on behalf of the nearly 15,000 union men and women of the Columbia Pacific Building Trades, we support the code and map overlay amendments. It is important that we send the message that our ports are open for business and that we support family wage jobs created by business at our port. The union construction jobs created at this facility are family wage jobs. I recently went through a home buying process in the St. John's area, and I got to tell you, it's definitely a seller's market out there right now. Property prices are over 10% over list asking price easily. I mean, I made a 10% over list price offer in the St. John's area. Wasn't even close. I did get a piece of property, and I am currently in the process of moving into St. John's. And I'm going to be a happy resident of St. John's knowing that there are good union jobs in that town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gary DeLuey, and I am I'm the Senior Manager of Pembina's Redwater facility, which safely handles more than 500 million gallons of propane annually. I have been responsible for all operations at Redwater for the last 30 years. For 20 years, my family and I lived within 300 feet of the Redwater facilities. My two sons began their careers loading tank cars at Redwater. So when I speak about propane and the safe handling of propane, I speak personally and from many years of experience. I could detail Pembina's 40-year safety record, but I want to talk about what goes on behind the scenes to ensure safe handling. When we build our facilities, we do not compromise. Our operators work closely with design engineers from day one, insisting on quality equipment and state-of-the-art processes. We participate in all design reviews to ensure safety and risk mitigation are top priorities. The employees who operate and maintain our facilities are extensively trained. They follow detailed written procedures for every major task. Our mechanical integrity programs are world-class. Our facilities are all in excellent condition. At Redwater, I am responsible for the safety of 170 employees. I take this responsibility to heart. At the end of the day, making sure our employees make it home safely to their families is all that matters. When we protect our employees, we protect our neighbors. We have had no employee lost time accidents at Redwater for the past 4 years. In fact, Pembina itself had no employee lost time accidents in 2014. And for the last 15 years, Pembina has safely transported propane through all parts of Oregon with no incidents, and that includes Portland. The proposed Portland terminal is smaller and less complex than Redwater, but our attention to design, construction, and operations will remain the same. My sons worked at Redwater, and I would be happy to see them working at Portland facility as well. Thank you.
Stu Taylor, Katie Ben Herndon, and David Yep. David Yep.
Go ahead. Thanks. Hi again. My name is Stu Taylor. I'm the Senior Vice President of Pembina's Natural Gas Liquids business. Pembina has demonstrated a track record of handling and shipping propane safely by rail for the last 40 years, including 15 years of shipping propane by rail to Oregon. From the time that we load the rail cars to the time that we load the ships, Pembina is in the care and custody of our propane, approaching 80%. We share your concerns related to rail safety and have discussed these concerns with the railroad carriers themselves. The carriers have told us and have provided information about their systems in the Pacific Northwest. Annually, they make significant investments in maintenance and expansion to make their network safer. They complete extensive responder training sessions throughout the Pacific Northwest. They've adopted technology advancements related to the maintenance and emergency response and have specialized equipment and hazmat responder stage across their network. In the BNSF submissions to the PSC from April 2nd, they've advised of the following. In 2015, they will invest $6 billion in support of our rail maintenance and expansion programs, with 50% of that capital being spent on replacing and maintaining existing infrastructure. They inspect their bridges and tracks more frequently required than the Federal Railroad Administration. They employ technology to gather and maintain their track network. They invest in community hazmat training with 28 training sessions and over 1,000 people trained in Oregon and Washington in 2014. BNSF has specialized equipment and hazmat responder staged across their network. This includes firefighting and spill cleanup. They have a GIS system to quickly identify and contact local emergency responders closest to any incident. We at Pembina are committed to working with the rail carriers and to hold them to what they have told us about maintaining their operations safely. Pembina wants our propane, when it is not in our direct care and custody, to be handled safely, and the rail carrier we use to be committed to the same safety standards as Pembina. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate, oh, just hold on. One question.
You talked about, I'm sorry, your colleague talked about community around Redwater. What is your relationship with local tribal governments there? And maybe that's a follow-up question.
Sure. I mean, Pembina has extensive operations. Gary is the senior manager at our Redwater facility. There are tribal communities throughout our network, and we have stakeholder advisor committees and community advisory groups with all our stakeholders, including our tribal communities as well.
I'm just curious if you can readily list off those tribal communities, the names of
I could
them.
get that information for you. I couldn't list. There's a lot of them.
Okay.
Thank you. Katie?
My name is Katie Barrett. Given that this is the Planning and Sustainability Commission, I've been surprised how little discussion has focused on sustainability and the long-term planning that climate change requires of us. That part is actually pretty straightforward. We need to achieve zero emissions by transitioning to renewable energy, not to propane or gas, but to renewables. You don't do that by expanding fossil fuel infrastructure and allowing even more cheap gas to flood the market. It defies common sense. Expanding fracking-based fossil fuel infrastructure is so obviously at odds with climate goals that this should have been an open and shut case. But I'll tell you why it wasn't. Money. Because Pembina is dangling a bunch of money in front of the city and hopes it will blind you to reality. That reality is that we've been aware of climate change and pledging to address it for decades. Yet as of just last year, emissions in the US were still rising. Why? Because we're stuck in an economic system that prioritizes short-term profits over our long-term collective needs. Because every decision, just like this one, comes down to a choice between money that is wanted now and what we will need in the future, and most people simply can't resist the money. All those decisions add up to no real progress. If nobody ever decides to start seriously transitioning away from fossil fuels, if our supposed climate champions can't even say no to the fossil fuel industry and their money, then we will never change the path we're on. And that path leads to a very scary future of runaway climate change. A future that we are not willing to sit back and accept. If you choose to take Pembina's bribe and sacrifice our future, then you should expect resistance every step of the way.
Thank you. David Hupp. David Hupp. Ron Rabbins, Lucinda Carlick, Ellen Wax. Mark Childs. Go ahead and get started.
Well, I think the name is Ron Robbins. Is that right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and get started.
Hi, I'm a representative from the Pacific Northwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I represent over 5,000 members in Oregon and Southwest Washington. For us, this project boils down to jobs. It appears by looking out the window that the construction industry is recovering, and it is. But our unemployment rates still linger in the 15 to 20% range in many of our communities. A lot of the members that I represent live in and around the community where where Pembina would site this energy export facility. And we were not immediate supporters of the project either. But upon review of the extensive engineering that's gone into the project, the way that the seismic issues for earthquake and tsunami have been addressed, it's truly the project, the engineering that's gone into this is truly impressive. As an organization, the Carpenters is one of the most varied crafts out there, and we build the largest projects in this state, bar none. And this project is, the engineering and the way it's put together will stand against any of those that we've built in the past. Again, the port, its siting in the port in a heavy industrial area is absolutely appropriate. Not to mention that the community has recently lost a major shipping company, and that has cost an average of 600 to 700 jobs here locally. This won't replace all of those, but it certainly is a step in the right direction. So I urge your support of this variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Mark Child, Senior Vice President, Capacity Commercial. I'm here representing the Oregon chapter NAIOP and myself. I'm a fifth generation. Would you say what NAIOP is? A National Association of Industrial and Office Parks. Yes. I'm a fifth generation Oregonian whose kids have left this state for better jobs. As an industrial broker with over 25 years experience in the field, I'm here to encourage you to approve the Environmental Zone Code Amendment and allow Pembina Marine Terminal located at Terminal 6. For general industrial facilities, I can testify that the development potential of this long, narrow site is very limited. There are significant site constraints that limit the development. These include poor access from Settle Road, requiring major road improvements, non-contiguous, limited building footprints due to floodplain, environmental overlays, BPA transmission lines, and varying site depths, and only about half the site coverage ratio is possible to make it economically possible. Due to these and other constraints, conventional industrial facility development on this site is not economically viable. This heavy industrial site is adjacent to the Columbia River and railroad tracks that serve ports, marine terminals, and river gate rail users, and is an ideal site for river and rail dependent uses. It's not often that this community has the opportunity to realize $500 million in investment in the region, create over 600 construction jobs, and 40 jobs paying close to $100,000 a year. The proposed Pembina facility offers the potential for the city to capitalize on the unique combination of rail access, deep water dock, and a very challenging industrial site to support the Environmental Code Amendment. NAIOP and I urge you to support the Environmental Code Amendment to allow the marine-dependent propane terminal opportunity at this property. While I could make money selling this property to a developer, I will make no money if Pembina moves forward.
Thank you.
Hello, Ellen Wax, working...
Use the mic.
Ellen Wax.
Get the mic closer.
Even closer? Okay. Ellen Wax, again, Working Waterfront Coalition of Portland. Much emphasis is placed on jobs per acre measurement for industrial land use. However, looking at industrial land through a lens of how many jobs per acre the land supplies assumes the land efficiency via job density is the best and only measure for land development. It is a one-size-fits-all approach, and that all land must be used the same way. It ignores site characteristics and constraints, the needs of the industrial use, market realities, and the economic benefit to the region, the city, the state, provided by industrial businesses. Benefits that include supporting smaller businesses that supply raw materials, contract services, and equipment to the larger industrial uses, and solid living wage jobs. The job per acre standard is not a good measurement of land value when applied to industrial harbor lands. Marine industrial lands are disadvantaged by this measurement. Yes, harbor industrial lands have a lower job density, but the lands have a larger impact on the regional economy than the employment in commercial lands on an acre by acre and job by job comparison. Marine cargo uses provide significant benefit to our economy, with the direct benefit to the local population in the form of lower cost goods. The potential uses of harbor sites are constrained by size, location, land access, and economics. We have a shortage of marine industrial lands in Portland, especially for water-dependent export facilities. Yet we have this opportunity to use industrial land, the Pembina site, which is highly constrained and has few productive potential uses. The Pembina proposal has one of the highest regional economic impacts of any other potential use for the land, with no required government subsidies, and the tax revenue will fund a significant number of government services, jobs, and initiatives. I urge your support of the text amendment and map amendment. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Bao, Commissioners. My name is Lucinda Carlick, and I am the co-chair of HILP, Hayden Island Livability Project, and I'm on the board of High Noon. I urge you to not go forward with this proposal. I now reside in Vancouver, but my heart is still on Hayden Island. You may remember me testifying against the West Hayden Island project that the port proposed. And for that reason, I'm here today to speak for all those animals and the wildlife, the environment that's so pristine and precious out there. Please don't do this. Portland professes to be green, and if you go through with this, the only thing that will be green in Portland is the money you receive from Pembina in their bribes. Show Vancouver what a real city should do in looking out for their people. I don't want to see an oil terminal over there, and I don't want to see a propane terminal here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wax, could I ask you a question? So you've made the case that jobs per acre is not the right metric of land productivity in industrial areas. I think we've heard a similar argument in our comp plan deliberations around the economic opportunity analysis and the suggestion that perhaps value added is a better criteria. I'm wondering, since this is essentially taking a product from somewhere else and sending it somewhere else, how much value added we would retain in the community in this project, and would that paint a rosier picture or not?
Well, the jobs that are created by the construction and the jobs created by the people that will work there. But again, back to the support of smaller businesses and the equipment and supplies that will be used for the Pembina site and their needs over time would be a value added.
Thank you. Stefan Karlik, Charlie Alcock, John Molas, Walt Evans. John Molas. Go ahead and get started.
Chair Bao, Commissioners, good to see you all again. My name is Stefan Karlik. I used to live on Hayden Island. I now reside in Vancouver. I gave these handouts to you regarding the propane railcar fire and Pembina's Pipeline Corporation Annual Information Form for the year ended December 31, 2013. I won't go through this too much, but in 2011, 5,000 people were evacuated from the immediate area in Lincoln, California. This was concerning one 29,000-gallon tanker. All crews can do is to cool the tanks and possibly siphon off the propane, although this is an extremely dangerous procedure. A similar tank fire in Arizona town of Kingman killed 11 firefighters and a gas company worker in '73. Two other similar incidents in '93 involving propane resulted in the death of 6 firefighters, and on and on and on. You can Google this and get the same results, and there's lots of them. Pembina has an exemplary safety record. What they can't guarantee is the safety of the rail cars. Going to the Pembina Corporation Annual Information Report, on the first page of the last section here, states, in the event that Pembina is ultimately held liable for any damages resulting from its activities relating to crude NGL by rail, for which insurance is not available. none of these trains are insurable. And that's directly from Pembina's own report to its stockholders. Where has anyone been able to operate any vehicle anywhere in this country without insurance? The insurance company makes a lot of money. They won't touch this, and there's a good reason. You're going to hear from the unions talking about living wage jobs, blah, 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 blah. Where were the unions concerning the recent activities on Terminal 6?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Charlie Alcock. I'm Economic Development Director at Portland General Electric, and I'm also a 30-year resident of the city of Portland. I'm here to express our company's support for this code and map amendment, and we thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My primary responsibility at PGE is to work with businesses that have projects that create jobs in Oregon and in the Portland region. And I've had the pleasure of spending 30 years doing this kind of work. And the magnitude of this project is something that is the largest I've seen in all the time I've professionally been working in this space in this area. We've had a chance for many conversations with Pembina, and I can tell you that their safety record and their commitment to sustainability have been two hallmarks that we as an organization share, and they are really to be respected in all the things that they are attempting to do in their operations. They have committed to purchasing 100% renewable power from Portland General Electric to meet their energy needs. And we've had questions today about who's going to benefit from all of this, but the benefits come to residents of our city, to the children in our schools, our streets, and our roads. And I also ask you to think about this in terms of other businesses who are looking to invest in this region. They are carefully watching your decision. In Oregon, we've had a lot of pride in our land use laws providing certainty. Here's a case of a company that has looked at our rules and our regulations, seeing that this was an applicable use in the land that was zoned, and they have moved forward with a very large investment, proposed investment in our community. And I think that's the certainty that we need to be providing, and that's why I'm here to encourage you to approve this amendment this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, my name is Walt Evans. I'm a lawyer with Schwabe Williamson and Wyatt. I'm here testifying on behalf of Pacific Northwest International Trade Association, the region's leading voice for increased exports and the role that they play in our state's economic development. We welcome the opportunity to offer support for the project as it's now shaped. We think the Pembina will be exporting propane primarily to Asia and providing good family wage jobs both in the construction of this project and during its operation. The level of interest and scrutiny during which Pembina officials and others have explained safety procedures have conveyed their past level of safety at other such projects, their special commitment to make sure their project meets all required safety standards. As a rule, Pembina does not support product-specific criteria for new projects seeking to locate here. We welcome national standards for such projects so that a region or city does not disadvantage itself in an effort to provide family wage jobs to retain young people in good jobs with good futures. Normally, I don't address comments to vague suggestions or frameworks, and I know you have a proposal before you in some fashion to impose a carbon mitigation fee on this facility, and I would normally not say anything about it, but I am a veteran of somebody who helped participate in an effort to put a tax on exports through imposition of a harbor maintenance fee as part of a Water Resource Development Act in D.C. in 1986. We called it a fee instead of a tax. Supreme Court took the case in a few years later in a case called U.S. Shoe. Not only did they rule 9-0 against us, but they did it in record time. The ink was barely dry on getting a list of who the witnesses were by the time they ruled against it. We encourage you not to try to thread this needle of attempting to tax exports. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Baugh, members of the committee. For the record, my name is John Molis. I represent the Oregon State Building Trades Council, which is an umbrella organization for about 25,000 union construction workers all across the state. And the journeymen and women and apprentices of our council wish to go on record in support of the code change amendment, and so that the Pembina project can be allowed to move forward. We have a signed agreement with Pembina that will ensure that local contractors and local union workers will build the facility. We will build it to the highest safety standards that have been designed into the project. The agreement also provides provisions for MBWBE contracting opportunities and for apprenticeship utilization. Apprenticeship is our system of higher education. That's how we take young men and women and train them in the career of their choices and give them an opportunity for a middle-class job and a way to support their family. We hope that somewhere in all this sustainability discussion that there's thought and consideration about how Portland families will sustain themselves into the future and how we will sustain a middle class here in Portland, Oregon. Some in the community turn their noses up at our livelihoods as temporary jobs, but I can promise you that our members string together a whole bunch of temporary jobs and they turn them into a really fine career. After serving a 3 to 5 year apprenticeship, our members turn out with wages that equate to $50,000 to $80,000 a year. They have full family health coverage, they have defined benefit pension plans, and most of them have a supplemental defined contribution pension plan. And they also fund the apprenticeship programs that we believe turn out the finest, safest, most highly skilled and productive construction workforce here in the United States. So we wish to go on record in support, and we hope that you will say yes to good middle-class jobs in our community. Thank you.
Before you leave, Walt, just a quick question about the court case. Did you place the fee on the company directly? Did the company have to pay the fee directly?
All importers and exporters
Yes.
were assessed a value fee on the value of the goods that were being imported or exported.
So they had to pay the fee directly, not through another government agency?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Kelly O'Hanley, Don Stinke, Alona Stinke, Alistair Roxborough. Go ahead and get started.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kelly O'Hanley. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist with a degree in public health and over 25 years of international experience. I've devoted a career to protecting mothers and babies both here and on about 40 countries worldwide. I have also helped teach the next generation of doctors at Harvard and at Stanford. But to me, the importance of all that work pales in comparison to the challenge now before me and all of us, namely to take the necessary steps to reduce climate change and its almost unimaginable health and societal impacts. Climate change is real and it is local. Mount Hood has almost no snow. The entire states of Oregon and California are suffering from severe drought, affecting agricultural production, recreational industries, and countless other businesses. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the public health effects of climate change include increased respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, waterborne and vector-borne infectious diseases, forced migration secondary to lack of water, and deaths due to storms and heat waves. These problems in turn lead to civil disorder. These effects are not mere conjecture. We are already seeing many, if not being reported almost daily in the news. I have come to appreciate how much local politics matter, even on an issue as huge as climate change. Cities throughout the country and even the world look to Portland as an example because leaders like you made tough and prudent policy decisions. While it's important for the city to reduce its local carbon footprint, a much broader approach is clearly necessary. If we are serious, we must ban all new fossil fuel export, storage, and transfer infrastructure.
Thank you.
Prevention, not mitigation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Alona Stanky had to leave and asked me to read her statement into the record. My name is Alona Stanky. I'm one of your neighbors in Vancouver. I was born and raised in Portland. My sons, Vancouverites by birth, now live in Portland with their families. My ancestors homesteaded here in 1853, adjacent to what is now Terminal 6. They are buried nearby in our family's Pioneer Cemetery. Transporting 1 million gallons of propane from Canada on rails already crowded with dirty coal and explosive crude oil trains would put not just Portland and Vancouver at risk, but all of the towns and communities along the route. Please consider the broad and cumulative impacts to safety and health of such a project. In the last few weeks, there have been 5 tanker train fires and explosions in Iowa, Alberta, Ontario, Illinois, and West Virginia. These resulted in evacuations, a home destroyed, a river polluted, and drinking water threatened. Propane train explosions burn hotter than crude oil. As we have seen in the recent news videos, pieces of the tank become flying missiles causing secondary fires. The mantra, jobs, 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 is meant to distract from the dangers and economic harms that would be brought about by having a propane terminal here. There would be new jobs, but great risk for a dangerous product meant for export. 25 million Americans live in the blast zone, and nearly everyone else lives downstream of the route taken by these dangerous trains. Please do not make Vancouver and Portland into sacrifice zones.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alistair de Roxburgh. I'm a founding member of Northwest Citizen Science Initiative. So I'm going to talk a little bit different angle tonight. Can we evaluate an author by their choice of words? To some extent we can, but far more telling than that are the words that are not chosen. So I looked at 2 documents, Pembina's QRA and a far more comprehensive similar document, Port of Long Beach Environmental Impact Statement and Hazards Analysis. And in what I handed you, there's a chart of figures at the back, which I'll be summarizing. By the way, the Port of Long Beach terminal, it was an LNG propane import terminal, was cancelled. Things not said often reveal what someone cannot or does not want to talk about. The key word count of Pembina's QRA does not inspire confidence and seems to suggest a mindset that is ignoring or ignorant of Portlanders and today's issues in the marine propane terminal business. The risks not discussed are terrorist attack, off-site rail safety, domino effects, and industry authorities consider QRAs which inadequately address domino effects to be faulty. But without full QRA discussion of these topics, the value of the virtually zero risks determined by this QRA are just about the same, that is zero. So I've picked a few key words, and a bunch of keywords that are mentioned many times, up to 400 times in the Port of Long Beach, but zero in the QRA: guarantee, responsibility, terrorism, terrorists, first responders, security, detonation, various terrorist MOs. There's 373 of those, crash, police. These are not mentioned. On the other hand, they got roughly 1 mention of U.S. Coast Guard, collision radius, as in blast radius, reliability, and accident. Now, safety is mentioned only 43 times by Pembina, but it's 352 times in the other one. Thank you.
Don Stenke. Nancy Crumpacker. Peter Tenow. Mike Stanton. Angela Van Patten. Go ahead and get started.
I'm Nancy Crumpacker. I'm a retired physician. Commission members, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I oppose the City of Portland allowing a propane export facility as proposed by Pembina pipeline along the Columbia River. The huge risk is devastating fires from an explosion. A risk assessment done by Pembina showed an explosion could cause flammable propane vapor to drift up to 5 miles downwind. The proposed terminal could harm the safety of St. John's and Hayden Island residents and businesses, Salvie Island residents and farms, and downtown Vancouver. Has already been hashed out, the fuel being transported into Portland by mile-long trains before being loaded onto tankers. And as people have mentioned, there are train derailments. I hope you all remember the 47 residents of a small town in southern Quebec in 2013 who perished as a result of a derailment and explosion. As stated, propane is a fossil fuel that burns to form water and carbon dioxide, as you know, leading to global warming. I urge the Portland Planning and Sustainability Commission to oppose an export facility along the Columbia River to avoid adding to global carbon emissions, and more importantly, to avoid the risk of a devastating explosion. Thank you for your time.
I'm Angela Van Patten from Portland. Thank you, Chairman Bao and fellow commission members, for hearing us today as you move toward a decision about recommending a rule change affecting environmental overlay zones. The decision is, in a sense, small and narrow, but as with all decisions, context is everything. In this case, the context couldn't be bigger. My main focus personally is climate change. As so many of us here do, I feel acutely my age and responsibility to future generations. This small decision is enormous moral freight. Local, state, and federal laws and regulations are frequently lacking in adequate consideration of greenhouse gas emissions. However, some significant regulatory process does exist, and I would argue any affirmative decision by your commission ought to be preceded by going through a thorough FSEC process with experts analyzing all aspects of the project: soils, fish and wildlife, recreation, to name just a few. Additionally, the rail and marine safety reports should be part of this decision, as well as thorough consideration of today's testimony and any written testimony. The decisions we make regarding fossil fuel usage individually and together are compelling and incremental. So compelling and incremental, it's tempting to make one more decision in favor of their usage. Yet scientists tell us we have at most 15 years to substantially reduce our greenhouse emissions if we have any hope of averting the worst damage. And what is the worst damage? The acceleration of human-caused global warming is causing such a rapid change in global weather patterns that life forms, in their great diversity and interconnectedness, cannot adapt quickly enough, and many are diminishing in number or disappearing, thus affecting other life forms in the great web of life. If we break from the duty to be stewards of this sacred legacy, the infinite silence that follows is on us. We've got your back. I urge a bold no decision on this.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Mike Stanton, and I'm the president of the International Longshore and Warehouse Union Local 8 here in Portland. I'm speaking in opposition on this, on this project on behalf of approximately 500 longshoremen and women who work on the docks and raise their families here in the Portland area. Thank you for hearing our concerns about the Pembina project. Pembina has been selling their project with the promise of jobs. Longshore workers work at all the West Coast ports, have worked at all the West Coast ports since the 1930s, and we've seen hundreds of export jobs like this one come and go. We've learned through these 80 years of experience that not all promises pan out, and some projects even create a net job loss. After thorough review of Pembina's proposal, we conclude that it will likely hurt existing businesses and cause a net job loss in our community. Here's some of the reasons. The rail capacity, which is the amount of room that rail lines have to move the rail cars to their destination, is already in short supply. Just like lanes in a highway getting congested and slow when there are too many cars on the road, Portland and the West are already running into a permanent railroad rush hour. Long-standing cargoes are already moving at a snail's pace. Commuter trains and important cargoes like grain, containers, logs, automobiles, scrap metal, agricultural products, steel slabs, bulk commodities such as potash and soda ash as well. These exports are important, and not to us only here in Portland, but to farmers, miners, manufacturers, and other business owners and workers as far inland as the Midwest, East Coast, and Canada. If we add thousands of Pembina's project propane cars to the mix each year, it not only creates the risk of you're hearing about from the community today, but it makes rail congestion worse than it already is. In addition to further crowding the lines, the railroad makes more money from energy trains and gives them priority over other cargoes. This will negatively affect Portland's long-standing businesses like Columbia Grain, Portland Bulk Terminal, ICTSI, Kinder Morgan, Northwest Container, and others. After the initial construction storage of the transfer facility, Pembina's proposed transfer of the...
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Too many P's.
My name is Peter Teno. I think I'm older than the Unitarian lady. I live in North Portland and will focus on the point most relevant to this committee and most critical to my geography. First, the terminal site. Seismologists estimate an anticipated earthquake between magnitudes 6 and 8 and anywhere from due to past due. The city acknowledges this in its earthquake preparedness efforts. The dynamics of the earthquake and its duration will only be known when it happens. With the danger of tremors, duration could lead to liquefaction of the riverside, and with 33 million gallon pressurized storage tanks and a complex of extensive routing of LPG from rail tank car to the huge dock ship, you cannot convince me that a critical accident could not occur, and with that amount of fuel at risk of explosion would not be anything short of huge and fatally destructive to human life. That diagram that you saw, that pattern, blast pattern, go into that. What happened? What caused that blast? Was it one car? No. We could be talking about something far greater than that implies. Rail transportation to the terminal is, to me, as grave or even a more grave issue. We don't know whether BNSF or Union Pacific or what possible combination of main lines, spurs, side tracks, and junctions will be used in order to determine proximity to populations and critical infrastructure. In the BNSF option, supply train running west would endanger the entire waterfront in downtown Vancouver. After crossing the river on its way to T6, it would make the bend at about Portland Road and Sutter Road. On its way, it would endanger Jansen Beach Mall and adjacent residential community. Once the train is in North Portland, the entire peninsula, if not directly in the blast zone, is at least seriously endangered should a unit train explode. Mind you, this is a mile-long train. All of the above is a lesser case scenario.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. Howard, you had a question?
Yeah, I wanted to hear a little more about your position that it actually could cause some job loss. I've not heard that before.
There's currently a huge amount of terminals out there operating on the port property now, and they're under constant expansion. They're improving. They're exporting more and more different commodities, that more and more autos. The potash facility, for instance, is going to double its capacity. That's going to need double the rail capacity and double the man hours out there. So if you have a facility that's going to employ 30 to 40 people rather than 200 people, and it's impeding the ability for those other products to get to that area. Yes, until they make more lines.
Just one more question.
And what's your position again? I mean, your role at with
I'm the president of the local union.
Okay.
And just one more question. So does the port agree with you on the volume capacity issue of rails into, you're talking about potash and then the other?
Yes, I think the volumes will be there. I spoke with the port about this particular position. The port's hoping that They make more rail lines because they need more capacity. You have to have the capacity before they make more lines.
Okay.
The problem is that I think that with the amount of money they can spend, they can make the lines and then bring in the product.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Bellamy, Peter Wilcox, Arthur Llewellyn, George Jacobs. Peter, you want to get started?
Sure, let me get my computer open here. My name is Peter Wilcox. I am president of Columbia Riverkeeper, and I'm a licensed Marine captain. Riverkeepers submitted written testimony, which if there's time allowed, you'll hear about that from our staff later. Pembina's worst case risk and potential to site infrastructure alone is 3.5 mile radius. If you do the math, that's 25% of Portland's land area. There's roughly the same environmental and risk footprint from a large propane terminal as there is from a large LNG terminal. Would you want to site an LNG terminal in the middle of Portland and Vancouver? Neither are suitable for an urban location. Pembina's CEO said here in a prior hearing that the worst case is impossible. Nothing is impossible, especially in today's terrorism-affected world and with a huge subduction earthquake, a certainty. In addition to the real potential for tens of thousands of lost lives and many more injuries, the loss of public and private property would be in the billions. Are you ensuring that Pembina and the port have insurance coverage adequate to replace all of this? Evidently, you are not, because it's not available. Do we move forward this way? Is that prudent? It's hard to understand how the Commission can even consider making this decision without completed risk assessments on the rail and ship transportation of propane to and from the site, with many agreeing that these could be the riskiest elements. There's yet to be any information presented about the river transport section of this. This would be on 750-foot and longer VLGCs, very large gas carriers. With the Coast Guard's report on these not even due till June, how can we be making this decision now? Typically, each ship will require a nearly quarter-mile all-around exclusion zone that will, in many segments of the river, stop all river other shipping and boating from transiting the river while they're in the vicinity. That's because of the immense blast potential of liquefied gas carriers, which is sometimes described in Hiroshima equivalents. And I guess I'm stopping there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Jacobs. I'm a resident of the Cully neighborhood here in Portland. Many others here have spoken tonight about very large issues: the environment, climate change, energy, the quality of life, the identity of Portland itself. I'm a former architect. I have 25 years in the profession, and I'm going to just take a moment to remind us all of something else. That is the role and purpose of codes, of permitting, of zoning and use regulations, and the approval and recommendation process. As an architect, it's been hammered into my head ever since I was a little one. It's a question which always appears on licensing exam. The most important role of codes in the approval processes and the permitting process is, of course, to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of an area or a municipality. Projects which meet this criteria get approved. Projects which do not meet this criteria get denied. It therefore boils down to a simple question: is the safety of our people and our land being put at risk by this proposed use? It's a location smack dab in the middle of Pacific Northwest's second largest population center. Is that an appropriate place for the transport and transfer of vast amounts of hazardous fracked gas? Is a significant change in the current E-zone status in order to accommodate the proposed hazardous use appropriate? Now, I understand and we understand that this commission is not taking up the issue of approving a permit, but it is taking up the issue of reclassification in the E-zone in order to accommodate a potential tenant. This is not a minor tweak of zoning, as some other people have put it. Arguably, such a decision, as others have mentioned, would open the door to similar development in the area. Now, as our federal leaders seem sort of incapable of sort of coming to any sort of agreement on how to handle this, the people of Oregon and Washington have basically turned to
Thank you.
local commissions, and we hope we can do the same here. Thanks.
My name is Patricia Bellamy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak out against building the propane terminal. I'm speaking today as a Portland resident with over 40 years' experience as a registered nurse, and nearly all of those years caring for critically ill, injured, and yes, burn patients. Burn patients are the most painful and challenging to care for and rehabilitate. From day one, nurses are taught to advocate for our patients, clients, and communities for health and safety. Prevention is key in that advocacy, along with knowing risks versus benefits in decision-making. I'm asking, no pleading with you, the decision makers, to use the same ethical and logical approach in your decisions today. Does the very few permanent jobs really justify the risk this propane terminal poses to the community and fragile Columbia River environment? This supposedly safe propane is a byproduct of fracking, a known environmental and health hazard, then transported by rail, releasing toxic diesel exhaust on already crowded coal and oil rails, then stored in huge tanks at risks of fire and explosion, causing injuries miles away. Who is responsible for the cost to the community and injury in life and property? Accidents and natural disasters are a part of life. Sadly, terrorism is also a part of our lives. I recently received a forwarded email stating that terrorists encouraged to use propane as a weapon. Please listen to the arguments on the side of risks and not the few quoted jobs, 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 and profits arguments. Vote no on POBEMBA and prevent harm and injury to our community and our beautiful environment. Say yes to Portland's Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
I'm Arthur Llewellyn. I have submitted a 4-page collection of material that I've put together over the years that lead me to believe I no longer have such trust in our transportation planning agencies. And so from that handout there, I hope you can infer that it's something, this is not something other than standard planning processes going on here. And to me, it borderlines on criminal reckless endangerment. My problem with the site for the Pembina propane terminal facility there is a rail operation. Rail operation crossing the Columbia River and then sidetracking and then backing into that facility there indicates to me that there's a high potential accident rate. Therefore, expect them. A facility such as Longview or Vancouver, where it appears that it would be simpler rail operation, I would instead, you want to go for the safest operation you can, and I don't believe this one, this Terminal 6 really fits that bill that we need. So that handout is a part of a larger report that I've submitted to federal and state agencies, and I feel like I just have to ask, I'm just formally asking for a review of them now, whether you can, this is the agency that's correct for doing that or not. I've just lost my trust in agencies to really answer to the public needs and do what is best for good. So when they say we're really concerned about health, safety, I've lost it. I just don't believe it anymore. So thank you. That's a testimony. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Bruce Lyles, Harlan Schober, John Nickel, Bill Harris.
We go ahead and start.
Go
My
ahead
name is Bruce Lyles. I live on Hayden Island, registered voter in Portland. I don't know if you remember me last time. I doubt it, but I was a substitute. I still am a substitute teacher that thinks your job looks pretty terrible. But so thanks for doing it. But I wanted to say a few things. One was that Pembina, I was like thinking about this just forever. I've just been thinking about it since the last meeting, and like Pembina claiming safety, and I was trying to think, by what definition? And then I just realized this is what they're thinking. We're going to poison the land, water, and air, but we're going to do it safely. And it's just absurd. It's just absurd. And then I think about the like the sustainability staff that would like forward this and recommend this. And I think, by what definition is this sustainable? And then I thought, oh, maybe this is supposed to sustain us until we can breathe carbon. I don't know. This is just like, it's absurd. And back up to Pembina, I want to say, I don't know if they're bad people or just people doing bad things, but they need to stop it because this is bad, bad, bad. There's no doubt. I don't think any of you have any real doubt. You're just finding out whether it's worth the trade. The other thing I want to, or a few other things is, I disagree that this won't produce jobs. Like I said before, I think there'll be plenty of jobs in oncology. I think there'll be plenty of jobs in rescue working, all this kind of things. Can you see the ad with the oncology nurse? Thanks, Pembina. It's just ridiculous. This, and whoever is telling these people that the only good jobs they can have are going to be terrible jobs, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. I'm a substitute teacher. I'm coming from Michigan and Southern Indiana. I'm glad that I make more than I did there, but it's still a mostly terrible job, and I'd like to imagine that one day I can be paid well and have a good job at the same time. And I just think that this all is some kind of like Kafka-esque play that's going to reveal itself eventually. Hey, And the last thing I would say, and I say this sincerely, I think that however you vote, I'm done. Thanks for your time.
Good.
Hello, my name is Harlan Schober. A personal anecdote: I attended your January 13 hearing about this issue. And on the way to the hearing, I was listening to NPR radio, listening to the news, and I heard that the snowpack on Mount Hood was 70% below normal. And then more chillingly, NPR reported that NOAA advises that this may be the new normal. So the arguments you've heard against this proposal have been the climate issue and local safety. That's been the main things. I don't think I can do that any better. But what I've been hearing is this jobs blackmail business. And I'd like you please to not be sucked in with that. The jobs are important, but we don't do insanely stupid things to make jobs. The jobs will happen, economies rebound, we have recessions, we have boom times, but this is a long-term play. You have a chance to prevent making a big mistake. I hope you're not out of your league. I'm asking you to make the right choice for the long term. I've also heard here today bad statistics. My light's off. Thank you. There's been some bad statistical work going on. I've heard Pembina representatives talk to great degrees of precision about costs over 20 years in the millions of dollars, talking down to the last dollar. Another time we could discuss precision and accuracy, but accuracy is what's important. And on the big picture, this is a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm John Nickel from North Portland. Excuse me. America is now the greatest producer of gas and oil in the world. And we know this fact because a young lady in a business suit confidently walks across our TV screen and tells us so. And then she goes on to tell us that we hold this position because of a wonderful process called fracking, which allows us to access gas and oil that otherwise would not be accessible. Without it, we'd probably be a net importer of gas and oil. All right. So what is fracking? Well, I've seen here that you've done a lot of thought about the carbon question as it affects our world and what the carbon impact of this project will be. This world is a world affected through this carbon in such a way that we now are looking at drought, seriously looking at drought everywhere. So the big issue is water. And what does fracking do? Well, fracking, first of all, uses about a million gallons of water per well to conduct the fracking chemicals, and we don't know what they are because that's a corporate proprietary secret. But we do know that it permanently pollutes that water and permanently pollutes the aquifer that it reaches. How much water can we be losing to export this tiny amount of gas and oil?
Thank you. Bill Harris. Cale Carrick. Corky Collier, Megan Hogan, Captain Kirk Bunyan. Captain Kirk, beam in.
I'm the only one out of that cold crowd.
Megan Hogan. Cale Carrick. Go ahead, Corky.
I always wanted to be Captain Kirk when I was growing up. I'm Corky Collier. I'm Executive Director of the Columbia Corridor Association and a resident of St. John's. Like you, I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea of enabling a propane export facility. It's a great transition fuel, but it's still a carbon-based fuel. There's some negative impact from the propane. There's a lot of positive impacts from this facility. It's a good use of a constrained property. Not much else will fit in there, much less fit this nicely. Pembina has a safety record that any of us would be proud of. The safety evaluations for this facility look great. The company has been open, honest, and cooperative. Pembina is committed to hiring local union workers at family jobs and family wages. They're entering into a good neighbor agreement and setting up a community investment fund that'll be guided by the neighbors. How many of you have written agreements to doing the same thing? 700 union construction jobs, 30 to 40 permanent middle and upper wage jobs, $12 million in new property taxes each year, $30 million in new local spending, and it's traded sector dollars. Even if I could come up with $30 million to spend locally, which I think I'd have a lot of fun doing, it would still be moving local dollars around. This is an infusion of cash coming from Canada. Statistically speaking, these jobs go to North and Outer East Portlanders, those that need it most. And these jobs go to a higher percentage of minorities than any other sector. You want to improve quality of life? You want to improve equity in Portland? You need traded sector jobs like these. You need employers that follow the rules and are willing to be a positive force in their neighborhood. Pembina has done that at every step. These are good people that I hope I can soon call neighbors.
Hi, I am Captain Kirk Bonin.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I'm here, and it is Bonin. I'm with Olympic Tug and Barge, Harley Marine Services Tug and Barge Company. We transport hazardous cargoes. Okay, we transport hazardous cargoes, our main product. Black oil, diesel, refined products, bulk products of the black oil nature. It's an area where safety culture is very important, and the marine industry today is nothing like it used to be. I started in 1978, 37 years now on the river. most of it on the Columbia River. I've made the trips from Valdez down to with San Diego with cargo. It's anhydrous ammonia, all kinds of other products. The culture is, again, unbelievable. It has grown to the point where you just can't do enough. And they really are, the companies going past what's required. The amount of inspectors and customers that come in and look at us, and we're always there trying to do one better than what they want. You have to stay in the business. I don't know how much more I could tell you about that. I mean, I feel comfortable with the pilots and the tugboat companies that are currently in the river. I know them all. That they can, if they can't do it safely, they won't do it at all. And it'll be looked at each day. Each trip will be looked at and individualized.
Thank you, Captain. Thanks. You didn't beam us up, though, but...
Next time.
Yeah, we're still here. Cale Carrick, Megan Hogan, or Mary Hogan, I'm sorry. Nope. All right. Susan Tennant, Heather Tennant, Baron Glasgow, and Richard Tennant. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Baron Glasgow. I'm the Executive Director of the Pacific Propane Gas Association. I'm also on the staff of the National Propane Gas Association, positions I've held for the last 25 years. I just wanted to make sure that we are clear about a couple things regarding propane. 35 years ago, the EPA adopted and designated about a few hundred chemicals as hazardous in the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act of 1980, otherwise known as the Superfund Act. And they also adopted the Leaking Underground Storage Tank regulations, otherwise known as LUST. Propane and LPG is exempt from both of those acts because propane does not contaminate groundwater, surface water, or soil, and it's non-toxic. And so comments that you've heard today about propane contaminating soil or water are simply not true, and the EPA has had those regulations in place for the last 35 years. One of the reasons that propane needs to come to Oregon by rail is that there are no pipelines coming to or from Oregon. That's true in most of the western U.S. when it comes to propane. There are certainly pipelines that, that transport gasoline, but there is not a single propane pipeline in Oregon coming to or from Oregon. So of the approximately 63 million gallons of propane that are used by homes and businesses today in Oregon, every gallon of that has to come to Oregon by rail or truck. Propane is everywhere. It's when you go to the home improvement store, it's there on the forklifts. It's in your backyard or your neighbor's backyard on your barbecue. It's at your home or your neighbor's home for heating and other uses in the home. It's in school buses, including a large fleet of propane school buses in Portland. It's used by farms and wineries. It's used by businesses for a wide variety of purposes. And so propane
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Me? Hello. My name is Susan Brown Tennant. I represent 4 generations living in North Portland. When I married my husband Richard here beside me 44 years ago, I investigated his family for compatibility to mine, and it paid off. Today we investigate, I have to say, Pimbina, that's me. We're doing quite well. We mitigate all the time. Today we investigate these guys because we want to know how compatible a business they'll be in our town, our community, our United States of America, and the world, because those people in Asia are counting on us, because right now people in these other countries are coming into town for the industrial revolution of their lifetime, leaving farms, and let me tell you, they have working hours 10 to 12 hours, and they're getting mighty hungry because there's nobody in the field out there raising the farm. But anyway, I'm here to tell you that according to the River Water Import Natural Resources Canada estimate of production, in 2008, bitumen oil was being produced at 750,000 barrels daily, surface mines, etc., and it took 2,625,000 barrels of fresh water per day from the Athabasca River. Now, everybody knows that in order to have osmosis, you gather up the rainwater, goes to the heavens, we have storms, and they deliver it. But you're taking water from Mother Earth, and this is not good because, according to the U.S. Energy Information, EIA, since August 2014, monthly Canadian crude oil exports now over 3 million, and I say over, for every day. Can you imagine? Oh, my word, that is 3 million barrels, 10.5 million barrels of water, 55 gallons in a barrel. We're coming up to 577,500,000 per day. And, you know, give Mother Nature a break. Salmon will not reproduce without fresh water. Governor Brown of California could really use some of this water. You know, they should ship it there and make their money.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm here really on behalf of my grandchildren, and I'm here on behalf of my grandchildren primarily, and Mike, you turn it on. Oh, sorry. All right, I'm here primarily for my grandchildren, and treat the earth well. It was not given to you by your parents. It was loaned to you by your children. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. And my mother, Dolly, was a conservationist. She knew the value of and the reasons for conservation of energy. Before water left our sink, it was used to maximum efficiency. In the 98 years she lived, and she was a member of PERS here, they cut down whole forests to send me junk mail, and it drove her crazy. And that my father, George, passed away in 1980, and we were still receiving junk mail in 2003. And just because we have statistics doesn't mean that we can violate the law of thermodynamics and the laws of nature, of the natural world. My father was a detective for Multnomah County, and he taught us about how to avert any accidents. And this is a classic example of trying to avert an accident. And I'm only able to come here to testify because of those people that taught me and educated me about the natural world. And I believe that we can't ship unimaginable amounts of propane because it's like the lottery. When a person participates in the lottery, and lotteries are never mandatory, they're always a choice. And when a person participates in a lottery, even though the chances are 1 in 45 million, somebody always wins the lottery. It's because all the random events. And I want to draw your attention to the chaos that ensued when there was a fire drill here when we arrived. And it was absolute chaos. There are people who are paid. They're going in a linear direction. There are people that are going in chaos. And if you extrapolate that out to trains, cars, and pedestrians in their use, it will be a mess. I'm telling you, just like downstairs.
Thank you.
It was social.
Thank you. Heather?
Yes, my name's Heather Tennant, and this is my daughter, Joan Torres. And the people on the end.
If you can talk into the mic.
The people on the end of the chair are my parents, and this is my daughter, who is 3.5 years old. The reason why I'm here today is because I'm speaking for my children. I'm speaking for my children's children. I'm also speaking for my 90-year-old grandmother who lives in St. John's. We've had a total of 5 generations in North Portland. And my 90-year-old grandmother could not be here today, but where Pembina wants to be is going to be knocking on my grandmother's back door. Where my children play, I have 3 children. They will be at my grandmother's back door. There is a nursing home that's towards Terminal 6 where my grandmother lives in St. John's, and that is where my grandfather passed away. Absolutely, and we need to teach these future generations that fossil fuels are not the way. They are an end. We need new beginnings. This is your new beginning. If you can't look into a child's eyes and your own children or grandchildren and know that this is the future, this is why we're getting rid of this, and we're moving into this, where butterflies fly. You all have kids or grandkids that play in your back door. Imagine Pembina, an explosion in your back door. Your children, there is no time to get out. And it may be a 1 in a billion chances of it happening, but is this worth that one? No. And I beg of you, and I thank you for being here, and I thank all the people behind me that are here for my child and their children, for the fish, for the salmon, for the birds, for us, because this is where we're at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, doesn't she get 2 minutes?
No.
she'd give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah.
I should have moved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lowen Bergman, Connie Ashbrook, Joni Chambers, Dan Kaufman. Dan Kaufman, Joni Chambers, Connie Ashbrook, Lowen Bergman.
I'm Lowen Berman. Do I get 6 minutes then? No.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lowen Berman. I'm a Portland resident, and I wish to speak to you today about equity and climate justice, issues raised by the city as key concerns when considering climate issues. We know that those least responsible for climate change and who have least benefited from the carbon economy are paying the highest price regarding its impacts. The propane shipped through the Pembina terminal will add significantly to global carbon emissions. The source of the propane will be fracked gas and potentially tar sands oil. The sale of the propane will add to the profitability of oil and gas extraction. And in future years, propane will not be competing with wood and coal, but rather with solar and wind. Looking through a climate justice lens, if the terminal is built, who gets what? Pembina, heavily involved in tar sands and hydraulic fracking, will get substantial additional profits. The First Nations people of Canada get to see the environment of their homeland devastated, and the 150 million people of Bangladesh get to see the very existence of their country threatened by rising ocean levels. The city of Portland will get to collect additional tax monies. The billion-plus farmers of Asia who depend on glacial melt for their crops get to see their water and food supply disappearing. The working people of Portland will get additional temporary jobs and maybe 35 permanent jobs. The residents of North Portland will get to see their homes and livelihoods threatened by potentially catastrophic propane explosions associated with the massive earthquake that is expected during the lifetime of the terminal.
Thank you.
Wow. Well, the list of costs can go on and on. The list of benefits is very short.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for being here, for being willing to listen, and to being open to this. I thank everyone who has come.
Your name?
That's behind me. Joni Chambers. I am born in Longview, and I live in Vancouver right now. I've been an Oregonian and a Washingtonian, so I consider myself both. What happens here doesn't stop at the invisible line between Washington and Oregon. And contrary to my sister back here, who I don't know her name, that's from Longview, and then the woman who said, Portland, don't be a hussy. Longview, in my opinion, is a hussy, and they turned this down. So I'm asking you to consider that. If Longview has turned it down, there's a darn good reason, and it was around safety. I have been a first responder in commercial facilities in Longview for Weyerhaeuser Complex. The one fire that we were taught never to fight was propane. I was involved in a propane explosion, and it was only 20 gallons. The 10-gallon tank, just like some people were talking about having it in their backyard, it was designed on this piece of machinery I was on by top engineers. The company I worked for was state-of-the-art. There was a failure. That explosion, even though I was able to get the tank shut off before the propane exploded, blivied 30 feet into the air, 30 feet wide, popped the safety valves, and it threw me 30 feet. I was burned, and I broke my leg. I turned around not knowing I was injured. Because I was a first responder, I went back into it, and I fought it with another couple of people just to keep it from spreading to the rest of the warehouse I was in. It is an incredibly dangerous material. I just returned from the Bakken, and I will give you just a quick thing.
Thank you. Nope.
Here's my money. If this is what it boils down to, you can have my money.
Dan Kaufman, Connie Ashbrook. Okay. Barbara Quinn. Bob Carroll. Dan Sarin. Anybody coming up? Rick Rappaport. Joe Westby. Go ahead.
Sure, my name's Dan Sears. I'm the Conservation Director with Columbia Riverkeeper. I want to urge you today to turn down the requested changes to the zone code amendment, the amendment to the zoning code, for a pretty basic reason. This is a very large terminal, a very large proposal, and has many similarities to projects that have been reviewed over years. What's being put in front of you is something that's far from complete, an analysis that you really can't hang your hat on in order to conclude that this can safely be operated within the city of Portland. I want to point just to one aspect of this, which is the downstream impact. If you look at these tankers as they'd be leaving the Pembina project, they'd be headed down past Longview, past Astoria. All of these communities would be in a similar blast zone to the one modeled for the tank itself. There would be about as much liquid propane in those tankers as the big tank at the facility. That's entirely missing from this analysis. It's not hard to imagine what it's going to look like to try to keep this stuff safe, because we've already done this with LNG. We've seen that you need a 500-yard security zone around tankers moving in and out. You need basically one-way traffic for big chunks of the shipping channel. And it's something that concerns us a lot, because it's going to change the culture. It's going to change the access to the Columbia River for people, our membership, who get out there and fish. It's going to change the entire livability of the people who live close to that Oregon Channel. It's a piece of the puzzle that really hasn't been talked about extensively in the ESCE, and I urge you to take a hard look at that. I think that what you're dealing with has the potential to catastrophically or change the community with an accident, and to dramatically change the community, even if it's operating effectively. Thank you.
I'm Bob Carroll. I'm a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I am a 37-year member. I've worked on several projects like this. I believe, or I represent myself, I also represent the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers here. We support this change, this amendment. We believe that it's going to be built safe, it's going to be operated safely. And there's been a lot of talk here today about our children, and I want to have a safe world for my children. I also want my children to have good jobs. I don't want them to live in poverty. So we need to have a balanced approach to all this. So the IBEW does support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Westby. I'm the president of the Pacific Propane Gas Association. Thanks for having us here today. I would like to offer our support to the Pembina project. We've heard a lot of talk today about safety concerns. And I can tell you that some of the people that are concerned about safety are the men and women that work in the propane industry. They're so concerned that they train on a constant basis. We have yearly certifications, constant refreshers. We have state, federal requirements that we must hit. Our people are licensed, certified, and know what they're doing. Our propane industry is over 100 years old now. You don't become an industry that old by doing it wrong. We service homes across the state of Oregon, across the United States. We take care of residential, commercial, farms. I feel good about what Pembina has done, about the investment that they're making, about the time that they're taking. They've addressed concerns and they'll continue to address the concerns. So on behalf of the PPGA, we'd like to offer our support.
Thank you. Barbara?
Hi, my name is Barbara Quinn. I'm an executive director of Friends of Baltimore Woods, a North Portland neighborhood activist. I urge you to vote against the environmental overlay change that would enable this proposed propane terminal. According to Chief Scientists Ian Madden and Yume Wang with the Oregon Department of Geology and Mineral Industries, the existing tanks of volatile fuels on the Willamette Riverbank already present pose a significant safety problem for both North Portland and the Linton communities. There is no way to truly stabilize a sandy riverbank where the bedrock is located 1,000 feet below it. Both of these locations on the Willamette and the Columbia are in earthquake and flood zones. They are not safe. If we can believe our own scientists, this is not a good location. It further endangers these communities. Also, a change in zoning should encompass a wider community discussion and be based on broader needs rather than simply enabling a particular project. Spot zoning should not lead planning according to the 1973 Oregon Supreme Court decision, which was codified in Senate Bill 100. As to the IGA, there is no way, since there is no way to guarantee the final uses of this product, it's useless. If you can guarantee the final uses of the product, it might make some sense, but you cannot guarantee that it's going to have a low carbon footprint. So without that, it really doesn't make sense. So I urge you to vote against a zone change. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Hold on.
Just quickly, is Pembina a member of your organization, or do you have any relationship with them?
Pembina is a supplier for different propane companies around the United States, correct?
Thank you. Rick Rappaport? Nope. Janet Labor? Dave King? Ben Poe? Kathleen Worley? Elise Cogburn? Lucy Whips? Lucinda Heights Claiborne? Jasmine Zimmer Stuckey? Aaron Gardner? Go ahead and get started.
Okay, my name's Dave King. I live in St. John's. I'm an ex-oil field worker and ex-carpenter, and I'm retired now. I'm really concerned about the climate. That's a big concern of mine. I'm also concerned about quality jobs. They say there's been a lot of job creation going on, but they haven't been very good jobs mostly. They've been minimum wage, low wage jobs, and I'm kind of in between the sides you hear. I don't think we should have to choose between jobs and the environment. What we should be doing is massive programs to fix the climate. And that means tons of jobs. Everybody should be working. Just, I mean, we've already talked a lot about, heard a lot about energy jobs, alternative energies and solar and wind. Everybody knows about that. But just think about some of these other things, like just for example, we know there's a drought. I don't know if everybody knows it, but it goes from here or Southern Oregon all the way to Panama. And it's been going on for several years. We're going to need to install water catchment facilities because the glaciers are gone and there's hardly any snow. It comes down as rain and we have to catch it so that it'll, because what has happened is ice has metered the water off to the rivers gradually so we could use it. It worked out really good for a while. That's gone. Another one is air travel is one of the most carbon intensive things that people do. So that means bullet trains. A lot of jobs building bullet trains, high-speed rail. Another thing to
Thank
think
you.
about. Okay. There's more.
Yeah, I'm sure.
My name is Lucy Whips. I spent almost all of my life in North Portland, in the Portsmouth neighborhood near the proposed terminal. And I spent many childhood weekends biking along Marine Drive and watching eagles, herons, and turtles in the slough and in Smith and Bybee lakes. I'm deeply afraid of an explosion that would destroy the place that I call home. I don't think a propane terminal with the risk of exploding in an earthquake belongs in my or anyone else's backyards. But I oppose the pipeline for reasons beyond the possible destruction of my home. Whether or not there's an accident at the terminal or on the rails, although that's a terrifying possibility, this is propane coming from a very dirty source, which when burned will add to the carbon dioxide in our already overburdened atmosphere. At sites of fracking and tar sands extraction, people's homes and the land they are loved are being destroyed not as an accident, but as a direct result of the way the fossil fuel industry works. And this is where Pembina's propane comes from. We cannot separate the terminal from the propane stored in it, and that propane carries a lot of destruction. At some point, you have to ask yourselves, as Portlanders and as this commission, whether you want to be complicit in the destruction of Alberta's forests, in the poisoning of the water table in the Midwest, of the release of 10,000 pounds of carbon dioxide a day into the atmosphere. Propane is a way to make fracking more profitable and long-lasting, so allowing this terminal is also authorizing the continued extraction of fracked natural gas. There's no way this is a bridge to cleaner fuels. So please, when considering this proposal, remember the bigger picture that this terminal would be a part of. It's wrong for North Portland and it's wrong for the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lucinda Heights Claybaugh, and I have taught science for Portland Public Schools and also for the Portland Community College GED programs in Spanish and English. And I encourage you to all go to the NASA website if you haven't recently. For a good 12 years, they've had a wonderful website that gives you a much better understanding by looking from satellites back down to Earth what kind of a fragile atmosphere we have left on our planet. And that is because of chemistry. And if you haven't studied chemistry for a while, I would encourage you to look closely and question some of the statements that have been made by people who would be making money off of this project, but clearly are not concerned with truth in advertising and the truth in science of what we know about chemistry in our atmosphere that is becoming more and more fragile. The U.S. has pledged in global treaties to a 28% reduction in fossil fuel emissions by December. It's April now. We're talking December. How embarrassing for the city of Portland and for a sustainability commission. If the city of Portland, which is touted by our president as an environmental climate change champion, would allow propane terminals and pipelines to go forward, ignoring codes, ignoring real concerns and purpose of maybe what this commission is supposed to be all about, your mission and guiding statement.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jasmine Zimmer-Stuckey, and I'm the community organizer with Columbia Riverkeeper. I want to first start out by thanking the Planning and Sustainability Commission members and the City of Portland staff for pouring so much time and energy into this project. I don't doubt that many overtime hours were worked, and I appreciate the prompt and professional, thorough work of dealing with the city staff. So thank you very much. I'm also aware that you're an all-volunteer commission, so your energy into this topic is especially appreciated. Columbia Riverkeeper represents over 8,000 members and supporters, and you've received our detailed comments outlining our opposition to the Pembina terminal. Now I thought it would be apt to use this testimony time to share a recent story from another all-volunteer commission in our state, the Oregon Transportation Commission. The Oregon Transportation Commission is tasked with making decisions that affect how we move around the state and what we move around the state. And recently, just last month, they rejected a $2 million subsidy to build a coal dock on the Columbia River. Just like the PSC, the Oregon Transportation Commission found itself in the unique position at being at the center of a debate about how small local decisions play a huge role in global climate change. The Oregon Transportation Commission decided to break new ground and enforce Oregon's carbon reductions policies and look at a project holistically, make it not just about the dock. It was a struggle, and they were met with fierce opposition from industry and status quo politicians, but they were also met with support from the community, from the health professionals, and from their peers. They voted to deny that funding earmarked for a dirty coal dock construction on the Columbia River. The OTC, like all of you, makes planning decisions that we will live with for the next 100 years. Their decision to start integrating climate change into their actions and to stand up to heavy pressure from industry demonstrates that we are ready to build a better Oregon and live up to our national reputation. The OTC said no to a fossil fuel dependent Oregon, and today you can too. Thank you.
Andre, do you recall where that dirty dock was that was turned down?
It was Port Westward, which is owned and operated by the Port of St. Helens near Clatskanie, Oregon.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Aaron Gardner, Elise Cogburn, Kathleen Worley, Ben Poe, Janet Labor. Nope. Jen Davis, Ted Guberich, Donald McKinley, Bonnie McKinley, Trudy Cooper, Marilee Day. Finally. Go ahead and get started. Yep.
Hi. Hi, Commissioners. I am, Pamela Ali asked me to read her testimony because she wasn't able to be here. Pamela lives on North Portsmouth Avenue. Her home is in the blast zone. This is her statement. Today, I hope that each of you on this decision-making body will remember what you are entrusted with and where your loyalties should lie. You are Portland's Commission of Planning and Sustainability. Let's look at each part of what that title means. First, planning. I understand that it must be tempting to accept Pembina's assurances, but my own 17 years of sailing on very large cargo containers has taught me that sooner or later, systems and people fail. I have no doubt that if it were your home and your family within a possible blast zone, you too would feel a certain contempt or indifference toward the promise of $3 million or even $3 billion in tax revenues. Second, sustainability. This concept has to be incorporated into your planning. That means sustainable jobs through sustainable energy. If we're considering supporting a fossil fuel system that is destroying the planet, that means we have not yet incorporated sustainability into our planning. The impact is not limited to just our own immediate geographical area. The river and blast zone is shared by 2 states, and the atmosphere is shared by all. I hope you will remember that your loyalty and your duty is to the citizens who sit before you, who want to point you toward true sustainability. What Pembina is offering isn't beneficial to anyone but Pembina. I hope you will not be latter-day Esaus, sacrificing the birthright of our future generations for a $3 million bowl of soup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jen Davis. I represent Bee Friendly Portland. We're a coalition of farmers, gardeners, beekeepers, educators, and others that are concerned about climate change as well as bees. California, as you know, is facing record drought. All citizens required to reduce their water usage by 1/4, yet with only 6% of the typical snowpack falling over the winter. Yet, the powerful fracking industry in that state continues to pump millions of gallons of fresh water, combined with a toxic stew of heavy metals, pesticides, and other deadly chemicals into the rock bed to hydraulically fracture natural gas. The water used in this process is irrevocably poisoned. There's no way to reclaim it, and shockingly, huge amounts of this produced water have been dumped into the Pacific and into aquifers. Why, at a time when our largest national agricultural sector faces serious thirst, when millions are losing their water sources rapidly, when climate change, the causes of these disasters, is a scientific certainty, why would our Sustainability Commission even consider allowing fracked, highly explosive propane to be shipped through our city and port? The suggestion that propane is a greener gas has been amply proven incorrect. Recent studies from Harvard, Berkeley, Cornell, and other leading institutions have found that methane release from the fracking process far outweighs any, quote, clean energy benefits from this water-destroying process. Germany, Costa Rica, Vancouver, BC, and many other regions are truly embracing sustainability and are divesting from all fracked gases, nuclear and oil energy sources, and are installing renewable wind, solar, geothermal sources, as well as enhancing conservation. As a beekeeper and as a mother of children who will inherit our world, I strongly urge you to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Donald McKinley from Cully Neighborhood. Relaxing environmental protection and protections of the public in order to allow Pembina propane terminal would be harmful, potentially catastrophic for Portland and the world. But it must be kept in mind that the long-term effects of code changes and the precedent of this development may be even more harmful. Any carelessness, rushing, or favoritism toward well-financed developers now can set in motion the engine of Portland's destruction later. Some have claimed that this project represents jobs, growth, and development for Portland, by which they mean we can join in the profit-taking of the propane company and set ourselves up to join other companies in the future. This claim is false. There are no honorable jobs, no growth, no development possible, because this project and its expansions have no future. In fact, such projects deny the future. If a small success is a giant trainload of explosive fuel delivered along our waterways through our communities every once in a while to be transferred by pipe, treated, stored on the banks of the Columbia, then poured into gigantic tankers to risk disaster at sea, crossing the Pacific, and then burned to release massive quantities of carbon into the atmosphere, then a great success will be many giant trainloads every week and every day. And so success can be defined not just by Pembina's profits, but by the multiplication of harms at every step of the project. Such success represents a failure for the people and a failure for the earth. It makes the jobs dishonorable and antisocial. A growth of contamination, and the development, a destruction of our community. Success of this project is a denial of a future for our land, our community, and our children. If you wish to serve the interests of Portland, you must serve the future. We want Portland and its people to have a future. Stop this project now.
Bonnie McKinley, thank you for your service to our community. Planning. We must plan for a future that includes increasing climate disruption, planning. That's looking ahead to act with reason and knowledge. Current science says we must immediately stop furthering the role of fossil fuels in our lives. To do otherwise is reckless behavior and certainly not responsible planning. To plan wisely, we must move forward without perpetuating fossil fuels. Our city has been heralded for its innovative and sustainable planning. Planners continue to make decisions that guide Portland into a scientifically sound future. Sustainability. This is using resources in a manner that does not waste them. We are blessed with one generous planet that has provided us the means to live sustainably. Some people seek extravagant fortune from our earth. They engage in activities that far exceed sustainable practices. They explore the world for sites that coincide with their goals for extreme fossil fuel extraction. Machines, technologies, and workers are employed to pillage the earth. Unconscionable activities such as poisoning land and waterways, scraping off forests, prairies, and mountaintops are common practice. These things are done in the name of profit and growth. We have the knowledge to sustainably power our people, employ our people, and share this wondrous planet with other species. Why would we consider doing otherwise? Commission, you are entrusted to plan sustainably for the city of Portland. You are our Planning and Sustainability Commission. Please act on your responsibilities. Address the biggest issue that our planet and our city will ever confront: climate change. Allowing a propane terminal to contradict wise planning and sustainable goals is not the calling of this commission. Thank you again for your service.
Go ahead.
I'm Marilee Day. I live in Cully neighborhood, and I'm here to present the recommendation of the Board of Directors for the Cully Neighborhood Association. Cully is very proud to be the most diverse neighborhood in the city of Portland. Actually, it's the most diverse neighborhood in the state of Oregon. We really need employment. We need money for our schools, but we need a very safe environment to live in. We understand the complexities of our neighborhood and the complexities of this decision. We wrote this resolution weighing the risks and the benefits of the project to our neighborhood and to our children's future. Our recommendation is as follows: whereby the maritime and rail safety information on the impact of a long propane unit trains coming through Portland. I've heard they're coming through Cully, possibly, if it's a Union Pacific, which is in the middle of our neighborhood, and large tanker ships carrying millions of gallons of propane from Portland down the Columbia River across our dangerous bar to Asia has not been completed. So we are concerned about two really important studies that have not been done and you haven't heard. We, the board, the directors of the Cully Association of Neighbors, recommend that you, the commission, and the city of Portland delay the decision to grant this overlay zone amendment until you get this information and you share it with the neighborhoods who would be affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we've been here 3 hours of testimony. We've got about 18 more to go. What I'd like to do is do a kind of a lightning round, and we will call names for the people that come up. We'll give them a minute and ask them to say something that we haven't heard before. Otherwise, we'll be here another 30, 40 minutes with testimony. Because we committed to 3 hours, we just passed through 3 hours. So that everybody will be heard, or we can be another 40 minutes. It's up to you.
Maybe what we could do is see if, hang on, oh, sorry. Yes. Maybe what we could do is get a show of hands for how many people are here who filled out cards.
Okay.
Let's do that, because we've had a lot of no-shows out there. Who have not
talked.
spoken. Oh, important clarification.
So, Robert?
Quite a few.
Camilo? He left. Angela Zahalev? Are you here? Okay. Mike Horner? Is there a Mike Horner in the room? All right. I'm just trying to see who's here. Don't.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Joe Esmond?
Just raise your hand. Just raise your hand. Right here.
Wes Kemper?
Right here.
Reverend Sylvie Nelson Gooding? Did someone raise their hand? Oh, okay. Troy Anderson? No. Okay. Let's do it? Okay.
Yeah, I'd say let's do it.
All right. I would encourage brevity, so we'll go back.
Yes.
Mike Horner. Angela, you're here. Joe's here. Wes Kemper. Last time for Wes Kemper. Mike Horner. Get started, Joe.
Good evening, Chair Bow, members of the commission. My name is Joe Esmond. I reside at 3558 Southwest Hume Street, Portland, Oregon, on an unpaved street. I am here in my private capacity as a citizen of Portland. I want to ask the Planning and Sustainability Commission to look at the impact of jobs. And I want to look at the impact, maybe in the future, you can have this meeting out on the other side of town where people actually would love to have a job working at a propane facility. My business is the electrical business. The fire alarm system here is part of a code. Our code book is like this. I have worked in facilities with lots of hazards. I trust the engineering of Pembina. So I could say more, but I'm trying to be I just urge you to look at the economic impacts of saying no to businesses. As a citizen of Portland, we want to grow Portland. Somebody has to pay for the schools, the social net. That has to come from taxes. We can't keep saying no like we did at Hayden Island. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I want to begin by dispelling the myth.
Your name?
Mike Horner. I want to begin by dispelling the myth so skillfully spun here by the Pembina people that propane is a miraculous, clean, school bus powering wonder fuel that somehow appears out of the ground and effortlessly fills tank cars for delivery. Let us be clear, propane is derived from a filthy, toxic, water-intensive process that is called hydraulic fracturing or fracking. This process is known to release so much methane to the atmosphere that many recent studies have shown that throughout the production cycle for these fracked gases, the greenhouse gas damage exceeds that caused by burning coal and oil. In addition, I think that it should be crystal clear that propane is not the sum total of Pembina's business. Indeed, it is but a small fraction of its revenues, much of which are deeply embedded in the tar sands of Alberta. These are the deposits that NASA climatologist James Hansen called a carbon bomb, which will mean game over for the climate. It seems fantastic to me that this project is even on the table. The evidence of fossil fuel-driven climate change is everywhere. California, the Arctic, the Antarctic, unprecedented glacial retreat everywhere. This industry is no different than the tobacco pushers. The difference this time is that it isn't the poor lives of individual addicts being sacrificed for profit, but the planet itself. It's ironic that the citizen resistance to these climate-busting projects is often called radical or extreme. I think we should look at it a different way. The fossil fuel industry has a business model that is designed to drive the climate over the edge. They are determined to discover, recover, and burn every bit of carbon they can. That cannot be allowed to happen. That is a radical assault on the planet.
Thank you.
And you can expect fierce resistance.
Thank you.
To this project.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Wes Kempfer, and I live in the Cully neighborhood, just a few blocks from one of the rail lines where this stuff would be transported. And I also want to thank the commission for your volunteer time that you put into this process and for listening today. Since I live so close to the rails, naturally I'm concerned about the safety issues. The other thing also, though, even beyond the safety issues, is that if we were following the science, if we did what science dictates to us right now, we would not even be having this hearing. The latest science, and you can check this yourself, there's a blog called Climate Code Red by someone named David Spratt, and he presents peer-reviewed science, and a lot of the things that he's talking about now is that, we hear in the media that we have this 2-degree buffer and we've got a carbon budget and we still have so much carbon, like maybe 1/5 of what's left. But the latest science is indicating that we don't have a budget. We should be stopping this stuff immediately. And so I don't think you can morally approve this rule change. You really have to stop this thing now. The second point I want to make is that I would respectfully ask Pembina to just really save yourselves and our community a bunch of money and just go home. This project is not going to go forward. Portland has a history of stopping other ill-advised projects like this. 40 years ago, they wanted to build a big freeway. The corporate interest wanted to build this freeway through the east side of Portland, and that freeway is now walkable neighborhoods, and there are jobs there. And everybody at the time, I'm sure they were saying, jobs, jobs, jobs. We probably have more jobs now as a result of saying no to that freeway. More recently, the Columbia River Crossing. Okay, thank you. Right on.
Go.
Yeah.
Angela Zahava. I don't believe they're Pembina's numbers, and you shouldn't either. They gave us a bunch of assumptions about their CO2 and expected us to take them. I think it's equally legitimate to assume that 100% of this material will be made into plastic in Asia and or burned. Then they asked you to fill in the blank to lend these numbers some kind of dubious legitimacy. Number two, I don't believe their worst case scenario. I think it's ridiculously optimistic. I think the worst case scenario looks more like this. Propane suspected in Canada explosions, killing dozens. I don't believe their claims about the investment in our community, the tax money. We all know how wonderfully responsible corporations are in paying their taxes and making their financial obligations to communities. I don't believe that. I don't believe their claims about jobs, and I support family wage jobs in solar by requiring all new development to have solar in all exposed southern development. Or no one has mentioned tourism, the risk to tourism in the Columbia River Gorge that this project poses. We have tourism that's just ramping up. Europe is just now discovering Oregon, so I'll conclude there.
Thank you. Reverend Solvin Nelson Gooden. Lightning Watchdog, Adam Bernelli, Ann Littlewood, Maurice Miller, go ahead and get started.
I've been asked to read this statement from the Reverend. Dear members of
your name?
My name's Thais Medallia.
And who are you representing?
And I am reading this statement from the Reverend Solveig Nielsen Gooden.
Okay.
Dear members of the Planning and Sustainability Commission, my name is Solveig Nielsen Gooden, and I live in Northeast Portland. I'm a pastor and the mother of Soren, age 9, and Stig, age 6. I have a simple question for you. Can the benefits of approving this terminal possibly outweigh the risks? There are short and long-term risks. It does not matter how many safety measures are put in place. There's simply no way to guarantee the safety of hundreds or thousands of people in the blast zone and along the rail lines. You cannot guarantee their safety, ever, period. And there are even longer-term risks. Have you not heard the desperate pleas from everyone from scientists who paint grim pictures of the future to the children who have to inhabit those grim pictures? We need to be taking drastic measures to stop fossil fuel extraction and export now, not support it. Global warming accelerates for many reasons, including that small commissions, just like yours all over the world, are in denial. They placate their consciences by convincing themselves that their little decisions won't have any real impact beyond their local community. They are wrong, factually and morally wrong. Refusing to approve this terminal may be a difficult choice for reasons of which I'm unaware. But I know for certain that saying no to this terminal is going to be infinitely easier than living with your own conscience when innocent people are burnt
Thank you.
alive.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Watchdog X. By the end of the day, you're going to vote yes, and it will be referred to the City Hall to do the final vote on this. The reason you're going to vote yes is because of the jobs, and that's what you're looking at this time. Now, pertaining, like I say, my problem I have on this whole facility is I think you've overlooked something on this. You're building this next to the levee, and in New Orleans, we know that the levee along Marine Drive needs to be brought up to New Orleans standards. You cannot build this facility near the levee and have this brought up to New Orleans standards. Number one, when you're talking rail, you are not supposed to have the rail on top of the levee, number one. That is the breach of the levee. You will not be able to pass the standards pertaining to this levee. This project should not be in this location. It should have never been put in this location, and it should not happen. And again, what the audience has been talking about today on the fracking issues and all these other issues, I absolutely agree on this. But again, if Pembina, you will get this approved. It will be approved through City Council. When you do to get this approved, I'd like you to also buy the Wapato facility as a staging area for your construction facility. You also have 500 potential units there that you can house your construction workers. Again, this project will not be stopped. The only way to stop this is on the levee itself, and that will be determined by the Corps of Engineers. We'll make the final assessment on that, and they have a right to overturn this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Adam Brunel. I'm a first-year MERP student at Portland State University, and I'm missing class to be here right now, a course on toxics in the Columbia River, so it's a little bit ironic. But I'm honestly embarrassed that the city and the Planning and Sustainability Commission are even having this conversation. I think it flies in the face of the Climate Action Plan and what the goals that we're trying to set out in the Climate Action Plan. A colleague of mine looked into the Federal Interagency Working Group Social Cost of Carbon and did an estimate based on the idea that Steve Law's Portland Tribune article is correct, that 20% of this will be burned, not replacing other fossil fuels. And in the first year, assuming a 3% discount rate, we're looking at between $43 and $127 million of costs worldwide, social costs of carbon. By year 25, because it escalates, we're looking at $208 million at that point. And if you add all of the costs throughout those 25 years, and this is a conservative estimate saying only 20% is burned by itself, we're looking at between 1.4 and $4 billion of worldwide impact. And that is people's lives, that's people's property, that's their land, that's their livelihoods. And it seems like we're gonna be doing it for just 12 million in taxes or 18 million in taxes each year. I think that this terminal would be a stain on the city's reputation as a climate leader. I believe also that if you approve this, this community will resist it. If the council approves it, We'll run a referendum if we have to, and if you build it anyway, we'll block it.
Hi, my name is Marcy Miller, and I have lived in the shadow of a 26 million gallon LPG terminal in the Port of Los Angeles for over 40 years. We got a total of 6 jobs, 0 money for our community in over 40 years. Pembina is lying. The truth is 33.6 million gallons of LPG cannot be made safe. They hope we are all stupid enough to believe them. The truth is, Pembina is lying about their blast zone. They know ConocoPhillips at the Port of LA computes 13 million gallons to have a blast radius of 2 miles, and Energy in San Bernardino computes their 22 million gallons to have a blast radius of 3.3 miles. Pembina knows that their Portland plan for 33.6 million gallons has a blast radius for a worst-case scenario of over 5 miles, and that the LPG fires will burn in excess of 3,200 degrees, and that these fires are not containable. Many of us will die, and unfortunately, our railroads are complicit in these lies and cover-ups. I have a letter from the Washington fire chiefs that they sent to the CEO of BNSF Railroad, and I quote, "Normally, we would be able to assess the hazard through right to know and other public documents. However, your industry has sought and gained exemptions to these sunshine laws. These documents are vital to the safety and health of our fire agencies, communities, and environment. Our citizens have a right to know what chemical disaster risks really exist and the various hazardous operations that are exposing them to this risk. The real risk here is greed and arrogance. Pembina wants to publicize the risks in order to privatize their great wealth. Please vote no, and thank you for your time."
Thank you. Ann Littlewood. Alex Anderson. Carrie Klein. Doug Weir. Don Smallman. Nicholas Caleb. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alex Anderson. I'm a recently graduated biologist from Concordia University. I think that kind of makes me a scientist. I'm afraid of what we're facing, not just because of the fracking and the this and that you've heard repeatedly, but I'm going to quote one of my textbooks. Carl Zimmer wrote in Evolution, Making Sense of Life, that we're looking at within 240 years, 75% of the world's species populations will be extinct if we do not stop polluting the atmosphere with carbon emissions. That includes this. I feel like I'm at a really bad wedding. And thank you. Well, I'm going to say Portland is the bride, and that you've heard testimony after testimony of people who are like the bride's parents saying, no, we object wholeheartedly. We speak now so that we don't have to forever hold our peace. So I'm going to ask you guys to raise your drinking glasses, if you don't mind. Oh, okay. Well, I saw Pembina was all in plastic bottles. Okay. I'm going to propose a toast here to the future, to the sound quality of mind of your decisions, and that you are going to look after all of us in your decision today and going into the future, because your jobs matter too. Thank you.
Yep, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dawn Smallman. I'm a documentary filmmaker and I work in media arts. And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I appreciate your volunteer time on this subject. I wanted to because we're going short, just make one point. I wanted to say, please take a look if you haven't seen any picture of tar sands, and you pretty much know everything that you need to know. It's really this question about the zoning changes, about who do we want to be, who do we want to do business with, whether what they're going to bring to Portland comes from the tar sands or not. They've built their personal and corporate fortune on the total destruction of a huge chunk of land, the total destruction of the watersheds there. Animals wander into it and die. Social ills are charted in the nearby communities, go way up down to like trafficking of young women and horrible social ills like that. This is what they've built their fortune on, but they're sitting here saying, trust us, Portland, we'll do right by you. Do not trust these people. There's nothing in their background or their personal fortune that should even make you want to trust these people. If they came to landscape your yard, you would turn them away. So please, if you haven't seen the pictures of the tar sands, please look at the tar sands, read about the tar sands. This is where they are building their wealth. This is where they are coming from. This is what they think is okay. And they are now asking you to trust them. Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking my comments.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Sure. My name is Kerry Klein. I'm an independent journalist. I wasn't intending to speak here today, but after listening to all the testimony, one point just sort of was in my mind that I wanted to say. I heard all the testimony from the Pembina people and the assurances that they give of safety and regulations and rules and that they're all good people. Those are all the exact same sort of assurances that TEPCO gave in Japan before the Fukushima disaster happened. There is no way to be so sure. And I think now we can see the result there. It doesn't matter in Japan there that they had X number of years of safety. What they were dealing with was so dangerous that one incident outweighed then all the years of safety that came before that. And I think that should be taken into consideration here.
Thank you.
My name is Nicholas Caleb. I'm a professor at Concordia University and also a proud professor because my students are making a lot of sense today. This is a zoning vote, ostensibly. That's what you're going to be deciding on, but we all know that it's a lot more than a zoning vote. I would go so far as to say that this is the biggest environmental decision that's been made in the city in about 4 decades. As was mentioned before, the Mount Hood Freeway, we've got a legacy of defeating major projects and keeping Portland how we want it to be. Punting this to the City Hall just increases the chances that this could possibly go through. We're going to mount a massive campaign either way, but it's just easier to get rid of it right now. The context for this is that we are becoming a fossil fuel export chute in the Northwest. It's coming very fast. You see the trains on the rails all the time. If this stuff goes through, the climate science says that it's game over if it's burned. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's it. So we have to stop it and keep it in the ground. The thing that hasn't been mentioned very much is the fact that if we say no to what's been declared at state policy as a clean fuel, propane, which it's not, and we say we don't really care what the policy says on this and how we define these fuels, we look at the science, we make the sound decisions, this is going to be a decision that reverberates through our region. It's going to give other cities the courage to make similar decisions, to actually stand up and do this. And this is the type of resistance that we actually have to have if we're going to have any shot on climate change at all. It's got to springboard, it's got to go elsewhere. Portland needs to lead on that. So I guess what I'm asking as we leave tonight is to step outside of the position of being, bureaucrats for a moment and decision makers and think as moral and ethical individuals who are making decisions about the future of your community and who are making future decisions about the future youth of your community and in the globe. The decision's easy. Please vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Weir. And Taz Madella. Huh? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Doug.
As a species, we are addicted to fossil fuels and corporate profits. This is an intervention. As a species, we are slowly killing ourselves, and we're taking many other species with us. The logic of moving from coal to natural gas is a little like going from heroin to cocaine. Why get hooked on another fossil fuel that we will all just have to get off later? Fossil fuels should only be used as a small supplement to renewables. The world is looking to us to lead, and we have to change now. If we change now, it'll take a long time to implement changes, and it will take much longer for the climate to react. We must start now.
Thank you. And that concludes.
I turned in my sheet. Your colleague will remember because I pointed out that I was one of the people on January 13th who was not able to speak at that time. I'm representing Sierra Club and the Portsmouth Neighborhood Association Board of Directors.
What is your name?
Gleichman. Not intelligibly. I'm sorry if my...
You got 2 minutes. Go.
Thank you.
And you are?
Ted Gleichman, representing Sierra Club. I have my own timer, and...
You have 2 minutes, so go.
Yes.
We're going to time you on our time, so talk.
I wear two hats. First, I tip my hat to you for all of the diligence and time and energy that you put into protecting and preserving and helping our city. And I'm wearing 3 hats here tonight. A statewide role with Sierra Club on fossil fuels and our 28,000 members and supporters, and a national role on that same issue, 2.4 million, oldest and largest environmental group in the United States. And also on behalf of the Portsmouth Neighborhood Association Board of Directors, which has voted unanimously to oppose this project based on safety, climate, source, and use, all of those issues. But there's a threshold question that I think, I'll post my, my comments directly onto the Sierra Club blog. The risk of an earthquake is 100%. And the risk of it happening in the lifetime of the middle school students who were here is about 50-50. That's a huge risk. There is no testing possible for the proposal that's been made. And we only have one good analog for what actually can happen for the mirror image earthquake that we faced to the March 11th, 2011 Tohoku earthquake. Nobody alive has experienced an earthquake like this in the Pacific Northwest because the last one, as you know, was 315 years ago. But the Chiba plant ruptured, burned for 11 days, killed 6 people and injured dozens because of the mirror image earthquake of what we face. Well, it looks like my time is just about up. So I appreciate your courtesy. The threshold question is, do you face an emergency here? If so, you need to treat it that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Charles Johnson, and has been recorded at City Hall. I represent Oregonians for food and shelter and wisdom and compassion. And we ask that you use wisdom. When you were selected for this position, you made a good faith commitment to reasonably apply some convoluted zoning language and stuff like that. We're asking you now to answer to a higher law and a greater morality. We know that many slaughters and executions performed by this country, performed by the Nazi regime, have been done under the color of law. People have mistakenly thanked you for your time. When this ridiculous, unsustainable proposal, it doesn't say they're going to plant enough trees to mitigate the carbon, so therefore not sustainable. When this ridiculous proposal came from you, you should have just said, no, it's so far away from the word sustainability that there's no prima facie case for you to even listen to this zoning change. So do the right thing. Say that regardless of what Pembina's lawyers may or may not do after you say no, just say no. We had a person talk about addiction, and we had a few chuckles in the audience, but we all really know that addiction is not funny. It's lethal. If you vote yes, you're voting for lethality. Don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the public testimony. We will be closing the hearing for public testimony and written testimony now. Tom, you want to come back up? Before Tom sits down, I want to thank all the people that have testified. I'm not sure how many, but
close to 100.
99? 97. And we did it in 3.5 hours. It was good testimony, compelling, brought some new information, and I really appreciate it. And I think our commissioners, my fellow commissioners, do too. So thank you very much for all the people that stayed and testified throughout tonight. No, we're going to keep, if you need to go. So we're not going to take a break. We're going to just now get the questions for Tom. So questions for Tom. No questions?
Additional information.
Don.
Tom, one question was on the environmental, the code revision. Does it set a precedent for other riverfront conditions where people are loading us onto small boats?
Right. So we looked at the other properties along the Oregon Slough, Columbia River in this area that are zoned IH, might have some rail access, and found that those other sites are not really feasible from the standpoint that it's the main part of those the developable parts of those parcels are separated from the riverfront by Marine Drive, and you're left with just a very thin strip of river frontage.
Okay,
and
great.
so you got to figure out how to get over under Marine Drive, somehow get to there.
Not going to happen. Okay, great. Thank you.
Did you go ahead?
I know I've received this information before. It's just been, I just need a little reiteration. So how much propane is currently being shipped through Oregon via freight? Do we have that number again?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Karen? Your mic.
So as I've been listening to the testimonies, I've been marking for myself questions that I have. So actually I have 3 of them, and I'm going to ask them all. So one of the things came at the very beginning of the testimony, and one of the things that mattered a lot to me when we were discussing West Hayden Island was the notion that we were breaking treaties. And we had a discussion about that with the West Hayden Island conversation, and it was stated that we've broken a treaty of 1855 and that we have shirked our responsibility to consult with the tribes. And I need to hear more about that.
Okay, so in terms of tribal consultations, the mayor's office reached out to the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde and to the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. And then subsequent to that, I sent emails to the staffers extending an invitation for more information about the project, coming here to testify, coming to, if there is a future city council meeting, and to be able to coordinate and arrange that. In addition to that, we also sent emails to the Yakima Nation because they were involved in the West Hayden Island. And so we did not receive any responses to date to any of those emails out to them, contacts to them.
Okay. And in addition, I guess this question might be for the city attorney, because that was the last one we had talked. She was the one who had checked them out, I think. Was there, in the city's opinion, any violation of the Treaty of 1855? I have a question about that. So We had asked, well, I'm sorry, we had asked those questions with the other conversation, and that was important to me. So I need to know the answer to that question. It's important to my decision. So I don't know if you've studied it or not.
This issue hasn't come up to date.
Okay. So I guess for me, what I could say is tonight it's been brought up, and so it's important. I'm just saying, I can only speak for myself.
Yes.
And what matters to me. And that's one of the pieces that matters to me. So I would hope that maybe we could do some research on that. So the next question that I have is, do we currently rail anything hazardous on our Portland railways that are in the same area? Yes, do we currently put on the railroad, anything hazardous in the same area on the same railways?
Define same area in what you
where
want.
the railroad is going, where we think, that's not helpful. But
I mean, this route or in and out of T6?
I believe that I am perhaps asking about the same route. I'm just curious what is currently on that route. Yeah, on that route.
I don't know specifically, but certainly there are oil trains going through Portland on their way down the Columbia to Port Westward, where there's a oil transfer terminal to the other West Coast refineries. So that's going to be the biggest volume of hazardous materials that are going through. I don't know. There is another oil terminal actually in the Portland Harbor that was mentioned in earlier testimony. They handle a lot of different refined and oil products, both coming in and out, as a distribution facility to the rest of Oregon.
Okay.
And it's on the Willamette. I forget the exact name of it, but yeah. Yeah.
But currently we do have this being
Yes.
these substances. Okay, just from
And
my thoughts.
as Pembina stated, they have shipped propane to Oregon and to Portland for local distribution here for many years, 15 years, I believe.
Right. My third question is, there was a comment about the code amendment opening the door to 21 other zones. Is that correct?
Well, that was a similar question to what Dawn asked. And
maybe I
we
missed it.
had looked at other heavy industrial zone sites along the Columbia River and found that the developable portions of the sites are separated from the river frontage by Marine Drive, which makes it infeasible or difficult to develop as a marine terminal export facility, in addition to the depth of the slough at that point.
Would it then be your opinion that that would be highly unlikely?
Highly unlikely.
And sorry, but let me just get all my stuff out of the way, and then y'all can do whatever you're doing. There was a comment about building rail on the levee and coming up to a New Orleans standard. What was that about?
So my understanding in this area that there isn't a levee, that it is subject to the floodplain, and that it actually, the rail into and out of Terminal 6 goes under Marine Drive, or there's an overpass that goes into it. So it's using, the new rail spurs to serve the site, on the site, will be next to the existing rail spurs, and they'll have to deal with any existing floodplain regulations that are in place today for their floodplain impacts. But there is no levee. There is no building on top of a levee or breaching
I
a
didn't
levee
think so,
or-
but I just
That's right.
needed to ask.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Other questions? Catherine?
I think he really wants
did you,
in.
Chris?
So Tom, help me remember, during the review of the Climate Action Plan, was there discussion or testimony regarding adding a ban of propane to the ban on fossil fuel export?
We've received a lot of testimony asking us to include propane under some sort of fossil fuel export policy as part of the climate action plan. And there's really two parts to that policy. One is come up with a fossil fuel export policy, and in the meantime, oppose coal and oil projects throughout Oregon, if anybody bothers to ask the city of Portland.
Okay. Thank you.
But there has been a lot of testimony saying we should include propane too within that policy.
And did we hear that testimony here in this group when the climate action plan came through here?
It hasn't come to you
Okay,
yet.
that explains it. Thank you.
Coming soon.
But okay, maybe explain process for me, because I know we took the climate action plan and we just saw a briefing on it? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Thank you.
Yes.
Climate preparation plan.
Right.
How to
Okay.
get ready for the changes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate clarifying where my head's at. Thank you.
You have a question, Maggie?
Yes, and so the comments related to propane, did that, factoring that into the climate action plan, was that prior to the proposal to locate Pembina here? Did those comments come in prior to the?
No, my understanding of the sequencing was we had worked through a steering advisory committee to come up with the draft climate action plan. And in that draft had a policy that specifically talked about coal and oil and opposing those projects. And it's only after the propane terminal was proposed that people started to say, oh, what about that? And that now we have, well, maybe we should weigh and look at a broader fossil fuel encompassing policy and how to factor that in. And so we have two different policy actions sort of in parallel on slightly different timelines. So we're getting comments on sort of both issues.
But, excuse me. Michael, do you want to comment a little bit on that?
What Tom said is exactly right.
Okay. Other comments? Gary?
Oh, thank you. Just a really small technical question. When I was going through the Bentech economic report the other day, I noticed when they were describing the net imports and exports of propane, they were lumping it together with polypropylene. And I kind of don't get why that was done. One presumably is a finished plastic product or plastic substrate, and the other is a raw material. And it just jogged my curiosity.
I don't have an idea. Michael does?
Michael.
There we go.
Tom was getting them all exactly right. My understanding would be because polypropylene is when propane is used as a chemical feedstock, it is often used to make polypropylene. And so it's sort of, if you're looking at the raw material or the sort of next material that's made of that, which is then going to be turned into something else. So they're probably trying to capture both kind of formats of the fuel when it's being used as a feedstock.
Yeah, no.
Purpose of measurement? Presumably, and I'm not looking at the same graph you are.
One is a finished product and one is a raw material. And so when you're talking about exports, there's different economics happening with those two things.
Yeah, it's sort of where you are in the value add chain, because really neither of them is a finished product.
In effect, when you're...
It's a refined product.
Yeah.
It's not a finished, because they take the polypropylene and then make
something
something
else
out
with
of it. So it's a...
Other questions? We have the consultant here, our consultant that did the review of the Pembina. Do you have any questions for him? The port is here. Any questions for them?
Our consultant that did
The
QRA.
QRA.
Okay.
So any questions for him?
Yes.
And I have one more question for Tom.
Okay, let's get your question first,
Maybe I
and
could
then
just
we'll
get
get
that one,
the.
and we can excuse Tom. But it was stated in one of the testimonies that there was no way to insure the trains. And why would you go with something that you couldn't insure? What's that statement mean? And I get insurance. Do you have any idea where that came from?
My guess is that in my understanding from the news reports that some of the train accidents that have happened is determining liability is a complicated process between multiple companies. You know, the railroad itself, the train car, the rail car owners, everything else involved in that, and whose insurance is going to pay for all of those damages and what those shares are and how you cover that liability has, in my impression, is very complicated and legally time-consuming to unravel, to figure out.
Right, and I would agree that, I mean, many of us have that in our own jobs that we have as well, but we are insured. So I'm assuming that the trains actually are insured, that we're not just putting trains out there that aren't insured. Because I think that I'm just asking.
So can we, it was Pembina that, if I remember the testimony, that said they could not insure the trains. So is there a representative from Pembina that can speak to this issue of insurance on trains? Or wants to, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to imagine anybody would put a train out without insurance.
So Harry Anderson, yes, we have insurance. We carry very broad liability insurance for all of our activities. And so if there is a derailment and Pembina is at fault, our insurance would kick in. So yes, we carry insurance.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking. I just want to hear from you that your trains are insured.
The mic. All right. Any other questions for Pembina while we have them? No. No. Thank you, Harry. You had a question?
Yeah. So to follow up on, so this has to do with the QRA and the probability that they used for an earthquake occurring. I guess I'd just like a little feedback on more consensus around if an earthquake is actually more probable than was in the QRA, and to what magnitude. I think we heard a little bit about that today, so just a little clarification around probability of that occurring within 150, 200 years.
Tim, can you come up and help?
It may be all theoretical or... Huh?
Hi, Tim Oliver, Akana. The earthquake frequencies we looked at that were evaluated in the QRA are reasonable for calculating the risk from the facility. That's where we looked at. As far as the design standards that the facility would be designed to withstand the projected earthquakes that we expect is also reasonable in terms of what we anticipate will happen at some point in the future.
Other questions?
Yeah, don't go. It's you I want to talk to.
Howard?
Well, I had forgotten because I hadn't seen the consultant's report until just very recently. You call for a number of changes here in the whole agreement. Are we implementing those? What are we doing with the Akana report?
So I'm gonna.
I can't speak to that.
Tom?
Tom?
So I said in the beginning, the difference between the March 16th version of the QRA and the April 2nd version of the QRA, they had started to implement some of the changes and explanations that were identified by Tim in his letter. I think the bottom line is that most of those go to explaining their assumptions more thoroughly and their findings more thoroughly. but don't really change the overall outcome in terms of the level of risk and the safety explanation. And so I think at that point, what we would use the rest of those recommendations for is when Pembina submits. So this QRA is based on a 60% design level. When they get to the 100% design level and submit their building permits, they'll have to submit another QRA that will be reviewed by the fire marshal and BDS, and we would expect them to address many of the other issues that were identified in the Akana letter.
Well, I think we'd almost have to take them on one at a time and address them, right? And so right now we're operating with the possibility that some things are okay and being taken care of. Some things we'll just have to work out when we get to the next level. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Other questions? I think we're good.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
who?
I was just going to offer to make a motion.
Okay.
We're done.
Can I make a comment, Chris, before you?
Certainly.
I certainly look forward to hearing your motion. What is, thanks. What's the status of the amendments that are listed on a two-sided one-pager?
So, all right. So here's the process we're going to go through at this point. Chris is going to make a motion. I'm going to have him make a motion first. And his motion is to have no change to the zoning code, the map, and that will be a up or down, yes or no vote. And if he gets a second, we'll have a discussion, then we'll take a vote. And depending on that vote, if that fails, we'll move to another motion that would be to accept the proposal presented by Tom. That's up there. And if there's a second to that, then we'd have a discussion. Well, we would then go to the list of amendments.
Okay. All right.
And we will vote on each one of those individually. Tom has them on the screen, and we're going to just hopefully, I'll call out the amendment, and we'll go through each one. The person that has the amendment will get to explain it. We'll vote, and we'll move on to the next one. And at the end, we'll have, if we get that far, we'll have a amended proposal that we'll then discuss and vote.
Great. Okay. Thanks for that clarity.
We're going to keep going because it's 8 o'clock and hopefully at 9.
Go for it, Chris.
Chris, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make a motion, and then if it's seconded, I'd appreciate the opportunity to speak to the motion. The motion is that we retain the current zoning code and maps with no changes.
It's moved and seconded. Chris,
Okay, thank you.
Start
So
the discussion.
for those of you keeping score and the folks who've been telling us all night to vote no, this would actually be a yes vote to reject the proposal. So you're now rooting for us to vote yes. I'm going to speak to 3 points. I think the reasons to vote no are basically climate and safety. I'm going to let other colleagues start the safety discussion. I'm going to focus on climate, and I'm going to talk about what I think we're entering into if we do this. I'm going to talk about the role of cities in this process, and I'm going to talk about our brand as a city. It's been interesting to learn about this, and I'm not going to say anything you haven't heard in testimony tonight, but I'll try and wrap it all up in a nice little package, and probably nobody was more eloquent than our 4 middle schoolers. This is the tip of the iceberg of what's happening in Western Canada. So we're being presented with the cleanest part of that process. But as you've heard, there's fracking going on in the Western Canadian Basin, which is where this propane comes from. There's the exploitation of the Alberta tar sands. Pembina is deeply involved in all of that. I don't believe that we can separate ourselves from the totality of what's happening there. If we're helping facilitate this whole process, we're going into partnership with this entire enterprise. And as others have pointed out, if this is a 35 to 50-year facility, if that level of exploitation is still going on 35 to 50 years from now, we will have blown past the 2 degrees C and the planet will be in a whole lot of trouble. I don't think there's any way to square the circle and say that we can do this and still believe in our climate action plan. I believe they are simply irreconcilable.
Please, please.
So then you can ask the question, well, we're just one city. This is a global problem. What can we do? Well, if you look at what's going on around North America, it's cities and to some degree states that are actually making progress on this. We're blocked by political gridlock at the national level, but it's cities like us who have actually shown how you can reduce consumption. The question of fossil fuel production is now being taken up at cities. We're debating this here, across the river in Vancouver. You have the port that wants to put in an oil terminal and the city that wants to block it. In Seattle, you have the port that wants to host an Arctic exploration fleet and the city that wants to block it. I think the leadership on climate is coming from cities and to some degree states right now, and we can play an important role in continuing that trend. And then finally, I'm going to talk about our brand as a city. The Portland Plan talks about urban innovation and sustainable development as exports from Portland. They are part of our economy driving that. And I think if we embrace this project, we're essentially going to get soot on our brand, and it's going to make it harder to do that. So I think we are actually weakening our strengths if we go for this for the short-term economic benefits. I think the long-term, in the long term, this proposal is neither good planning nor sustainable, and I urge you all to join me in voting to not do this. Thank you.
Other, Teresa?
Okay, I'd like to speak a little bit to the safety issues. I'm not going to quote a bunch of statistics. I just want to talk a little bit about where I'm looking at in making this decision. I think Pembina has done a good job in trying to make a safe facility, and they're very proud of doing that, and I have no doubt that they would try their best there. The issue that I have a concern with, though, is the rail corridor, the transport there, and the proximity to our population center. And I think based on risk of things that we don't want to happen, like earthquakes and things that are not controllable, that locating a facility like this close to the population center, and then also that rail corridor, which is going to put a lot of different people at risk with different, maybe smaller issues that are uncontrollable, that those two safety areas really outweigh the benefits that we would get from the Pembina project. And I think in this case, it's benefits versus risks, and it looks to me like the people who are taking the most risk are not going to be the ones who get the most benefit.
Mike?
Well, Chris did a great job of articulating the same concerns I have, but in addition to that, and I'll have to compliment the audience so far, that not only have they given great testimony, but been very respectful, and it's very difficult up here, if there's a lot of commotion going on, so really appreciate both the quality and the quantity of the testimony. It's very much appreciated. And I have a list of 8 different things people said. I'm not going to go through all 8 because I think Sam from Sunnyside Environmental School, who channeled Mr. Spock with his comment that it's illogical for us to approve this, I think made a very strong point, as did the rest of that student panel. Are pretty impressive. So I'll be voting yes.
Questions, other comments? Howard.
I'm a little concerned about what yes and no means at this point in terms of what I think Chris and Teresa and Mike have articulated. I don't see this as easily a black and white issue. I really believe in what they've said, that it's a city decision. And I believe our city council has to rule on this at some point, sooner than later. So as I understand the procedure here, if we follow this motion, we basically rejected it. And it, as I said at the beginning of this, goes away. But it doesn't go away.
No.
It will be returned, and we will have to revisit this all over again. I'm not pleading for an alternative vote to Chris's. I'm asking for a reasonable recognition of what we're facing here and saying for those of us who agree with everything Chris is saying, it would be an easier vote to make after the city council weighs in. And so my vote is going to be really based on wanting to refer it to the people we elected to office, we are appointed, and make them make the decision that I think regards much more than Pembina, but the whole position we take on the shipment of this kind of stuff going forward. I want to be clear about my vote so that everybody understands it, because I think however we transmit it, if we do to city council, it's going to come with a lot of conditions that I feel we have to put on it.
Other comments? Dawn?
A clarifying question, if we again, I may be confused, but if we on this support Chris's motion, then we're stopping this evening.
Yes.
Completely.
So if you vote
We're not
yes-
getting into the amendments, we're not
No.
getting into the IGA, we are putting the brakes on and leaving the vehicle here, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, so I think, if I could, I have a response to that question, if it's okay, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are two
No.
ways.
No.
It's stopped.
Does not go
We
to
could,
council. If
the meeting
this-
will stop even.
But the issue
if
doesn't, the
if
issue doesn't
wait,
end.
Chris, just a sec.
Not that that's my main motivation.
Just to be clear, if you vote yes and there are 6 votes yes, we're done. We will adjourn the meeting and we will go home. Or 5. No, 5, 6 has to get 6. 6 out of 10 to pass. 5 is a no, a tie is a no. At 6, we are done, we go home. Council then can pass a resolution. We will be back here, many of the same individuals, maybe all of you, doing this one more time. And at that point, if council passes a resolution, it won't matter whether we say no or yes, it will go to them.
So it would be my hope, it would be my hope that if we pass the resolution and the people who are here in the audience today are resolute and tell the same things to city council, the city council would not restart this process. But I think more importantly, the climate action plan will create the action item to develop a fossil fuel export policy for the city, which would come through here and would then go to city council. And I think it's better to have that debate about the totality of fossil fuel exports than to wrap all that policy into one project.
Gary?
Andre, procedural question. If we don't make a decision here, or if we make a no decision rather, 6 votes against approving it, is city council obligated to send it back to us, or is that an
No.
optional?
No, that's option.
Okay, so they could just go ahead, consider the issue and close it.
They could.
And negotiate.
I
what
doubt
want
they
to.
will, but just,
And they would be doing so without our input.
yes, they would be doing so.
There would be
without
no
our-
position letter here.
There's we will have no recommendations to council.
Okay, so all this time that obviously there'll be a public record and everything, but none of what we've formulated will be expressed as in a position letter to the council.
No.
Okay, thank you.
It looks like there's some clarification.
Well, just to clarify that if the city council they'll bring up a resolution, and that resolution will be to ask you to make a recommendation to them on the code amendments and the map amendments to enable the project. They can't bring up the code amendment on its own without your recommendation at this point.
But coming from, if just to be clear, if Chris's motion passes, we will not send a letter to council. We're done. At this point,
you're done.
We're done.
And that it'll be up to the city council to hold a hearing on a resolution to ask for your recommendation again.
Yes. Again. Yes. And we will have another hearing, and then we will, yes.
We've been down this road before where people have expressed concern that we will not have the opportunity to share our concerns and thoughts with city council. That's not the case. This commission has the prerogative, if city council takes this up, to go to city council and explain why we voted the way we did here.
Yeah, in 3 minutes. Right?
Or less.
Or less.
Or 2. If it's
I think we have a little more sway than that.
yes, yeah.
So,
Okay.
last question, and then I'm going to talk
Yeah.
and we're going to vote.
So, if we say, if we keep the amendment as, I mean, if we keep the code as is, it goes to council, they say, hey, we're still interested in this deal.
No, it doesn't go to council.
No.
Or they can pick it up regardless.
They
Yes,
can pass
they
a
can pass a
If
resolution.
they're so motivated.
For an actual recommendation.
No. They,
Let me go through it again.
Go through
Last
it.
time,
Susan's
last
going to
time.
go through it.
All right, ready?
This is the word.
If you agree with Chris's motion to keep the code the way it is, then the discussion ends here. However, they could start the discussion again with a resolution at city council where there would be a hearing on that resolution. And that resolution would direct the Planning and Sustainability Commission to consider this decision. And you would have basically the same discussion or whatever discussion you wanted to have at that time, and then would propose a recommendation back to city council. The difference is, if you disagree with it now, it does end. If you disagree with it then, it still goes forward to city council with your direction several months from now, because you got to have the resolution on council, it's got to come back here, you have requirements for how much notice you need to give for each one of those areas, so it's 3 or 4 months before it ends up back at council. Does that make sense?
Thanks. So I just want to speak about the resolution and what we're being asked to do today about whether we're yes or no. And a lot of, I've thought about the climate action plan, about what we're being asked to do. And if you look at even our climate action plan, it says the intertwined challenges of climate change, social inequity, economic vitality, degraded natural systems, and the rising cost of living demand on an integrated response that goes far beyond cutting carbon. We are literally at the point of where climate action is talked about at the United Nations. This is rubber meets the road for me. Developing nations don't want climate change from the United States because they look back at us and they say, you should do what you talk about. You should take the risks that you want us to take. You want us not to develop our countries because without the resources, but you want us to reduce carbon. We're sending them a product, propane, that takes coal out of their hands, which is the cheapest thing they can buy, and going to charge them more for it to reduce it. It's a small amount. They're still going to use more coal. They're still going to use more oil. But it addresses the problem that every time the United States goes to talk to China, India, some of the people that are going to get this that have more children than we'll ever see, to say, no, we're not going to ship you a product, but we want you to change your society and not grow. We industrialized this nation over the indigenous people here and told them the same thing and polluted this planet. Now we're going to sit here and say, no, I just think we have to have courage, take a risk, and move this forward to council and really say to the nation, to the world, this is a climate action plan that we believe in, because our climate action plan has a huge section that talks about equity. And equity is more than just saying we're going to look at our own population. It's about, what are you saying to India and China if you're not going to provide them the tools, at least to start a conversation about not using coal and oil? It's just not doesn't work for me.
Andre, I simply do not buy the argument that we're talking about a bridge fuel here. Just, it flies in the face of what's actually going on, what will go on. So I was with you up until about halfway through your conversation, and I just don't see it.
I'm not talking about a bridge fuel because you look at the statistics, they will continue to use more coal. I don't care how much propane we put off. They will continue to use more fuel. They will continue to use more oil, and they will continue to outpollute us in a tremendous way.
They're growing.
They're growing. But we need to give them some tools as alternatives. Propane is maybe not the ultimate tool, but telling them no tool seems disingenuous and hypocritical.
Hey, they're selling to us.
They know better than you about the need for the need for
Good grief.
Excuse me, sir. We're having a discussion here. Okay, Maggie, and then.
Well, I was simply going to call for the question.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's get back to the motion after Maggie.
Yeah.
I'm going to support Chris's motion. I do not buy the fact that this is a bridge fuel. We are providing and encouraging infrastructure, which is a placeholder, and it is increasing reliance on on production of a carbon-emitting fuel. It is increasing reliance on the destructive practices that are just in, I've grown up, I lived in Texas for 10 years. I've seen what fracking is like down there. And I can't conscionably let this continue. If the council approves it, we can reevaluate and look at our tiered structure for mitigating. But at this point, it's hard to morally justify letting this go forward. So I'm going to support your motion, Chris.
So with that, I'll call a vote. Oh, who? Gary?
Yeah.
Real quick.
I just wanted to express that throughout this process, I was very intrigued by the concept of bridge fuels, transitional energy, et cetera. And, in the memo that I sent out the other day, even though it's based on a very microcosmic example, that microcosm was something that was given to us by Pembina via their research firm. It probably represents the best case argument that can be made around transitional fuels and displacement of fuels, but it just isn't true. And so, when I looked at the data in depth, what it shows is exactly what you were saying, Andre. There's a basis of ongoing biofuels and coal, and layered on top of that are the more refined fuels. And so really what we are talking about is a general expansion of energy use and a general increase in CO2. And even though I can accept displacement as a long-term prevention strategy, but the rate at which it's occurring, it will take probably a couple centuries to get anywhere with it, because the differences between the fuels are not that profound and will be totally swallowed by the increased amount and population increases. So I'm disappointed that that's the way it turned out. I was really hoping that, that the displacement transitional fuels approach would be something that would be more robust, but the data doesn't say that to me.
Okay. Julie, votes. So be clear.
Clarify again what yes and no.
If you vote yes, you're voting to end the meeting in 2 minutes.
What is this?
So you're voting to deny the proposal that Tom has on the screen. If you vote no. If you vote yes,
If you're voting yes, you're voting to continue the current land use zoning regulations.
yes.
And not change it.
And make no
And
changes.
means no change.
Yes?
Yes means no change, no means change. Yes. Julie?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes. St. Martin. Yes. Talmadge.
Yes.
Baugh.
No. 5-5. So
So now we would move on
we'll move on.
to the motion that's on the board
Yes.
there.
So
So
I
someone needs to
move
move.
that we accept the proposal that is on the board.
610.
Okay, the motion has failed.
The motion has failed
As a result of
of the tie, yes.
Now we're going to the.
Now, so
go
I
to the
move that we
motion.
accept the proposal that's on the board.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So I'd like to go through the amendments. Let me get the first one. The first one is presented by Catherine Schultz. Is there a second to amend? Is a second? Catherine?
So, I basically support the notion of having a discussion about a carbon fee, but I have a fundamental issue with this process, and I have it for a couple reasons. First of all, I feel that the motion to have a carbon fee should come out as part of our climate action plan, and at that point, we should, outline how it's applied and have thorough discussions about how we're analyzing it. Kind of talked at the beginning about my question with Michael, where the facts are coming from, and this group as a whole should be able to debate that, and we should be able to hear from the public and have testimony on that carbon fee to decide if that's something we as a city want to adopt. I think it's a conversation for all of us, not something that should be tacked on to this IGA. I feel the way we're tacking it on right now is basically, this is my second issue, it's pay to play. And I have a real hard time with tacking something onto this when we don't have a policy about it yet. And we're kind of trying to create policy, in my opinion, in a backward process. And I'll leave it at that.
Other comments? Chris?
So, I tried to keep an open mind through this whole process. And the two ways I was looking to square the circle were whether there was, in fact, a bridge fuel benefit, which I think we largely doubt here. The other was, could we effectively mitigate for this? And I was part of the subcommittee that recommended the particular plan that we have in front of us. I believe this is unconscionable enough not to do it at all. I think it would be far worse to do it without some level of mitigation. I frankly believe this level of mitigation is inadequate, but something is better than nothing, and I think Susan would probably tell us there's some benefit for establishing that cities can in fact do this. So much as I don't like this proposal, I think it would be far worse if we stripped the mitigation fee from it.
As I understand it, you're not suggesting we strip it. You're suggesting we change the timing so that we have a policy that forms a foundation for their requests. Is that correct, Catherine?
Well, I'm saying to take it out of the IGA, to request in a letter that goes with the IGA that council directs staff to bring forward a proposal that addresses carbon fee or carbon mitigation for exports. And that we then spend the time working on that prior to Pembina going in for permits.
Okay.
So that we can create a policy that says when a permit gets pulled for an export facility, this fee then gets triggered. And so therefore it buys us time before Pembina would pull permits to be able to work out a process that we feel is appropriate, or a fee that we feel is appropriate, should we all agree a fee is appropriate. And therefore, it's not part of the IGA. It's in a letter recommending to council that they bring it back or ask staff to put a policy
So it's a
together.
requirement that can still be levied at the right time.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
Maggie, then Mike.
I'm leaning towards supporting your amendment. I want to make sure there's plenty of expert testimony regarding and expert studies regarding any price that would be a carbon price that would be attached to a project. I want to make sure though that I want council to really consider that any proposal is also attached to Pembina. I don't want this necessarily grandfathered in because or an agreement reached right now that leaves them that doesn't leave them subject to a fee that we could propose later, in tandem with council, in tandem with further studies and expert. I feel like a carbon mitigation fee as proposed in front of us from council members, I feel like it was made kind of in a bubble, to be honest. And I just want to make sure that there is more study around it and leadership from council as well, because they were elected to serve the city as well. So I'm going to support your amendment.
I want to hear from Chris first.
Well, I actually have a question for Susan, which is, if the zoning and the IGA get through council without a fee attached, do we have a place to attach a fee later?
We do not have an opportunity unless they, as part of their decision, direct us to come up with a fee, forget the fee, to come up with an export policy that might include a fee, and direct it at that point in time that any decision that was made, that was proffered by this commission back to council, would be a part of the zone change would not be effective unless that happened. So that's a lot.
I think I just heard we're giving up our leverage.
Pardon?
I think I just heard we're giving up our leverage.
If we vote on this
I think.
Susan,
go ahead.
Can I just clarify?
Go ahead.
So you're saying that city council would need to specifically direct us to include the Pembina project in consideration of of a broader fossil fuel policy, and include a fee in that?
What we would be doing is writing a letter. In your letter to council and your recommendation, you would be saying, please turn around and ask us to do this, as it's being proposed in the Climate Action Plan already. And when you do that, Planning Commission, you will develop a policy and potentially a fee that would apply to any future export, including Pembina. So it leaves a period of time and more uncertainty for everyone involved, which may be fine and may not be fine, depending on your perspective.
Well, we have not filled in that blank yet, and one of our tasks still ahead of us is to take a serious look at
We did fill in the blank.
Was it with that 6.7?
It's $6.77, $6.2 million
Per year?
per year, because it's the recommendation.
Well, okay, in that
There can certainly be an amendment to amend that.
Well, part of my
okay.
part of my response to Catherine's motion is predicated on the fact that I think that what we've agreed to is woefully inadequate to truly address. I mean, that is not a sufficient amount of funds.
That's a different motion.
Right.
I know. So I came in here planning to vote against this Catherine's amendment because a bird in the hand, as they say, is worth 2 or 3 or 5 in the bush. And I'm concerned that what we will wind up doing here is really not addressing. I mean, we've already made a decision I disagree with, and I hate to think that we are going to lowball what they should be paying to offset carbon.
I mean, Mike, you're saying there's a danger if we decide on a figure tonight, we might be lowballing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We
we are.
Okay. It seems to me that we already, at the end of this, are going to ask council to come back and through the climate action plan to create a policy around, which we need, and there's no dispute of that. It seems at that time, if we have a placeholder at least, I think we can ask council to come back and see if that's the right number. But my fear is council's going to want to give some assurity, and we should put a number. Whether you agree with 6.77 or you want to propose something else, without a recommendation from us, they're going to pick a number, I believe. And I'm not saying it's the right number council's going to pick, but they're going to want to have a surety to a contractor.
Well, yeah. Andre, I think I'm kind of moving ahead, but Chris has an amendment in here that says to reevaluate and adjust it on a regular interval.
Yes.
Okay.
So, any more comments? We'll take a vote. And this is just up or down. Yes is for it, no, you're against it. It's just simple. Julie? What? Yeah, quick.
Yeah. You were expressing concern about the uncertainty with city council. And so is that concern about not having a numeric standard there, not having a financial standard?
Not having a financial standard, I believe council's going to want to put some number on the table.
So they're going to want to go ahead and do this if we give them the planning.
Well, they may put no number on the table or some number. I don't know if they're going to put a number or not. I don't.
We're going to come up on that, number 7.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, real quick.
So I'm trying to be quick, but I'm also trying to understand what I'm voting for. So what I'm worried about is some of the conversation that happened just a little bit ago about us losing any leverage on this. I like the idea of having it pulled out and discussed and having more time with it. But I'm worried if you pull it out of this, what if they don't say they want it? How do we make them? Do you know what I mean?
We can't make them.
No, I know you can't make them. I've been around long enough to know, so.
Karen, I would also say they can pull it themselves.
They can pull it themselves.
And not bring us anything.
Yeah, they can pull it themselves.
Don't forget that they can, at any point.
I'm trying to get because I like your concept around having a conversation about a fuel export
But our
policy.
job is to tell them what we think ought to happen.
Yeah, and so if we're going to.
We want to do.
If we're, I'm not going to say, well, they can also pull the number themselves
Yeah.
as, if they want to. With that,
God, I'm sorry. That was rude. That was awful.
Julie, we're going to call a vote.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
No.
No. Talmadge. No. Law.
No. Next motion. We're going to try to shorten them up here.
Go ahead. That was important. They're all important.
Well, the next two are pretty pro forma.
Explain
Next
them since
motion
you did
is
them.
amend scenario 2 of the staff recommendation to delete assumptions for credits, and that being the 50% feedstock, 15% coal, and 15% for oil. Gary.
This really builds on my concerns about whether displacement actually happens, and I believe we don't have evidence that it does. Also, in listening to the testimony, I'm also concerned about the plastic figure, because I don't know that we really have any good evidence that 50% of this is going to go to plastic. And I think we're also going through kind of a non-standard process of looking at which carbon emissions to tax. Normally that's done in a policy setting where you set a particular carbon reduction goal and then you back calculate from there your estimations on what the fee or the price should be. We're just kind of jumping in and saying, here's the price. And here's what we're going to tax, and here's the price. So it's a little non-standard, but at the same time, I have to acknowledge that with the experts I've talked to, when jurisdictions have gone through the larger carbon pricing exercise, they find a couple of years down the line they've made a very wrong estimate in terms of what they thought was going to happen. So I'm just want to be transparent about that. So my fundamental concern is that the amount that's there doesn't stand on a solid principle in terms of displacement, and that it's really, I think to echo what Mike was saying, it's too small to do meaningful work. Since talking with you the other day, Andre, and thinking about this a lot, I'm much more of the opinion that we're not well positioned to affect international development and international trade. We are very well positioned to affect what goes on in our community and the kinds of mitigations and the kinds of offset work, sequestration, environmental improvement, conservation that we do here, and that requires resources. And so I think maximizing the amount of resource within reasonable political limits makes sense to me. So that's where the proposal came from. I'm not even comfortable with the number that I put out this afternoon. I would crank it up some, and would be open to amendments on that.
Are you making a motion?
Well, this is to delete the credits for the 50%, 15%, and that. So it would just those would be zero. And it would calculate to, Michael, do you have the calculation?
So just to make sure I understand,
It'd be about
eliminating the credits for displacement.
Yeah, take 30% out of it, so it'd be about.
But you're still leaving in the 50%, the assumption that 50% goes to feedstocks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're leaving it in the 50 and the 20 as this is originally proposed. But I'm actually feeling uncomfortable about leaving in the whole 50 at this point, after having heard testimony.
So, what's on?
So if Gary makes a motion, I'll second it, but I haven't heard a motion yet.
Okay, for the purposes of discussion, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Call for the question.
Moved in second. So so the net gas should be based upon what Gary proposed, it would be 2.471 times the 6.7.
It's about a 40% increase.
And I would take the bait that Gary offered if I had the expertise to actually give a rational reason why I would reduce the 50%. I'm not convinced that at the 50% level either, but I really don't have the expertise to make that. But so at a minimum, what this does is it adds an amount of carbon that the $6 plus would be applied to.
Yeah. So it
So
moves the
rather
number.
than raising that amount, we're actually taking a much more rational view of what's going to happen to that carbon, that we know that those percentages are not going to be a bridge fuel, and we're acknowledging that. And there's a rationale for that.
So we were at 6.2 million and we're going to what?
16,557,623, rounded. Yes.
This is based on some assumptions and a lot of math and calculations that I have to admit are extremely over my head, which is why I wanted to have this discussion as a group. But that being said, don't forget, and let's just assume it keeps going to China, but it could keep going it could go somewhere else where it actually could have a bigger offset. And China also happens to be a country that can make changes extremely rapidly. So let's say 5 years down the road, China decides that it actually is a replacement fuel for coal. Guaranteed, gonna do it. Then what do we got here?
You have an amendment for me later on to reevaluate it every 5 years.
Right. 5-year thing is a good move.
Okay. So if we're going from 6 to what? 16.5.
We're going from 6 to 16.5. Why don't we just say no?
Yeah.
Huh?
Well,
So we're going to take a vote.
Who's going to take that deal?
We're going to take a vote.
Pushing them away.
We're going to take a vote.
Okay.
So it's been moved and seconded. Julie, let's take a vote.
so glad my last name is Gray. It couldn't be like Xena or something. No.
No.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz. No. Shapiro.
I'm going to abstain.
Hmm.
I don't get it. I actually don't. I'm going to abstain.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin. Yes.
On the line.
I think I'm going to abstain from this one too. I don't have information on the number.
No. So what was the?
So it's 4 yeses.
442.
It's 442.
Right, but the two end up coming.
445.
That's what they do.
You need an affirmative, so you do not have an affirmative.
Okay. So it didn't pass.
It went down 4 to 5.
4 to 5. It was 4, 4, 2.
4 and 2, the
Okay,
abstentions don't
so it's a no.
count. No.
So the next
Go on.
one is an amendment to amend the IGA framework to add additional PIMA comments identified in letters dated 1/12/15 to include the following items. These are items that PIMA put in a letter and just said, this is what we're going to do. All is to amend the IGA to make those part of their commitment. It's not asking anything new. It's just, it was in their letter to us, and it's just putting it in the IGA. Howard? So a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's call a vote. Andre.
Second.
Any comments, questions? Nope. Julie?
She's going to be told.
Yeah.
Gray.
Yes.
Hanson.
Yes.
Hauk.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz. Yes. Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Talmadge.
Yes.
Yes.
Woohoo. Finally got one we agreed on.
Yeah.
It's okay to disagree.
It took us till 9 o'clock.
The next one is amend the IGA framework to add the additional Port of Portland comments identified in the 2/13/15 submittal to include the following items. Again, this is in their submittal to us that the port would do. I'm just adding these items to the IGA to basically say they will do it. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Julie?
Poor Julie.
Gray.
Yes.
Hanson.
Yes?
Hauk.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Talmadge. Yes. Baugh.
Yes. Number 5, amend the IGA framework to add 4B, to 4B, contributions shall be adjusted annually to the Portland's cost of living index, so that each year it would be indexed to the cost of living. Funds would be restricted to projects that, and you see the projects that are there. Projects will occur in the city of Portland and prioritize the benefits to public health through that. And funds would be invested in a high degree of transparency, including annual reporting, 5 years. Yes.
Yeah, if we're truly going to address negative environmental impacts of climate change, we have to go beyond sequestering. So on the second black square, it says
Yes.
sequester carbon. I would appreciate it if I could have a friendly amendment that inserted after sequester carbon and increase resiliency in natural systems. And the climate action plan and the climate preparation strategies are replete with the number of negative impacts on natural systems that we're going to see. So it's not just about sequestering carbon, which is great, I'm glad it's in there, but it's also about getting resiliency for natural systems.
So Mike, it's increasing resiliency for natural
Correct.
systems.
Increase resiliency in natural systems.
Okay.
Is there a second to that?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's a good change.
So I have a question about the first bullet that maybe I misunderstood something, but I thought the recommendation of the subcommittee was that we would take a fix on the European offset market annually, and that number would adjust based on the market for offsets. So if that's true, it wouldn't need a cost of living adjustment, right?
Yeah, that should be included.
Yeah, this would, and we should clarify whether this would substitute for that adjustment or this would somehow.
So does the IGA language actually say that it will adjust annually? Did it get into the languages? I think we all left the room to understand.
I think
Did it get
we
into the language?
we haven't expressed it in the IGA language because we need to have this
Right.
conversation
So I'd
first.
prefer, Andre, if we could peg to the market rather than do cost of living.
So you're offering an amendment to?
Sure, I'll make a secondary amendment. So I'm moving to amend your amendment by replacing the first bullet with taking an annual fix on the European offset market.
So it'd be based on an annual review of the international market.
Yeah, I think Michael actually suggested a
There's a
6-month
6-month.
average or something as the indicator.
Yeah, I'd suggest either using the kind of the second 6 months of the previous year, or perhaps an average of the previous year, because it will change over time.
Yeah. And we're going to do it once a year. Can I ask why that over the cost of living?
Because I hope the market will go up faster than the cost of living if what we believe about climate change is true.
Well,
Susan's not confident in that, okay.
No, I actually don't think we should put our opinions in on whether we're happy it goes up or down. I think we should try to market to something that is potentially reflecting what it is we're trying to do. And so the European market is the longest running market, and this would peg it to that.
What she said.
Okay.
I'm asking why.
Using one gauge versus another?
Yes.
Portland cost of living versus
Yeah.
the European?
European,
cost of living?
yes.
No, European
No.
cost of carbon
I
offsets.
don't care. I mean, it's European
Yes.
comparison versus, you know,
But it's,
putting it
Yes.
in my language.
it's the European
The,
carbon offsets, not cost of living, it's carbon.
So
offsets.
the cost of living increase would reflect a basket of goods that includes everything that they put in the cost of living increase. This would peg it to the price of carbon in Europe as being the one that we're choosing because it's been the longest running.
Portland cost of living.
Right.
Yep.
Instead of the Portland cost of living.
Right.
Yep.
Sure.
And
Okay. Gary?
There are other options for indexing this. For example, the energy sector of the CPI, and there are probably other international measures that could work for something like this. I also wonder, and I hope this isn't out of order, but I also wonder if this is an issue, since it's a ways off, that could be decided in the context of the climate change export policy, and how to keep pace with this and how to take advantage of emerging expertise.
The other thing is you could set it at whichever appropriate amount you want to do now, peg it to this. You can always come back and reconsider this and
Revisit,
request
yeah.
a council to reconsider this at any time.
And we have the 5-year. So do we want to adjust it to the European annually? Is there a
Ask
motion
Michael
to
to
do that?
provide the language right now.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay.
Should we have Michael articulate
So,
the language?
Michael, you articulate the language.
Sure. So my understanding is the proposal is that contributions shall be adjusted annually based on the current European emissions trading scheme average price for the previous calendar year.
Yes.
Perfect. So is there Julie, we're going to have a vote? Amendment. So we need two votes. So we need two votes. The first one is
To amend.
to amend the contributions to the European model. And we're going to do that one first. So let's do that one first, Julie.
Could I ask Michael to re-articulate what he just said?
Can you restate that, Michael?
Sure. So my understanding is the suggestion is contributions shall be adjusted annually based on the European emissions trading scheme prices over the previous calendar year. I think we need average in there somewhere. Average price of the European emissions trading scheme over the previous calendar year.
Julie?
So is that what we're voting on?
We're going to vote on that. We're going to do 3 votes here real
Okay,
quick.
okay,
so.
cool. Just want to make sure what I'm voting on.
Karen, you're up first.
Okay, right on. So I'm voting yes on that one.
Okay. Hanson.
Yes.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin. Yes. Talmadge. Yes. Bach.
Yes. On the second amendment to this is to add Mike's language to increase
resiliency in natural systems.
resiliency in natural systems.
Sequester carbon and increase resiliency in natural systems.
Right.
And there's a second. So
Second.
Julie, let's,
Thank you.
It's a good idea. Some of your ideas
Yes.
are good.
Hanson. Yes. Howell.
Yes.
Oxman. Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin. Yes. Talmadge. Yes. Bach.
yes.
Now,
Now, for item 5.
second.
already been
Yep, it's already been moved second. Now to the amendment.
Right.
The whole deal.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Hanson. Howell.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin. Yes. Talmadge. Yes. Bach.
Yes. Number 6, amend the IGA framework to revise 3B to limit renewable energy certificates to only sources from Oregon. Teresa,
You want me to make the motion or talk about it?
talk about it and
Okay.
then make the motion.
The only reason I thought about this is because I was back to my benefits versus risks, and if the people of Oregon along that little train corridor, and the city of Portland are going to take the risk for having it, then I think they should have the benefit of the improvements in renewable energy that we might get from certificates. So I just wanted to strike certificates being purchased in Washington, Idaho, or Montana, and just leave it as Oregon.
Second.
And I so move.
Okay, second. Chris?
So I very much appreciate the spirit of the amendment. I guess I would ask staff if there are pros and cons to this practically.
So I think Teresa's articulated the reasons you might want to do this. The current suggestion of Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Montana encompasses the grid as it's managed through the Northwest Power Pool. So the physical reality of where the electrons go gets managed at a regional scale. But in terms of where the resources are located, you certainly can identify those. And so I think it's a credible
There are
change
no
to it.
operational downsides to it. Okay, thank you.
Just quickly, and you feel confident there's enough certificates to always have it from Oregon?
Yes, given that this is one of several different ways that they could hit that target. And it sounds like they're interested in working directly with Portland General Electric, which is also on this list.
Karen?
In any way, shape, or form, does this create more work?
You mean
Well,
More-
you're
more
looking at a
jobs.
grid, and now you're not using other.
More work or more jobs?
No, I'm talking about more work for someone to figure this out. You've got a
No.
grid with 4 different thingies on it, and you have to say, okay, it's just Oregon.
No.
So I'm asking, is that more difficult to do, and does it cost more work that we're now going to have to pay for?
No.
Thank you.
Julie? Oh.
Every 5 years.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
Well, you can always change it through council chat.
So this would be part of an intergovernmental agreement between the city and the port, so it could be amended. There's clearly interest in revisiting some pieces of it periodically, so this could be part of that 5-year review.
Okay, so you asked me, so the answer is yes.
Yes?
Hoffman. Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Aye.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin. Talmadge. Yes. Bach.
Yes. Number 7, amend IGA framework to allow the contribution to the Environmental Investment Fund to be reevaluated and adjusted over 5 years to reflect the best available data.
So to clarify what this means, that the judgment we've now inserted, which is we give a 50% credit for plastic and nothing for displacement, could be reevaluated every 5 years and a different set of percentages put in based on the best available data at that time, and I move the amendment.
So market data would be readily available?
We'd have some history, right? We'd have speculation now, but at least then we'd have some history.
Second motion.
Other comments? Julie? Oh, Gary?
I'm in favor of that approach, but would want to point out that it could lead to some pretty drastic pricing changes, and put it into the range that people voted against several minutes ago.
Okay. Julie?
Yes.
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 Yes. Talmadge. Yes. Bach.
Yes. Number 8, amend the IGA framework to require the port to demonstrate liability coverage for a catastrophic event with a radius up to 3 miles, including the following items. So financial assurances, require Pembina to provide a financial guarantee to assure performance with all lease terms. Insurance, require Pembina to provide multiple types of insurance coverages to address significant risks to be carried throughout the term of the lease. Insurance to supplement this insurance, the port carries its own insurance coverage to cover losses associated with a catastrophic event not covered by these leases.
So I'll note that this is considerably more detailed language than I originally supplied. So I'm assuming that either it was merged with other commissioners' language or staff helped me out here, but I'll happily move it.
Second. A question.
Yes.
Doesn't the port carry a lot of this? Are we redundant?
We actually are a little redundant because a lot of this language came out of a port commitment already in their submittals to us.
So it's a redundant but necessary motion?
It's just codifying, again, it's just codifying that the port is going to provide insurance. Yes.
Quick question, Chris. 3 mile radius from not the rail corridors, but the facility.
Facility.
Accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That should be noted.
Other
That should be
questions?
specified.
Yeah, maybe we.
It should be
maybe,
specified.
Okay.
Do you
So
think that's worth adding?
Yes.
Clarifying statement?
amendment, is there a friendly amendment to?
3 mile radius from facility.
I will accept that
Second?
as a friendly amendment. Oh, we're going to vote. Okay, fine. Second.
Just
Julie will have a vote on the amendment.
This is the 3 mile radius?
Ray.
No,
Yes.
Defining it from the
from,
facility.
defining it from the
Facility.
facility.
From the facility, yes.
Sorry. Hanson.
yes.
Hauk.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Talmadge. Yes. Law.
Yes,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I have a question of staff.
yes.
And I want to ask the question before we do 9 because I'm afraid there will
We
be.
didn't
We haven't done 9.
Okay.
We still got to vote.
Wait first,
the-
yeah.
All right.
Let's do 8
Hold
first.
hold on.
I'm waiting
Appreciate
for
your
people to bolt.
promptness.
You want the room down here.
And now we will vote on 8 as amended to include from the facility, the
Right.
3 miles from the facility.
Ray.
Yes.
Hanson.
Yes.
Hauk.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Talmadge. Yes. Law.
Yes. Number 9, amend the IJ framework to require that the port require lease terms that ensure the deconstruction of the facility if it ceases operations.
Right. So the concern here is that if, let's say that a miracle happens and Congress gets its act together and we have a national carbon tax and the producers in Canada decide it's no longer profitable to exploit these resources, suddenly we have a stranded asset, right? So I just want to make sure if there's a stranded asset, somebody's got the job to clean it up. I move the amendment.
You got to clean it up and also, Chris, to make it vacant again
Right.
for any other use that might be
That's right.
appropriate.
There
That's,
are
well,
other
Anybody
uses.
wants.
deconstruction.
Yeah, Howard, we may want to move
There
down
are
there.
areas.
Big swimming pool.
I hear the fishing's good.
High impact area.
So
Not
your,
likely to gentrify real soon.
your question, Mike?
Well, we're in the middle of this. As long as I
wanna
can
be
ask my
alone.
question after we vote on this. I've got something on number 4.
What?
A question.
What, 4, going back?
Yeah.
We're not going
I have
Too
a-
late, Mike.
Too late, we're done.
I'm kidding.
No, I have a question on it,
Oh, okay.
not an amendment.
Okay.
Vote 9.
Let's do amendment 9.
9, vote?
We have a
You need,
Any-
you need a second.
We need a second.
Seconds.
Okay. Any other discussion? Julie?
Ray.
Yes.
Hanson.
Yes.
Hauk.
Yes.
Oxman.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes.
Shapiro. Smith.
Yes.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Talmadge. Yes. Law.
Yes. All right, before we go to the vote for everything, Mike, a question?
Yes, 4A. I like the language on mitigate impacts of grassland habitat. I would like to meet with staff. I just want to announce that I'd like to have a conversation with staff regarding location. And I don't want to get into a conversation with this body on
4A.
I'm just,
Don't blame you.
IGA.
the IGA.
IGA, okay.
4A.
I don't have that.
Oh,
It's just an issue. Is it on private land? Is it public land? There are big policy implications that
Okay.
I would like to pursue.
Okay,
We can talk about
Right.
it.
we can talk about that.
grassland habitat.
Before we, yeah.
Don't go to the
pretty
bathroom.
Pretty quickly.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back. Don't vote.
We won't vote.
No, let's go.
Toilet.
Go.
That's right. Vote, vote, vote.
So, are there other amendments that people wish to offer at this time?
No.
No.
I have a point I want to make, but not an amendment.
Ask a question.
Okay, so at this point, we're going to have, we need a motion to,
No, motion's on the table.
well, it's amended now.
It's on the table. It's on
Right.
the table is amended.
It is, it is. He's
That's all I
right.
did.
It's amended,
Ask the attorney.
just to be clear.
Better call
And,
Saul.
you might as well have her say it.
Yeah.
I think what you need is a motion to accept the staff proposal as amended, and you have adopted amendments 3 through 9.
Yep. Okay.
No, 2 through 9, right? Oh, no.
No,
2
3
failed.
through.
No, 1 and 2 failed.
Two failed.
3
1 and 2 failed.
through 9.
3 through 9. So is there an amendment to accept the staff proposal
there a
and
motion?
amendments,
Motion.
a motion, and amendments 3 through 9?
There is.
Yes, second.
Second. Okay. Discussion. Chris?
So I would make the point to my colleagues, who I'm very grateful joined me on the first motion, that if the same 5-5 pattern is repeated, this motion will fail as well, and we will not be approving the project.
You need to wait for someone to.
Other discussion?
I think we have to vote, Andre.
Well,
We need a,
waiting for Don.
You missed it, Don.
That wasn't timing. I'm sorry.
there you gotta go.
So somebody should probably explain to Don.
Yeah.
So it's been moved and seconded that the original staff proposal plus amendments 3 through 9 be accepted. It's been seconded, and we're having discussion.
Good.
Chris reminded us.
Oh, yeah.
By
Chris
the way.
reminded us that if we vote 5-5, this fails.
Yep.
And
And no other discussion.
you want to
Ready to vote.
amplify on that, Mr. Smith?
Boom.
Okay. Gray,
Yes.
Hanson,
Yes.
Hauk,
Well, I would like to say a principled no, but at this point, yeah.
Hang in there, Mike.
Feel to do.
Be strong.
All right, no. No.
Oxman,
No.
Schultz,
Yes.
Shapiro,
Yes.
Smith,
No.
St. Martin,
Yes.
Talmadge, so
Gotta vote.
You can just go to the bathroom, man. That worked good. That worked for me.
Just vote, Megan.
It doesn't matter. What is it?
I'll stick with my original vote of no.
Yes. 6-4, yes.
We did it.
Please. 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 We still have work to do here. So now we have a letter to write.
Mr. Chair, I have an additional motion. I would like to move that we recommend that City Council direct the Bureau of Emergency Management to engage with ODOT to get a view of the total amount of fossil fuel rail traffic in Portland and to recommend appropriate mitigation as necessary.
Okay. Can we just put that in the letter?
I'd like to make a recommendation.
Moving that content be included in the letter, and that we kind of do an opinion vote on it?
If it gets in the letter, sure. However,
I don't know that we need a motion to the letter. I
to hear
mean,
it again.
I think we can just, if everyone's okay with that,
I need to hear it again.
Okay.
Because it's the first time I'm hearing it.
Sure. So what I'm suggesting is that we recommend to City Council that they direct the Bureau of Emergency Management to engage with ODOT to get a view of the total fossil fuel rail traffic going through Portland and to recommend safety mitigations as appropriate.
I understand that's what
is everyone okay with that being in the letter?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to go around the room and see if there's other items you have at this late hour after being here 6+ hours. You want to put in the letter, any concerns? And I know you can send them in to Julie later, but if you have any right now you want to put in, we'll just start with Mike, go around, and we'll.
Let me just confirm that we will take these ideas along with what happened here and do a draft letter
Yes.
that we will send out to everyone. And if there's a lot of disagreement, then we need to obviously have that discussion in terms of what's in the letter. But so this is not a final sort of, okay.
No,
Well,
I
think that-
mean,
Yeah, I think that begs the question. In the past, we've discussed, there are minority opinions. And so perhaps rather than a letter, there are two communications to council that include some of the very significant concerns that led to a number of us voting yes or no on this issue. Somehow, we need to have an opportunity, I think, to articulate our positions, whether that's in one letter or two. And to me, it seems like it'd be really messy to have all of that wrapped up in one letter, personally.
So you did have this discussion before, and
Yeah.
you've had it several times.
Right.
In the past, you did talk about the importance of sort of living with the majority
Right.
decision. That said, there was also the desire that individuals could come and present at city council their perspective, and that was important too, and that we could recognize that and have those people be able to go first and still be able to have other opinions, but that multiple letters was very confusing to council. So that's just wrapping up what you had discussed in the past on similar decisions.
Yeah, I'm recalling
so
that.
but I would say this, Chris, the people that voted no, if you put together a solid paragraph or two, I'm willing to, because I think it's important that council does hear why. I mean, and it doesn't, the volume, you can address that a different way, but in terms of a paragraph to say, and I think we would normally see that anyway, if there's a disagreement, we normally have that in our letter.
Well, I think the combination of doing that in a very succinct manner and having the ability to testify,
absolutely.
to verbally give our rationales would be.
So do you want to let staff take a stab at the rationale for the no, and you guys edit it?
There also maybe needs to be an explanation of the yes, Andre.
Well, there will be an
No, I mean
yes,
that. I
no.
mean,
Well, that's
the
the
yes
substance of the
doesn't,
letter.
excuse me, Mike, the yes doesn't mean we voted for this necessarily. We voted to move it on to a higher consideration for a really succinct vote.
Yeah.
That's what I think this letter needs to articulate.
Okay.
This is not a black and white decision in my view. It's I guess a bureaucratic decision that has a lot of overtones that I think we need to explain. This is one of the moments, folks, when I do believe we need two opinions expressed at the council.
Yes.
I think there's nothing wrong with it.
No.
I don't think it needs to be an extra paragraph, but maybe a position, because this is a very significant vote, not just on this one issue, but what the whole city does around how it handles this kind of issue. I think it's very important. We have two expressions, and that they're allowed to express themselves.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm not
Can I make a
disagreeing.
recommendation?
Huh?
I'd like to make a recommendation that we draft the letter and that you all look at it and send us in your additional comments. We will weave those into the letters, both why you voted yes or why you voted no. And then you can take a look at that. And if there's particular issues you want to mention right now, you can go around the room and do that, or we can draft the letter and you can tell us those individually, whichever way you want to do that.
How about we let them draft the letter?
Yeah, I think we've gotten out our.
Got it, yeah. So before we get out of here, I just want to thank each of you. I met with each of you. I've been doing this for 7 years. This is probably one of the issues that I have seen more people from this commission become educated about almost than any other thing. People read things book to book, looked up information on their own, and contrary to maybe the audience, but I think we are more informed about propane as an individuals and collective than anybody else right now in Oregon and probably the West Coast. But I thank you for your interest, your deep concern about the people of Port One and the environment. And I know it's a tough decision. I mean, it really is a tough decision. And Howard's right. It's not a black and white decision. It's a bunch of grays. And we need to have that. And it just is, even though you voted no, I think there's a lot of courage in voting no. So I thank you for voting your conscience, having that courage. And I want to thank Tom and Michael Armstrong. You guys did an amazing job putting together through a very diverse and a lot of opinions about propane, and a lot of, I know commissioners that were finding information faster than you could write it down. So I thank you. Susan, I thank you for all your help through this process. It's been, we inserted this process in a very, very busy schedule. And we, go back to our normal schedule of busy. Thank you. And we are adjourned.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you for your.
What?